The story begins with the fact that at the appointed time, Zhang Yu came to see an ophthalmologist at the First Central Hospital of Yuanhai City. A man in a white robe invited the young man to sit down. Dr. Zhao asked the patient his name. The doctor adjusted his glasses incredulously, carefully studying the patient's medical record. It looked like someone had gotten the date wrong. Jiang Yu was wearing a sports jacket. He sat patiently opposite the doctor. Finally, the man asked to describe the symptoms again. Everything blurred before the young man's eyes. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, shading his eyes, and admitted that he could not see very clearly. Suddenly, the guy was blinded by a bright light. Microscopic blood vessels in his eyes began to burst from the tension. Now, Zhang Yu saw the doctor against a red background. The young man admitted that when he looks at an object, he sees a red stripe. The silhouette of the ophthalmologist looked menacing. His glasses sparkled ominously when the blinding light hit them. Dr. Zhao raised his head but did not see any stripe. He asked the patient what was depicted on it. The guy tried to concentrate on the blurry image and combine it into a coherent picture. He saw the red bar as some kind of indicator, displaying 18% that he did not understand. Zhang Yu sat with his eyes closed. He said quietly that he could clearly see the number on this object, 18. The young man opened his eyes and smiled. He suggested that this figure corresponds to the age of the receiving ophthalmologist. Dr. Zhao did not say a word out loud, but from his eyes one could understand that the doctor took the patient for a madman. Jiang Yu realized that he was mistaken. He thought that the ophthalmologist had 18% of the life allotted by heaven to live. The doctor looked carefully at the young man and asked if he had taken alcohol. The guy looked at the doctor in bewilderment. The men stared at each other. The ophthalmologist was shaking with anger. The guy was just wasting his time. Jiang Yu could not understand what they wanted from him. He bowed his head and closed his eyes for a few seconds, trying to focus on his problem. Opening his eyes, the young man apologized to the doctor. He just got a little distracted. Dr. Zhao looked down wearily. It took an incredible effort for him to raise his head. The doctor stated that the patient should have focused better on the dialogue. Trying to hide his fatigue, Dr. Zhao said that it didn't matter. Now he will examine his eyes. The ophthalmologist reached into the right pocket of his robe. Holding the patient's eyelids with his fingers, he shone the flashlight onto the eye. The doctor observed the behavior of the pupils for several seconds. The young man's pupil moved to the left, and the white itself, due to the many burst vessels, acquired a pinkish tint. As if in semi-darkness, Zhang Yu looked at the ophthalmologist, who shone a flashlight on his eye and asked him to look to the right. The ophthalmologist did not allow the eye to close. The guy obediently moved his pupil to the right. Dr. Zhao took a closer look at the pupil. He was unable to detect any suspicious violations. The man told the patient that everything was within normal limits. The young man closed his eyes for a few seconds, getting used to the lighting after the blinding light from the flashlight. When he opened his eyes, everything remained the same. Dr. Zhao's silhouette was bright red as he continued to shine his flashlight. Even when Jiang Yu walked out of the ophthalmologist's office into the corridor, everything around him was in light pink colors. The guy looked at the people around him in surprise. After visiting the doctor, some changes occurred in him. Above each person he met in the hospital corridor hung a sign, visible only to the young man, indicating the percentage. The best news was that somehow the conjunctivitis stopped bothering him. Zhang Yu felt better now. Walking along the corridor, the young man thought about the red stripes. He hoped that he could find a worthy use for them. On the central plasma panel in the hospital lobby, chronicles showed the appearance of a deep crater from which the others, creatures of green acid color, emerged. The guy put a sweet straw-shaped tube into his mouth. Zhang Yu slowly walked away from the central clinic. A huge sign on the street invited everyone to take part in the selection for the position of hunter to patrol the streets in the night's watch. A quadcopter was hanging high in the sky. Noticing something suspicious in the crowd, the patrol drone began to slowly descend over the street. Jiang Yu was lost in thought at this time and moved his tube up and down. He thought that he needed to take a good look around. Joyful people scurried back and forth around the guy. No one cared about him. Suddenly, the young man realized what was bothering him. The laces on my right foot came undone. Lost in thought, he had been walking like this for a long time and could have gotten into trouble because of it. The young man stopped and sat down to put his shoes in order. This time, he tied the laces so tightly that now the shoes seemed too loose on the other foot. By this time, Zhang Yu had almost completely chewed the sweet tube and sucked the rest of it into his mouth, starting to rise. Suddenly, the guy heard alien voices. as if they were sounding in his own head, and this greatly surprised the young man. The world around was in a light green color. Some creatures of green acid coloring were discussing their diet. It was all very strange. The red bloody streaks had disappeared, but now everything around, including the sky, was green. Jiangyu tried to straighten up. He managed this with difficulty because of the new sensations. His legs began to give way. The guy's pupil caught sight of some humanoid creature, as if flying towards him from the ground. The creature was getting closer. He had a black silhouette. His eyes and mouth glowed menacingly with 3 bright dots. Jiangyu himself now stood shrouded in a greenish mist. With every minute, the bad feeling only intensified. As if out of thin air, a girl in dark shorts and a tank top appeared above the guy. Her eyes glowed maliciously, like bright light bulbs. A strange blue monster with large claws appeared behind her. A current ran through his body and gave his body a bright glow. The monsters kept coming. There were skeletons and huge scorpions and huge beetles. A red indicator with percentages hung above everyone. A patrol man from the Night's Watch quickly appeared, and with one volley of his weapon destroyed a third of the health of the blue skeleton with 4 arms. The young man looked worriedly at the hordes of unearthly creatures. Judging by the number of creatures, the problem is quite big. Jianyu looked at the portal itself. The indicator showed that it was absolutely intact and undamaged, which made me feel uneasy. Strange greenish bubbles descended on the city. Many buildings were cracked. There was a feeling that they would soon collapse. The young man raised his head. Instead of the usual sky, a transparent liquid film hung over the houses. The drops from it turned into bubbles. One of them flew to the ground, changing its shape. Due to the rapid decline, branches began to appear on the teardrop-shaped bubble. While still in flight, they began to separate from the main greenish bubble, forming independent objects. All 3 drops fell on Jiangyu's forehead almost simultaneously and splashed out. A very bright light appeared. The young man had to close his eyes. When the guy opened his eyes, everything became completely different. He himself stood at the pedestrian crossing. Ordinary people walked around. A young man accompanying the old man walked behind the young man along the pedestrian crossing and carefully led him across the road by the hand. Nobody cared about him. Only one little girl asked her mother why that strange uncle was standing still. At that moment, an underground dealer approached the pedestrian and ingratiatingly offered to buy 50,000 bottles from him for 5,000. Jiangyu moved to the sidewalk. Remembering the visions, he doubted whether Yuanan was safe to be in. The sun was starting to set. Above the city hung the same percentage indicator that the young man had seen above the green portal, 6 nines. A man tore the guy from his thoughts by catching up with him and forcefully placing his hand on his shoulder. Jiangyu turned around in surprise. An underground merchant in a white turban offered the young man to buy medicine inexpensively. The guy didn't understand what was going on. The man was hot. Sweat was streaming down his face. He adjusted his long, thin mustache with his tongue and declared that the medicines were no different from the official ones. Jiangyu exclaimed indignantly that their city was simply overflowing with monsters, and at the same time the seller was selling medicine. The man opened his drawer and proudly showed the assortment. There were few goods, but all the medicines were in colorful boxes. He has everything he needs. The young man laughed and asked if he would give it away for free. The annoyed merchant hurriedly moved on, shouting that no one was forcing him to buy. The guy caught up with the seller and stopped him. He admitted that he was just joking. He wonders if divine oil is available. On a dark evening, Jiangyu was riding on a crowded bus on route number 11. While passing a coffee shop, he decided to stop by here sometime. The young man rode standing and held onto the handrail. He carefully clutched in his hand a bottle of oil, purchased for 3,000. The guy looked suspiciously at the street outside the window. In appearance, everything was completely normal. He thought that not everything was as bad as he thought. Meanwhile, the driver slowed down. There was a stop ahead with a sign. In addition to this flight, there were 3 more buses. The bus pulled up to a stop on Yuzhinaya Street. There was no one at the bus stop in the evening. The wooden bench was empty. The driver announced the name of the stop and asked to leave the salon. All citizens rose from their seats and began to leave. Jiangyu turned towards the exit, watching the passengers. Suddenly, he realized that the unpleasant sensation had returned. The entire interior was completely covered in green fog. The young man looked in surprise at his image, which was reflected from the window. The bus was almost empty. The guy looked at the remaining people. In appearance, they did not look like dangerous monsters. Suddenly, Jiangyu realized that everything had changed again. The green mist dissipated as quickly as it appeared. The young man looked around the salon in bewilderment. He looked at the passengers incredulously, but now the interior of the bus looked normal. Perspiration appeared on the guy's face. The young man caught himself thinking that such visions were visiting him for the second time. The bus slowly pulled away from the quickly empty stop. Jong Yu decided that he would take a better look around on his way home. Nothing happened the rest of the way. Half an hour later, the young man entered a gray apartment building not far from the bus stop. The first thing he did was go into the bathroom and take a shower. Wrapped in a towel up to his waist, the guy stood with his back to the mirror. When Jong Yu turned to the mirror, he was horrified to find that some kind of symbol of three intertwined rings was emblazoned on his chest. The young man carefully felt the pattern. He recently came across such a drawing, and quite recently, he remembered that he went to the bookcase. The guy roughly remembered where he left the comic and shined a flashlight from his phone. Unfortunately, his guess was confirmed. The cover of the book had exactly the same pattern. With a green light emanating from inside, Jong Yu screamed in fear. In surprise, he let go of the stack of books from his hands. Some books remained on the shelf and looked completely ordinary. But the few copies that were in hand, scattered in different directions, they all emitted a greenish glow. Bright green curved lines spread out from the pattern on the chest in different directions. They entangled the whole body in a second. Because of this, Jong Yu felt a hell of a pain. He could not stand on his feet and sank exhausted to all fours. The guy continued to be filled with green energy. Only after a few minutes did he manage to rise from the floor to his knees. His whole body seemed to be burning from the inside. The young man went into the shower again and mercilessly poured a stream of ice water on himself, hoping that it would help. Watering the drawing brought the desired result. The green curves have disappeared. The guy felt much better. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jong Yu discovered that there was also a red stripe hanging above him. His scale showed 100%. At this moment, another unpleasant event occurred. The guy's shadow disappeared and flowed away in a black curve from under his heel. Jong Yu turned around in surprise. At first, he thought that it was just his imagination and that the shadow in the mirror was not displayed correctly. To his surprise, there really was no shadow. Not even a black speck was found on any of the 4 shower walls. The young man screamed in horror. He couldn't believe he had stopped casting a shadow. This would mean that he is no longer human. The guy ran around the shower like crazy, taking different poses and climbing onto the bathtub and cabinets in search of his shadow. A few minutes later, the shadow appeared again. Jong Yu sighed happily. He was ready to come to terms with her disappearance. Having finished with the shower, the young man walked to the door of his room. The events of the last few days had left him very tired. The guy relaxedly grabbed the door handle, not even suspecting that the main surprise was waiting for him outside the door. In the open doorway stood a black silhouette the same height as himself. The young man immediately realized that it was his shadow. Their figures were completely identical. The black silhouette had only its eyes and mouth glowing, but in outline it was his shadow. The silhouette even copied his shaggy hairstyle and the way he turned his head. His shadow began to live on its own. For some time, the owner and the shadow looked at each other gloomily, being on opposite sides of the door. The shadow was like a reflection in a mirror. Understanding the situation made Jong Yu feel a little uncomfortable, and he began to back away, trying to protect himself from the unknown. After a few seconds, the young man gathered his courage and decisively took a step towards his shadow. There was no other way out. The closer the guy came to his double, the more his body burned from the inside. His heart was like a red-hot piece of iron. Calming himself, Jong Yu told himself that there was a good side to this. His shadow did not disappear anywhere, it simply came to life. The young man crossed the threshold and came closer to the shadow. They continued to look at each other. An indicator with percentages hung above the guy. It was already quite late. The whole city was asleep. Only a few windows in Jong Yu's house were lit, including the windows of his apartment. Through the large double doors with rounded glass, a bluish glow in the room was clearly visible. As it turned out, the shadow perfectly understands human speech and voice commands. The young man decided to take advantage of this. Sitting in the bright light, he looked thoughtfully at the shadow and asked the silhouette to first raise its left hand. The shadow made a strange, dull sound and tried to carry out the command, clumsily bending its arm at the elbow. The young man was delighted. He really liked the beginning of the collaboration. He smiled and asked to raise his right leg. Continuing to raise his left shoulder, the black silhouette slightly raised his right leg and bent it at the knee. Zhang Yu was as happy as a little child and smiled smugly. The shadow can be used for selfish purposes. The young man looked gloatingly at his shadow. The dark silhouette was framed by a blue glow. He patiently waited for the owner's orders. The guy demanded that Shadow shake his whole body. The silhouette obediently began to spin in different directions, bending all its joints in turn. This procedure made Zhang Yu very tired. His head was simply buzzing after all this. The young man could not explain to himself how such transformations were even possible. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared from his chest in the form of a small circle. This puzzled the young man even more. As soon as Zhang Yu touched it, a circle flew out of his hand and flew up, ending up at the ceiling. From a distance, a symbol indicating radioactive danger, depicted in an acidic color, could be discerned on the red circle. The young man perplexedly tried to make out the hieroglyphs inscribed in the free sectors of this circle, but the light was too bright. The bright green writing merged into one whole, so it was impossible to make out what was written in this mug. In addition, the system window was activated. It turned out that the shadow's attributes can be improved in the system store. Zhang Yu reread the summary of characteristics in surprise. He didn't even think that Shadow's parameters could be changed. The young man pointed his finger at the button to learn more about the Shadow. It turned out that she has the same power as the young man, but there were also disadvantages. The Shadow owned only a copy of consciousness. It could not think independently. Zhang Yu carefully moved his hand towards his Shadow. His hand calmly passed through the dark silhouette, as if through air. The Shadow looked calmly at its owner, not expressing any emotion. Her eyes always glowed the same way. The young man worriedly asked if the Shadow had access to all his personal memories. The black double nodded. The Shadow had a complete copy of the guy's consciousness up to that moment and could remember everything it needed. Zhang Yu was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed right now. The young man rushed to the desk and began feverishly sorting through the notes. Under a pile of papers lay math assignments. He never got around to it, but now there was an opportunity. The guy showed Shadow mathematical examples and said that they needed to be done over the summer. He held out a pen and asked if she could write. The dark silhouette slowly extended his hand and carefully squeezed the hand he was offered between his thumb and forefinger. Zhang Yu was surprised. He poked his index finger at the head of the Shadow, and the finger calmly passed through it. But at the same time, the Shadow itself had an essence and could hold objects. Not even a minute had passed before Shadow triumphantly put her pencil on the sheet with examples and turned towards the owner. The young man looked at his assistant incredulously. He was sure that Shadow would write out the solutions to the examples as needed, and asked what was the matter. The Shadow silently pointed with a pen at a piece of paper. Under the examples, the dark double wrote that he solved them. The guy got angry and snatched the tasks from Shadow's hands. He shouted that she had all the memories she needed. It was a matter of 2 minutes. Zhang Yu remembered that the Shadow was not self-aware, but this could be corrected in the future. He asked me to draw a horse. The black silhouette froze for several seconds, as if it could not understand what was required of it. He looked ahead intensely. Shadow's hand fell on a piece of paper. She began to quickly draw the animal, as if she had been doing this all her life. The young man looked over his shoulder at his sketchbook. The guy was impressed by the drawings. With such an assistant, he could make good money. Now, Zhang Yu even had the yen symbol reflected in his eyes. He already fancied himself a millionaire. The artist turned out to be promising. Since Shadow had something to do, the young man decided not to waste time. He brought up the system menu to look at other options. One of the assistant's abilities was Shadow Bite. With its help, the guy could take away shadow glasses from other people and absorb shadows. Zhang Yu looked around. He suggested that shadow absorption involves contact with an object that has a shadow. It was logical to assume that the shadow would be easiest to find in a dark corner of the room. So the young man headed towards the door and sat down near the opening. The corner was completely dark. As soon as you brought your hand closer there, a shadow covered it. The guy found the result satisfactory. His eyes lit up with greed. Zhang Yu eagerly extended his hand even further. He wondered if the plan would work. As the hand sank into the shadow cast by the door, the young man's confidence faded more and more. His hands began to tremble. Half of the guy's face was already in shadow. It occurred to him that the idea was not such a good one because he did not know how to use the skill correctly. At this moment, the system window was activated. Thanks to the successful use of the skill, Zhang Yu could now see the dark side of this world. The young man was not entirely clear what this meant. He assumed that all those monsters of yesterday belonged to the dark side. The young man peered carefully at the system screen, but could not understand what it meant. He decided to look at the drawings again. For a few seconds, the interior of the room changed. The guy was surrounded by a blue space created by chaotic waves. Jong Yu turned to Shadow and asked him to pause temporarily. While he looks at the sketches, the assistant can do a few push-ups. The shadow raised its head and looked towards its owner. His instructions were clear. If you're interested, let him look at the sketches. Rising from the table, the dark double froze in place. In front of the surprised guy's eyes, his hands began to melt into the air. The shadow fell on his knees and began to quickly turn into one black spot. A little more and it will disappear altogether. The young man missed the moment and saw only a black substance on the floor. He exclaimed indignantly that he meant push-ups. Jong Yu almost burst into tears from resentment. Just a minute ago, he saw himself as a rich man, but now he has lost even his own shadow. All of Yuan Hai slept that night. The moon hung over the city. In the big house where the young man lived, only Jong Yu could not sleep. He could not come to terms with the loss of his own shadow and looked around worriedly, demanding to be seen. In front of the surprised guy, right before his eyes, an ink stain began to form in the air. It grew, turning into a portal. A shadow stepped out of the portal. A malicious smile appeared on her lips. Jong Yu didn't know what this could be related to. He wondered what it all meant and suggested that the shadow was trying to escape from its master forever. The black double took the notepad and wrote that he was on the dark side. The young man asked what he needed there. Ruthlessly tearing out the paper with one word on it, the shadow wrote on the blank paper that she was doing push-ups. The guy thought that it was not in vain that the double ran away into the dark world. Perhaps training goes faster there. He casually released the shadow to continue his studies. The assistant looked up in confusion as if trying to figure out what his owner wanted from him. This time, the process of returning to the dark world was much faster. Before Jong Yu could even blink, the shadow turned into a stain on the floor. A second later, the remnants of the assistant finally dissipated. He disappeared without a trace into the dark world. The young man sighed with relief. This was still unusual for him, but at least the shadow could be summoned at any time. He took a seat at his desk, trying to put his thoughts in order. The guy took some notes and left them in a visible place. Now it was possible to continue the drawings begun by the shadow. Everything. The dark double did became the property of Jong Yu. A new summer day has arrived. The sun was shining brightly over the city. Snow-white doves were hovering between the roofs of buildings. Warm rays penetrated through the window of the young man's room, illuminating his workplace at the table. The computer was turned off. The guy was so tired overnight that he now slept with his head on the table. His hand with the pen froze on the keyboard. In his sleep, Jiang Yu muttered about his mother's friends and classmate. He wanted not to miss anything and to draw them too. Suddenly, the annoying doorbell rang. The young man immediately perked up and opened his eyes. He began to understand where he was. Because of the uncomfortable position, his whole body ached. The guy stretched. The girl behind the door demanded to be let in immediately. Half asleep, Jong Yu reluctantly went to the door and muttered that he could hear perfectly well. There was no need to shout so loudly. The guest turned out to be his beloved Lu Yao Yao. The young man grumbled that it was still morning and saw an indicator of her health above the girl. The guy raised his head in surprise, looking closely at the scale. It didn't seem to him. There was only 93% blood. Jong Yu worriedly wondered why this could happen. After all, Yao Yao is still a young girl and everything is fine with her. His gaze accidentally fell on the wall calendar. It dawned on the young man that this might be due to his period. He muttered dissatisfiedly that it was not necessary to come so early. The girl didn't seem to hear him. Staring at her phone, she went into the apartment. Yama quickly demanded to tell her in more detail. Yesterday he talked incoherently about business, but she didn't understand anything. The girl's eyes lit up with delight. She couldn't wait to find out more about what was going through Jiang Yu's mind. Suddenly, there was such a roar from behind that the guest dropped the phone from her hands in fright, and the wind blew her hair into her eyes, almost crying with frustration. Yao Yao shouted offendedly that, "You don't have to slam the door, you just don't have to show it." The young man looked at the door in surprise. He just closed it, but at the same time almost tore it out along with the door frame. Cracks appeared along the wall. The girl excitedly called the owner, but he had no time for the guest. His hand looked much stronger now. Yaoma only now noticed the changes in the guy and smiled admiringly. His body was now much more attractive. While Jong Yu looked at his hand in bewilderment, The girl noticed that his back and shoulders had become much wider. His chest and stomach took on relief shapes. With such a strong body, the young man became even cuter. Yama couldn't believe it, her body trembling in surprise. The guest embarrassedly suggested that Jiang Yu had let himself down. She immediately objected to herself and shook her head. This was completely unlike him. In addition, such muscles will not grow overnight. To make sure that it wasn't all her imagination, Yao Yao resolutely pointed her finger at the landlord's shoulder. It was hard as a rock. The girl angrily asked what he had done to himself. Jiang Yu didn't say anything and just smiled. He began to understand what was going on. The young man said that it was nothing, just a couple of exercises. The guy guessed that the shadow's exercises strengthened his body. Yama indignantly lifted his t-shirt and meticulously examined the sculpted abs on the stomach of the owner of the apartment. She exclaimed that several exercises would not give such an effect. The guy and the girl blushed deeply. They both felt embarrassed. The guest embarrassedly admitted that she had seen some of her father's affairs and assured the young man that he could always stop. Jiang Yu asked him to stop talking nonsense. He understands what the dear guest is hinting at, but does nothing of the sort. Yama did not take the owner's word for it. She reached out with lightning speed, a hand with long nails, and grabbed the young man by the wrist. The guy felt that his arms were being twisted and excitedly exclaimed that the girl was going to kill him. The guest took out a small bracelet with her free hand. A glowing blue screen was placed in the center of the device. The bracelet snapped onto Jiang Yu's wrist. The young man asked in fear what it was. It turned out to be a device for determining the pollution index. The guy asked to tell me more, frowning. The guest said that the index includes murders, insults, and other bad things. If this is not addressed in time, due to the accumulation of the index, a nation of people may simply degenerate and cease to exist. The young man smiled furtively, remembering that his ability came from the design on his chest. He hoped this would help. A blue spot appeared from his chest. Curved lines entangled the entire body. Jiang Yu was scared. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. Moreover, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the guest took out a pistol and smiled maliciously. The young man decided that Yao Yao wanted to kill him. He realized that he had to prevent the girl from finding out about everything. Gritting his teeth from tension, he turned the blue spot on his chest into a black blot. In the meantime, the procedure time has ended. No new notifications have appeared on the blue screen of the device. Yama casually twirled the gun and said that everything was fine. The guy asked if she really wanted to kill him. His ability saved his life this time. Jiang Yu sighed relaxedly. This girl scared him very much. Lowering her hand with the gun, the guest said that her father taught her from childhood not to trust anyone and to be careful in everything. The young man exclaimed that he had recently made several drawings. He asked if Yao Yao wanted to see them. The girl's face immediately changed. She almost jumped for joy and demanded to show the sketches as soon as possible. After asking the owner to wait a little, Yao Yao went to the toilet. She thought that Jiang Yu was acting rather strangely. When the guest returned to the room, she almost begged to show the drawings quickly. Curiosity simply tore her apart from the inside. Having sent the annoying girl out, the young man fell exhausted onto the bed. Today, he was lucky. Yao Yao believed that he was clean. It was time to see what the shadow was doing on the dark side. The guy called up the system menu. The blue screen obediently turned on. The system reported that Shadow continues to train and earn shadow points. Jiang Yu looked at the assistant's updated characteristics in surprise. Apparently, Shadow now had the same sculpted body as his. The young man suggested that the double had been playing sports all night. Jiang Yu summoned Shadow. He couldn't wait to become even stronger at the expense of his secret double. The body was enveloped in ghostly black curves. A black spot appeared on the floor. It grew more and more with every second, forming a faithful servant. The young man slowly began to raise his palm up. At the same time, the shadow seemed to grow from a spot formed on the floor. The guy smiled and said that he was pleased with the results of yesterday's training, but this is not enough. You need to increase the complexity. The shadow obediently nodded its head. She was ready to carry out any orders of her master if possible. Jiang Yu demanded that he immediately perform a bench press and begin an exercise called plank. Almost every minute, the young man demanded to perform new exercises. Everything was not enough for him. This time, he forced Shadow to do push-ups from the floor, using only 2 fingers, and then do a handstand. The guy decided that this was far from the limit and demanded to train his legs, taking a stance called pistol. To increase the difficulty, Jiang Yu made Shadow crawl between exercises. Thus, there were no breaks at all. Yama stood outside the door all this time and overheard the young man instructing Shadow to do abdominal exercises. Now she could breathe a sigh of relief. This clearly indicated that her friend was indeed training. She had already started to think negative thoughts. The girl walked away from the door, intending to go home to read comics. Now she was sure that everything was fine with the guy. Leaving Shadow to continue training, Jung Yu climbed out onto the roof of the house. Here, only the neighbors hanging out the laundry could witness his activities. He liked the way Shadow strengthened his body without much effort. After all, now the young man did not have to worry that his body would become unsightly. The next day, the guy forced the assistant to train even more. The result was not long in coming. Now he himself looked like an athlete. Looking proudly at his powerful torso, Jung Yu enthusiastically told himself that now his Liu Yao would definitely not be able to resist. At the same time, something told him that this might not be enough. He needed to train even more. That day, Uncle Lee paid a visit. The young man tried his best not to give himself away. The man worked for the Night's Watch and could have suspected something unclean. On the third day of Shadow's training, the guy realized that this could not continue. To increase his performance, he must train himself. True, Jung Yu's confidence did not last long. The very next day, he lay calmly on the sofa, forcing Shadow to train. 2 days later, the Dark Double was doing his best exercises with dumbbells, while the guy was sitting at the computer at that time. The next day, the young man decided to go in for sports and start by doing at least 10 push-ups. He sweated and puffed, but couldn't get any results. Opening the system menu, Jung Yu thought puzzledly. She and Shadow have been training intensely for several days, but the Shadow points accumulate slowly. For all this time, we managed to accumulate only 8 points out of 10 to move to the next level of Shadow development. He had a timid idea. It is possible that Shadow points will accumulate faster in the dark world. As soon as Jung Yu stopped at the black spot, a blue haze enveloped him. The dark side began to suck the guy into itself. A second later, the young man was already waist-deep. In this world, all that was left of him was his torso and head with his arms. A second later, the guy disappeared completely. Only a dark blot remained on the floor, used as a portal between worlds. Jung Yu found himself in a dark green space. An unknown force moved his body, which was surrounded by a blue aura. Feeling a hard surface beneath him, the young man finally dared to open his eyes and looked around cautiously. To his surprise, the dark world looked exactly the same. The guy found himself in his own room, but everything here was dark gray. Jung Yu quickly got dressed and ran outside. He couldn't wait to see what the dark world was like. On the outside, everything remained the same as it was. The same multi-story buildings, but the landscape itself became grayer and duller. Shielding his eyes from the bright source of light, the young man skipped and ran to explore the new world, glad that everything worked out. The entire metropolis was as if shrouded in gray fog. Only a small area opposite the guy was illuminated by bright light. Jung Yu remembered his adventures. He barely managed to get out of his room outside. It took a lot of effort. It turned out that falling to the dark side is not so easy. To do this, you need to leave the real world. Looking at the streets, the young man was surprised to discover that in the dark world, everything looked exactly the same. Thinking that everything was a little darker here, the guy did not notice that someone's cloak was fluttering to his right. This stranger seemed like the perfect target. The owner of the cloak flew into the air to follow the distracted man. Jung Yu just paused. Looking at the buildings from the real world that were so familiar to him, the creature began to approach. The young man saw that a shadow was hanging over him, but did not attach much importance. He was sure that it was his own shadow. The guy even smiled, turning back. He was pleased that the shadow found out about his arrival in the dark world and decided to meet him. To his horror, Jung Yu realized that it was something else. A huge mouth with many sharp teeth, like stakes, told him that it was a monster. The monster's hands ended not in fingers but in sharp blades. The creature slowly approached the guy. He immediately realized that there was no time left to think. Now he needed to escape as quickly as possible. As soon as Jung Yu jumped forward, both blades slammed into the asphalt, creating sparks at the very spot where he was standing. The monster's eyes glowed with a bright white light. Long hair fluttered in flight. She clearly didn't like the fact that the victim was running away. The monster attacked faster and faster. The young man barely had time to dodge the deadly blades, and he didn't like it. The monster was not going to give up and continued to attack the stranger. The guy bent back at the last moment. The blade almost cut off his head. Jung Yu remembered that he had new abilities. He hastily activated the shadow pupil. A circle with inscribed symbols appeared in the air. The young man managed to dive into the portal he had summoned at the last second and successfully avoid an unpleasant fate. The green space picked him up and carried him away from the dark world. The speed hurt my ears. The next moment, Jiang Yu fell headfirst on the floor in his room. Now the young man was even glad of this pain. He managed to avoid death. Despite the fact that the guy was covered in scratches and abrasions, he avoided the worst. He was lucky. The monster only managed to tear his pants at the buttocks. There was also a cut on the left knee. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what kind of creature it was or why it attacked. He carefully examined the wound, turning away the edges of the tissue. The exercises brought results. The guy became much more mobile. The young man smiled. Fortunately, the monster was unable to inflict significant wounds and managed to leave the dark world. But personal interests were involved here. The guy got angry and grabbed the folding stool. He couldn't leave it. Jiang Yu was confident that he could easily defeat his opponent with improvised means and return to the dark world to exact revenge. Unfortunately, that day he again had to flee. The monster turned out to be too strong an opponent. The young man did not want to give up so easily and returned the next day. The monster dodged his blow and almost broke the guy's chest. A day later, the young man discovered blood loss on his buttocks. He barely managed to restore 6% of his blood. In order for the wounds to heal faster, I had to call Lu Yao Yao for help. She expertly took care of the guy's wounds below his back. The girl said in surprise that he had been fighting a lot lately. Jiang Yu smiled and proudly replied that scars adorn a man. The guest laughed and asked when the scars on the buttocks adorned warriors. The young man howled in pain, his eyes almost popping out from the tension. Yaoma said embarrassedly that everything should be fine soon. If the wounds hurt, it means they are healing. The guy turned his head and asked what she intended to do next because there was only 1 month left. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, not understanding her interlocutor. She asked what was 1 month left. Jiang Yu turned over and sat on the sofa. He reminded them that they had an exam in a month if Yao Yao forgot about it. Over the past 100 years, due to the disaster, the culture and art industry began to suffer losses. Nobody was interested in entertainment anymore. The modern public preferred bloody battles. Such events attracted entire stadiums. Becoming a Night's Watch fighter is not that easy. The candidates sparred while taking the state-level exam. The guy and the girl were sitting together on the sofa and discussing the future exam. Service for this organization promised many benefits. Lu Yao Yao fell silent for a while treating the abrasion on Jiang Yu's arm. She suddenly said that she did not want to participate in this. Her lips were pressed tightly together, her face full of determination. The young man turned to his interlocutor and realized that the girl was not joking. The guest embarrassedly exclaimed that instead of serving in the Night's Watch, she would prefer to study music. The guy turned to her again in surprise and replied that in fact it was her own business, except that her father might be against it. In fact, the girl's logic was not entirely clear to him, given that her uncle Lu was one of the highest officials in the Night's Watch. Lu Yao Yao brought the pair with healing cream over the bruised area. Due to her emotions, her hands trembled and the medicine almost fell to the floor. Remembering her father, the girl almost cried from powerlessness. She knew that the man would oppose her decision. Yama carefully applied the cream and asked her to keep her words secret. The fact is that recently the policy of the Night's Watch has changed. She added that now anyone can apply to take the martial arts exam. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what this was all about. He knew that the girl would pass the exam in any case thanks to her knowledge. The girl embarrassedly admitted that recently they began to recruit almost everyone into the Night Watch. She is confident that she can get there. The young man now understood what was on his interlocutor's mind. He admitted that Yao Yao was indeed a very capable beauty. The guy remembered that to serve in the watch you need to own many types of weapons. For example, he will definitely fail at shooting a pistol. The thought occurred to him that failing the exam did not mean anything bad. He would not be sent to a correctional camp. At that moment, it dawned on the guy. He could use this girl for his own purposes. She would help him in the fight against the others. Jiang Yu asked if he could use the detector. Yao Yao exclaimed that there was no point. When meeting the special one, it is better to run away immediately. The young man heard such a term for the first time and asked again. The girl smiled barely and said that they were called that. The guy suspected that it was just such a monster that he was dealing with. Yao Yao looked at her interlocutor in surprise, trying to understand what he was up to. She began to get up from the sofa, Saying that the treatment was over, Jung Yu guessed that her family knew quite a lot about the others. The girl asked if he was going to take the exam. The young man admitted that he would try to pass the martial arts exam. Yama immediately became serious and frowned. The guy hastily said that he also writes comics about the others. The interlocutor's face changed again. She enthusiastically asked to tell me something. In fact, there were no comics. The young man came up with everything on the fly. Stumbling, he quickly came up with the basic idea for a comic about a skinny guy named Aben who was bullied by everyone. The Night's Watch chose him for their secret experiment. So the young man received a super soldier injection and became a captain. He never took part in urban battles with the others. The management constantly invited Aben to social events. Jung Yu solemnly said that this continued until the city was invaded by powerful others. The girl liked this story so much that she invited the writer to go to her apartment, which was on the same floor. Lu Yaoyao asked the guy to wait in the room while she went to her father's room. The pink chair and pink table lamp made it clear whose room this was. There was a huge white teddy bear on the bed, and on the shelf there were all kinds of signs with kisses and hearts on them. To the left of the desk, a red youth bag and a white cap hung on a wooden wall hanger. But besides all this goodness, which was an integral part of the life of any young girl, there was something else. There were several women's novels on the bed. The cover of one of them depicted a young couple in love. Unfolding a book called Fateful Void, Jung Yu asked if she really liked comic books about brother and sister love. Yaoma immediately flushed and pulled the book out of her hands. She exclaimed that she didn't read this. It was just left by a friend. The girl demanded that her guest sit quietly in one place without touching her personal belongings. She will come now. When the hostess left, the young man thought that even after years, nothing had changed. The girl never learned to defend herself. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy noticed an acoustic guitar near the closet in the right corner of the room. He remembered that she always liked music. There was a tape recorder with a cassette nearby. Jung Yu couldn't resist and turned on the lose button. The music immediately started playing. Listening to familiar songs, the young man remembered their childhood. Once upon a time, they caught butterflies together in a meadow. Already as teenagers, we listened to the same music, sharing headphones. Closing his eyes, the young man remembered with pleasure how good they had been together. Yao Yao said in surprise that he didn't like this music before. Jung Yu couldn't understand what was happening. He rubbed his eyes with his fists, as if after a sweet dream the girl's voice woke him up. Lu Yaoyao laughed and reminded her that before the guy simply couldn't stand this music, but now he listens to it with pleasure. She casually tossed the virtual reality glasses into her interlocutor's hands. The girl said that all the data is there. Without wasting a second, the delighted guest grabbed the device and attached it to his head. He had long dreamed of testing it. These glasses differed from the usual set in that they were equipped with a liquid crystal display on the front. As soon as Jung Yu activated the virtual reality headset, the whole world ceased to exist for him. He couldn't even feel the chair he was sitting on. An unknown force was carrying him backwards into the ocean of cyberspace, and this feeling was incredibly real. The young man opened his eyes slightly. For some time, he adapted to the simulation of cyberspace, not distinguishing the fictional world from the real one. It was as if he was flying in the blue infinity of space between stars and asteroid fragments. Everything seemed real, even the feeling of flight. The guy suggested that he was seeing a space called Shenzhou. It was rumored that this is where the disaster began. It was as if Jung Yu had seen with his own eyes the other, black humanoid creatures from which the troubles on Earth began. The young man could not understand what kind of creatures they were. They were very similar to the monsters he had seen that day in the hospital. The appearance of monsters became possible only thanks to the dark world, which was a projection of the real world. Some unknown force, which enclosed the guy in a protective sphere of force, carried him further and further from Shenzhou. The endless expanse of alien unknown space ended. Jung Yu was approaching the blue orbit of the Earth. Now he was flying over his hometown. The young man knew that the layer of shadows changes every 3 months, updating the holistic picture of the world. The layer of shadows significantly weakens the world's defenses, and during this period the others penetrated. People with a low defense rank are better off staying at home. In addition, there is a lot of contamination in the layers. If a person stays there for a long time, he himself can become another? Jung Yu was surprised. He never knew about this. Suddenly, a huge cyclops appeared behind him. The monster itself was black as coal. White flashes of energy moved across his body. The young man began to turn his head cautiously. The size of the monster amazed him. It would not be easy to cope with this one. At that moment, when the other was ready to rush at the guy, a golden-colored portal opened in the sky. The wide beam constrained the monster's movements. The flash was so bright that the monsters of the entire city watched with displeasure at the destruction of their fellow tribesmen. Jiang Yu looked in front of him in surprise, not quite understanding what happened and who could save him from the merciless monster. A bright flash illuminated his face. The guy remembered that to successfully fight the others, you need to completely control yourself. In this case, there is a chance to become special. It was just such a humanoid creature of dazzling bronze color that appeared before his eyes. The young man was delighted with the appearance of the special one. He hoped that after successfully passing the exams, he would also become like this. Jianyu thought for a while and cooled down. After all, in fact, the special one is the same other, but with a human body. He can control his power, but it is precisely because of this that the special ones die. Their bodies simply dissolve in space. In a matter of seconds, only a shapeless black spot remains from the special one. He ceases to exist and can turn into an other. The special ones constantly fight the pollution of the outside world and mercilessly fight the others to protect humanity. But after death, when only a shapeless black spot remains, the special one himself can, with a high degree of probability, turn into an other. Before the young man's eyes, the dazzling white limb of the special one turned black, and sharp claws appeared on it. Jiang Yu learned with horror that the specials do not spare their strength when they realize that they will have to die, and they will still turn into others. This happened this time too. The special one, who defeated the huge monster, himself turned into a black giant and looked at the guy menacingly. This concludes the demonstration of virtual reality glasses. After a bright flash, the screen went dark and became dark. The young man took the device off his head and exclaimed in admiration. Lu Yao Yao looked at her guest in surprise. She didn't understand why the guy was so happy. The girl asked what Jiang Yu thought about it. The young man replied that there was too much information. He had to think it over carefully. The young man smiled and asked to stretch him. At that same second, Yao Yao hit him on the neck and angrily demanded to repeat the request again. The guy knew exactly what to buy it with. He showed 3 fingers and promised that he would help create 3 original stories of her choice. The girl could not resist such a generous offer and began to massage the neck and shoulders of the satisfied Jiang Yu. Yama asked why he had health problems. The young man complained that his neck was stiff after training. The hostess asked the interlocutor if he was working on his abs. Just as she lifted his t-shirt and felt his abs, the door to her room opened. The girl's father held a high position in the Night Watch organization. He was very unhappy with his daughter and neighbor. To smooth out the unpleasant impression, Lu Yao Yao offered to have a snack. The man frowned at the young man. Silence reigned at the table. Jiang Yu tried to calmly eat the offered portion of rice, but almost choked. Food wouldn't go down his throat. Seeing how quickly the strong jaws of the apartment owner dealt with the hard bones, the guy gasped. Yao Yao tried to smooth things over and handed her father a piece of meat with a smile. She stated that everything was not really what it looked like from the outside. The man indignantly asked what exactly he misunderstood. He guessed his eyes had deceived him. The girl hesitated. She didn't know what to answer. Yama blushed and screamed for Jiang Yu to finally say something and explain what was happening himself. The young man said that he would admit his guilt and drink 3 glasses as punishment. Without waiting for an answer, he reached for the container with the greenish liquid. The guy said he could do it and confidently drank the first glass. Father and daughter watched their guest in horror. Unfortunately, this did not soften the man and only gave him confidence that he was right. Lu became even more angry. He shouted that he would kill the rogue. Yao Yao tried to delay him at least a little. Jiang Yu ran away, shouting as he ran that he had been misunderstood. The young man remembered his childhood. Even then, he and the girl were friends. He was a badass and ran around with a wooden sword, scaring away birds in the area. Lu Yao Yao was a completely different person. She dressed beautifully, helped her parents, and studied diligently at school. Nevertheless, the girl inseparably followed the guy even when he went to the toilet. In response to his reproaches, she defiantly lifted the bottom of her dress. Jiang Yu guessed that this connection was formed after one incident. Then he returned home covered in scratches and missing one tooth. Hooligans older than him pestered the crying girl and threatened the guy with violence. Despite this, he boldly demanded that Lu Yao Yao be left alone. In addition, the girl could be attracted by his courage and beauty. Through tears, the cutie watched her savior in embarrassment. The young man boldly rushed into an unequal battle. Yao Yao wished him good luck. She really wanted the guy to teach the hooligans a lesson. Even when Zhang Yu pretended to be a tramp and collected alms, the girl helped him in an old dress with patches. She was holding a poster calling for help for children. Soon enough, Uncle Lu came across them. Calling the guy a liar, he hit him on the head. Yao was asked not to play with him anymore. After that incident, the man did not allow his daughter to approach the neighbor and constantly looked at him with suspicion. After a few minutes, Lu cooled down a bit and agreed to peace talks. He gloomily took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, not taking his eyes off the guy. He opened the gasoline lighter and raised it to his mouth, intending to light a cigarette and calm down a little. Lu Yaoyao immediately frowned. She couldn't stand it when someone smoked next to her, especially in the apartment. The girl quickly snatched the cigarette from her father's mouth. He was so unhappy with the guest that he didn't even look in her direction. The man gloomily asked what the guy and the girl were doing at the moment when he returned to the apartment. Zhang Yu was overjoyed. Finally, everything will become clear. He blurted out that he and Yao Yao were looking at information about others and specials. Lu slowly turned his head to his daughter and looked at her incredulously. His expression was still stony. The girl blushed and barely showed her tongue to her father. She too was glad that the man finally realized that nothing like that had happened. The owner no longer hid his feelings. He sighed with relief, finally allowing himself to relax and smile. The man turned to the guest. Now there was no longer a metallic note in his voice. Lu spoke to the guy as if he were a friend. He asked if Zhang Yu knew why the government kept information about the others secret from the students. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. He never paid attention to this and never wondered why there were such rules. The man explained that outbursts of negative emotions can attract the attention of monsters. There are things that are better not to know. Zhang Yu listened to his interlocutor with his mouth open. He had no idea that obtaining information could negatively affect the world. Lu said that many people became crazy as soon as they learned the truth. Not everyone has the willpower to cope with this. The young man was afraid to move and listened carefully to Lu. The man said that it is for this reason that different checks are carried out before the exam. Only candidates who have demonstrated superior physical fitness can go to the dark world. It's very dangerous there. The owner blew out smoke and asked if the guy now understands how dangerous the dark world and information about the others are. Zhang Yu smiled. He politely replied that he had listened carefully and now understands much more about monsters. However, he cannot afford to miss taking the martial arts exam this year. Moreover, he already knows some of the information. The man frowned and clenched his fists. He already wanted to tell the stupid boy everything he thought about him. Suddenly, the phone rang. It turned out that his entire squad was called to an urgent mission. This had to do with shadow layers. Lu immediately stood up from his seat. He told the interlocutor that he understood the information and immediately set off. Turning to the guest, the man asked not to upset him. Then he will try to accept him into the ranks of the Night's Watch. Zhang Yu put his hand to his heart and solemnly promised that everything would be fine. He and Yao would not do anything like that. The girl almost choked. She ran up to the guy and shouted that they had never had such thoughts before. They began to stretch each other's cheeks. The Feast of Blessing has arrived. Sugared hawthorn berries were sold on the streets. The little girl sat on her father's shoulders and held 2 portions. This delicacy was so tasty that she swallowed several berries at a time, strung on a sharp stick. The information board continuously showed the same trio of fearless warriors from the Night's Watch. Zhang Yu watched the video with dissatisfaction. He hoped to get more information but did not learn anything new for himself. The young man went to the grocery supermarket to replenish his food supplies. Armed with a plastic basket, he quickly walked between the rows. On one of the shelves there was a small olive-colored bottle. The guy reached out to take a closer look at her. If he interpreted his neighbor's words correctly, this product will soon be hidden for most consumers. You need to take it while you can. Suddenly the phone rang in my pocket. Zhang Yu was forced to put the basket on the counter and answer the phone. As it turned out, it was Lu Yaoyao. She asked to take eggs and milk. The girl wanted to add something else, but she hesitated and changed her mind. The young man immediately understood the reason. He knew that she actually needed hygiene items. The neighbor was just too embarrassed to say. The guy chose 2 packages of pads that Yao Yao needed and smiled. She would also thank him for his insight. There were so many products that they barely fit into the largest plastic bag provided in the store. With his left hand in his pocket, Zhang Yu leisurely walked home through the city and looked at the signs on the street. He thought absent-mindedly that he was beginning to lose strength. Shadow's training is not enough. You need to start doing sports yourself. The young man walked past a residential building, continuing to think about the others. Recently, propaganda about the fight against them has intensified. Perhaps it was because of this that many people signed up for the martial arts exam. Last year, there were fewer of them. Suddenly, Zhang Yu realized that a huge shadow was looming over the city, and involuntarily raised his head up to look at the sky. The sun really disappeared. The black clouds were getting thicker and thicker. The guy had a very bad feeling. He tried to distract himself from the obsessive thoughts and told himself that it was all nonsense. The young man took out his left hand and stretched it a little, rotating it in different directions. The unpleasant feeling did not go away. Zhang Yu stole a glance behind him from around the corner. Making sure that there was no pursuit, he quickly ran forward. A dark blue sphere began to envelop the young man's body. He began to understand that the bad feeling was connected with the others. The guy stopped and could not move. A black spot on the ground held him tightly and began to suck him in. Not even a few seconds passed before Zhang Yu found himself in the dark world. He slowly appeared through the blue portal. The indicator told the young man that there was a creature nearby who had 14% of his life left. The guy clenched his fists, peering displeasedly at the dark city. He asked loudly who wanted to fight him. The walls of the buildings were silent. Zhang Yu lowered his neck and slowly continued moving. He knew that the enemy was lurking very close. A bloody man came out to meet the young man. There were fatal wounds on his arms and legs. Overpowering himself, the guy walked towards him. As the stranger approached, Zhang Yu examined 3 more round holes in his body. The face and neck were also covered in blood. You could see in your eyes how much pain each step taken brought. It was he who owned the indicator indicating the remaining 14% of vital activity. The young man recognized the man. They live in the same house. Zhang Yu fearfully asked the guy how he got here and what happened. The victim did not even have time to say a word. The man's strength finally left him. He fell on the asphalt in front of the young man. It was all very strange and suspicious. The guy looked around. Unfortunately, the man could no longer tell anything. Zhang Yu came closer to the man and was surprised to realize that all was not lost. The victim was still alive. The red percentage scale still showed the number 14. The guy was in bad condition, but he could be saved. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the air. Another appeared in the distance. His baggy clothes made him look like a diamond. Instead of lower limbs, the monster had a bony tail. The other was surrounded by an ominous red aura. He had 24% left. The young man looked at the other in surprise. He had a strange feeling that he had already seen a similar creature. As the monster got closer, Zhang Yu recognized the marks he had left on his face during the last fight. The guy got angry and rushed to attack. The time has come to take revenge on the other for not letting him into the dark world. That evening began as usual for the young man. He was just returning home from serving in the night's watch and intended to rest. He himself was no longer happy that he had successfully passed the exam. Before his service, this job seemed ideal to him, but in reality there was a lot of overtime work. Passing by a dark alley, the fighter heard children's screams. He looked in their direction and saw familiar spots. The man couldn't believe his eyes. Another tried to drag children into the dark world, taking advantage of their helplessness. In all his time serving in the night's watch, the guy had never seen people being stolen from the streets so unceremoniously. There was no time left to think. All that remains of the children in this world is their head. In a second they will find themselves in the dark world. The fighter ran to the opened gap and jumped after the children. He could not leave them to their fate. The man shouted that everything would be okay. There is no need to be afraid, he will help. From the portal, only the children's hands were now visible. The guy managed to grab the children by the wrists. A little more and he would have been able to drag them back to the real world. Unfortunately, the dark world turned out to be stronger. Since the fighter was holding the kids by the hands, he himself was pulled into the portal. The young man could not believe that all this was really happening. He expected to be able to save the children and go home. Instead, all 3 of them rushed for several seconds in a black abyss into a dimension alien to man. The portal has opened. The children sat against the wall of the house and roared. The boy and girl wanted to go home to their mother. The fighter began to slowly get up from the ground. He was shaking. The young man immediately thought that this was not entirely fair. He completed his shift and is now a civilian. He has no weapons. At that same second, a long limb, adorned with a sharp blade and a hook on its side, reached out towards him. The children screamed in fear. The man frowned. He realized that he would have to fight the other regardless of his desire. The fighter dodged and stepped on the monster's deadly limb. The blow bent her at a right angle. Continuing the counterattack, the guy struck again, the remains of a powerful paw with claws scattered in different directions. The children became quiet for a while and cautiously examined the severed limb of the other with interest. The man quickly assessed the situation. The gap between the worlds has disappeared. This means that they will not be able to return to their world. In addition, there are many monsters that can attack at any time. And he lost most of his fighting skills. But the worst thing was that there were helpless children nearby. The warrior could not think about them calmly. His heart was torn to pieces. Having played enough with the severed limb of the other, the children burst into tears again. She, vying with each other, screamed that they wanted to go home to their mother. And there was no connection in the dark world. The fighter could only send a distress signal from his bracelet and hope that help would arrive in time. The man pressed the button and activated the beacon. He didn't know if it would work or not. At least he tried to save the kids. The fighter smiled friendly at the children and sat down next to them. He gave the girl a bracelet with a beacon and said that it would help them survive. In fact, he understood that the bracelet could hardly help in the dark world. It all depends on how the higher powers decide. The children believed the man unconditionally. The boy, with hope in his voice, asked if he could take them home to his mother. The fighter smiled affectionately and replied that he was just about to do this, so they needed to stick together. The other was approaching him faster and faster. The man told the kids that he would sort out the small problem and take them home. My whole life flashed before my eyes. The young man remembered how he passed the exam on his 18th birthday and entered the martial arts department. He was not lazy for a day and visited the gym every day, realizing that it was not very easy to become a professional fighter. Thanks to grueling training, the guy already in his second year of study took first place in the exam for fighting others. At first, he rejoiced at his successes and continued to successfully defeat enemies in the dark world during raids. But after some time, the fighter realized that on the real battlefield, diligence alone was clearly not enough. His comrades were more able to boast of their successes and showed defeated giants at competitions. The young man began to train even more intensely, and after some time built up a significant amount of muscle mass. Unfortunately, at a certain stage it all ended. The fighter realized that he had reached his limit and would not be able to step over the line. That day, the man finally gave up and transferred to the humanitarian field. He was now a civilian member of the Night's Watch. Looking at the wall, the young man saw his mirror image. This gave him self-confidence. The fighter confidently ran towards the huge monster, which was surrounded by an ominous red aura. Another one angrily watched the enemy. Having carefully looked at the monster with many sharp teeth, the young man identified the enemy as a medium level of danger. Another committed a rash act and underestimated his opponent. He moved towards the guy with his tongue extended forward. The fighter hit him on the chin almost automatically. This was the most vulnerable place at the moment. Powerful teeth did their job. The jaw closed, biting off part of the tongue. Blood gushed from the monster's mouth. The angry other tried to counterattack the man, but he was alert and jumped out of the way in time. Dodging the next blow, the fighter made a quick turn, leaning his whole body only on his heel. Immediately after this, the man jumped, slipped between the sharp blade-like paws, and struck the monster in the jaw with his left hand. Another howled in pain. When he lured bipeds to the dark world, the prey seemed too easy to him. The young man rejoiced. He was confident of his victory. The fighting skills returned as if by themselves. The body confidently resisted the monster. The man noticed his mistake too late. He had no right to relax until complete victory over the enemy. A powerful clawed paw crashed into the fighter's chest and pushed him away with tremendous force. The young man broke through a brick wall with his back. Just as he knelt down, preparing for another attack from the monster, the other screamed in victory and flew forward. Blood flowed in a thin stream from the fighter's broken lip. He reproached himself for miscalculating the enemy's maneuver. This time, the man concentrated and was able to jump back at the right moment. The blades hissed through the air. Not a single blow from the monster now reached its target. It took incredible effort, but the fighter dodged the attack in time. Unfortunately, the fight became increasingly difficult. The guy was already pretty tired. His body seemed to be filled with lead. For some time, the fighter managed to run around the enraged monster, whose blades replaced limbs. The young man realized that after a while he would simply collapse from fatigue. It was time to move on to active action. The guy clenched his fists, preparing to attack. Having chosen the right moment, the fighter swung his right hand. He was already pretty tired of this battle. Anger added strength. The young man used one of the shadow skills called blinding. A blue wave erupted from his fist. It grew into a large stream and pushed the other aside. The energy blast reached the monster's body right under its chin. Another screamed offendedly. It was very painful. Without giving him a chance to rest, the man soared up and delivered a crushing blow from above. The monster fell on its back. Fatigue took its toll, and it became increasingly difficult to fight the other. In addition, pollution levels continued to rise. The monster howled angrily. The fighter was glad that he rarely used the skills before, so he could use them now. The opponents rushed towards each other. The fighter realized that there might not be another chance. He needed to use it now. They collided in a jump. Using a special ability, the young man extended his hand forward. This should have repelled the other. The monster turned out to be stronger. At the moment of the blow, he only growled aggressively. The resistance from the victim was pretty tired. Another carried out a counterattack with lightning speed. The fighter gasped. He realized with horror that the creature had struck him on his left cheek. The monster threw his opponent to the ground. The man hit his back painfully and began bleeding from his mouth. Just as the fighter began to rise to his knees, the other lifted him high into the air again and carelessly dropped him to the ground. Coughing blood, the young man rose up in a cloud of smoke. He couldn't believe that the monster had adapted to his skills so quickly. The most offensive thing was that this other flying towards him was only of an average level. Any combat student could handle it. The monster was almost there. The fighter managed to think that he would not be able to defeat him, but he would still fight to the last. The opponents met again in an unequal battle. The man decided that in his situation it was best to simply play for time and wait for the right moment. Besides, he hoped that he could hold out long enough for more Night's Watch to come and rescue the crying children. The young man was too distracted. He belatedly realized that the light from the other was reflected unnaturally brightly and suspiciously close. The fighter barely had time to tilt his head. The enemy's sharp claws cut into his body. One of them pierced the collarbone. Drenched in blood, the young man fell to the ground. He tried to get up immediately. The other knew that he had won, and now walked towards his victim slowly. The fighter was lying on the ground among the broken bricks. A wide vertical claw mark stretched from the collarbone to the chest. The young man could no longer get up. The other was reflected in his pupils. The fighter bitterly suggested that he was dying and could do nothing more. Memories came in fragments to my head. At the age of 15, he knelt next to the bodies of his parents covered with snow-white sheets. The others did it. It was for this reason that the young man at the age of 18 decided to take a martial arts test and fight monsters all his life. 2 years later, he was expelled, but the next year, the guy was able to join the Night's Watch unit as a civilian. During this time, he has seen a lot. Faced with the death of friends and relatives from the clutches of huge monsters, people lost their last hope. Before the eyes of the dying young man, the stain of pollution spread faster and faster. He promised himself that before he died, he would try to kill the other. The guy was on his knees. His body was trembling. The pollution had already reached his neck and was rising higher. The fighter kept convincing himself that he was obliged to give battle to the monster. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Another reached the peak of aggressive activity and kept his opponent in a blue fog. Having gathered his strength, the young man finally stood up from his knees. My head was a little dizzy and my legs were giving way. The fighter boldly looked into the eyes of the monster and took a defensive stance. He was ready to begin the second stage of the fight for survival. Despite the damaged collarbone, the young man boldly rushed into the attack. The other was just waiting for this. He was glad to continue the fight. Gathering his strength, the warrior boldly ran towards the monster. He screamed loudly to drown out his own fear. The other prepared to attack and waved its blade-like limbs threateningly. The young man at this time jumped into the air and was now approaching the enemy. The kick was fast and strong. Having broken one of the limbs, the fighter's leg crashed into the monster's left jaw. The stunned other was forced to retreat back. The guy landed victoriously. He was ready to fight to the bitter end. Ignoring the growing level of pollution, the man clenched his fists. The decisive moment has come. The monster must die. Sparing no effort, the young man struck blow after blow at the hated face of the other. The monster only groaned after each blow. At that moment, the fighter realized that he was not strong enough. His blows do not cause significant damage. You need to hit even harder. The guy began to thresh the monster with all his might. His head hung helplessly on his neck. The young man was still dissatisfied with the result. He continued to beat the other, feeling that there was very little left. It takes a little more effort. The man sighed heavily and rushed to the attack again. He had been pretty tired over the past few minutes, but he forced himself to swing again. At that moment, something strange happened. The young man realized that he could not move from his place. His body was trembling from severe tension. Taking advantage of the fighter's helplessness, the other hit him with a huge fist. The guy was unable to block the blow and flew back. During the flight, the monster caught up with him and hit him again so hard that the falling body changed the trajectory of its fall. Blood was pouring from the guy's broken head. After a strong blow, he could not see anything and was forced to admit that his skills were not enough. Trying not to let his eyes close, the young man reproached himself for not being able to cope with such a simple other, even with the use of pills. The fighter had already said goodbye to life, but suddenly his peripheral vision caught some strange movement. It was not the other. It was at this moment that Zhang Yu appeared in the dark world with a package from the store. He angrily asked what was going on here. The dying guy thought in surprise that the stranger did not look like either a fighter from the Night's Watch or a special one. The young man picked up the fighter and pulled him to the wall. Zhang Yu said that he should rest. He will do everything himself. The warrior looked at the smiling guy in surprise. He knew well that a random person would not be able to get into the dark world. In front of the bloodied Night's Watch employee, the monster hit the stranger in the jaw, and he flew back. Somersaulting in the air with wild screams, Zhang Yu flew several meters and fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose above him. The man couldn't believe his eyes. This guy boastfully declared that he could cope with the other, but could not withstand even one blow. The young man sighed. Unfortunately, you will have to finish off the monster yourself. This weakling is no good for anything. Rushing forward, the warrior backhanded the hated other, because of whom he ended up here with the children. By this point, the monster had already weakened significantly. He had only 24% of his vital functions left. Having received a strong slap in the face, the other howled pitifully. After this blow, he lost another percentage on the red indicator. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu angrily stood up from the ground. He was very angry that the same monster continued to fight him. Now he had the advantage. The guy had 73% health. He took out a half-liter container with sauce and glass from the bag. The bright green moon over the city well illuminated the space between the houses where Zhang Yu and the monster met each other. Seeing a large bottle in the hands of the enemy, the other ran towards the young man with a roar. The guy stepped back and the sauce fell out of his hands. A glass bottle fell on the asphalt and broke into many pieces with a clang. Fortunately, the neck remained intact. Zhang Yu picked up the rose and hit the other. The monster howled in pain, having received multiple injuries from a cutting object. The other now no longer thought about victory. He realized that he could not cope with two enemies, and decided to run away. The young man noticed that the monster was running away and rushed after him. Another extended his limb as far as possible and pulled his body towards it. From a sudden blow to the body with a rose, the monster froze in place. Severe pain pierced his body, and he began to lose his strength. Another belatedly attacked the offender, but Zhang Yu dodged all his attacks and teased him like a little child. He has already studied the enemy's tactics. When the guy had enough, he himself ran up to the monster and began to fiercely strike with the rosette. Others only groaned after each wound they received. Another tried to roar fiercely, but due to his weakness, the sound turned into a strangled wheeze. The fight was not worth continuing. However, he was not going to give up so easily. The monster moved back to a safe distance, cautiously studying its offender. Now, the fighter has changed his mind. He became convinced that the strange stranger was not a weakling, as he had initially thought. Zhang Yu wanted revenge, the young man screamed, that a few days ago he lost to the other in battle, but today he would make him die. The fighter watched in surprise as the guy fearlessly rushed to attack the dangerous monster. The stranger grabbed the other's bony tail, trying to break it. The man whistled respectfully. It was a worthy sight. The monster managed to free himself. He twisted and threw his attacker into the brick wall. Zhang Yu gasped in severe pain. Coughing, he tried to get up. The young man reproached himself. He forgot the main rule. You cannot attack the same place twice. Meanwhile, the other was rushing at full speed towards his opponent. The balance of power has been restored. Now he will teach the little man a lesson. The guy found himself in a difficult situation. The children were trembling with fear, and now he was their only hope for salvation. If he escapes, then all three, including the Night's Watch fighter, will inevitably die from the clutches of the vile monster. Zhang Yu resolutely clenched his weapon in his hand. The monster only has 20% of his life left, so don't be afraid of him. The wounded fighter contributed to the fight and shouted to the guy that the other had a serious injury on his right rib, and he should hit there. The young man nodded his head happily and ran towards the monster along a zigzag path to confuse him. Another growled angrily and straightened up to his full height. He realized that he couldn't leave. He had to fight to the end. Zhang Yu smiled triumphantly. Thanks to a tip from a Night Watch employee, he had another trump card. Approaching right next to the monster, the guy flashed in front of him, appearing first on the left, then on the right. He waited for the other to reveal his injury. The young man chose the right moment and dived under the monster, plunging the rose directly into the open wound on his rib. The monster howled offendedly and clicked its teeth. After this blow, he lost another 2% of his blood. The other one turned around and ran away. A little more, and he will not be able to resist his offender at all. Zhang Yu stood in surprise with a rose in his hand. He just got the hang of it, but the monster simply cowardly ran away from the battlefield. The warrior immediately realized that the other would not just fly so fast and followed the direction of his movement with his eyes. The man realized too late what the inhabitant from the Shenzhou world was up to. Unfortunately, he couldn't help. The monster was already flying up to the children, who cowered in fear and closed their eyes, realizing that no one would save them. The fighter shouted that he needed to stop the other as quickly as possible. He wants to get the blood of unfortunate children. The monster flew over the children like a kite. The boy barely had time to grab his sister's hand and moved back to the wall, hugging the girl to him. The other was approaching faster and faster, opening its huge mouth as it flew. Poisonous saliva dripped from his sharp fangs. The boy understood that this was the end. He tried his best not to cry and turned his little sister towards him so as not to scare her. The other's breath was so close that it was useless to wait for help. The kid closed his eyes dejectedly, preparing for the worst. Zhang Yu became increasingly indignant. The young man opened his package. The only heavy item left was a Coca-Cola can. The guy took careful aim. To make the blow more noticeable, Zhang Yu ran up and threw the can at his opponent at the peak of his speed. Others did not suspect any of this. He had already opened his mouth and was ready to swallow innocent children. The can flew towards the monster, picking up speed. Unfortunately, the shell was launched too late. The children would inevitably be harmed before the can reached its target. The Night's Watch fighter quickly calculated all this and ran across the monster in time, saving the boy and his sister. Seeing that the man had jumped up and was trying to reach him from a height, the other raised his head in displeasure. At the moment when the fighter swung for a strong blow, his body was pierced by 3 darts fired by the monster. Due to his injuries, the man quickly thought of a new tactic. His boot slammed into the chest of the other as it flew away. Bleeding, the wheezing monster fell to the ground. The fighter was also pretty exhausted and landed nearby. Thanks to this blow, the monster lost another 3% of its blood, but the man had a hard time too. He was coughing up blood from his wounds. The other one was completely weak, but was not going to give up. He turned his attention to the last offender. Now, a huge mouth with sharp, poisonous teeth was slowly approaching the man lying on the ground. It was difficult for him to even get up. At that moment, when the monster almost opened its mouth near the fighter's face, Zhang Yu appeared behind him and pulled his long hair. The other immediately stopped. This caused him incredible pain. The young man grinned maliciously. He knew what he was doing. Pulling the monster's hair up, the guy began to squeeze the airways in his throat with his free hand and took away another percentage of his life. Continuing to hold the other by the hair, Zhang Yu pushed him forward and slammed his muzzle into the asphalt. The monster's teeth fell out. The monster howled pitifully. The young man stepped on his back and triumphantly exclaimed that he was forced to fight a child who barked like a puppy. The guy began to fiercely beat the lying other, saying that he was not easy to deal with. He just groaned after each blow. A white cloud of energy formed on the monster's chest. The more the guy hit him, the brighter the light source became. In surprise, Zhang Yu paused and stopped hitting the enemy. The light was so dazzling that everything around was as clear as day. The young man assumed that this meant the approaching death of the other and continued the execution with redoubled force. The monster gasped and squeezed out the last drop of pollution. The guy was angry that his opponent was clinging to life so stubbornly. Now he purposefully hammered it at a bright source of light. Zhang Yu shouted that he was already tired of fighting. It was time for the other to finally die and leave people alone. Meanwhile, everything around began to change. The energy released by the monster was so strong that the stones around began to rise into the air. The young man did not notice that he was in the center of a giant funnel, which was spinning faster and faster. He beat the other mercilessly. Finally, there was a huge explosion. The wave threw away the head of the monster with its muzzle distorted in horror. Stained with the blood of the other, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The fight against this monster was not easy, but he managed to defeat it. The energy field was fading away. Cobblestones and stones that were hanging in the air near the surface began to fall down. The young man stood on a black spot of pollution. Behind him, bricks, cobblestones, and boxes thrown by residents continued to fall. Empty boxes, cans, and other containers fell on top of each other with a roar. The last stones flew from the sky and fell nearby. In a few seconds, it was all over. The last pebble that fell from the sky rolled lonely on the ground. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch member tiredly bowed his head and sat with his eyes closed. The children had already calmed down a little and were dozing sitting next to him. Jiang Yu stood with his eyes closed, clutching his head. The fight with the other drained all my strength. My head was simply pounding. But this price was low. Remembering that he was finally able to kill the monster and take revenge on him, the guy opened his eyes and smiled. The young man felt that he was beginning to lose strength. His vision became blurred, everything blurred before his eyes. Jiang Yu tried to take a few steps towards the Night's Watch fighter. Things got even worse. The alley began to plunge into darkness. A few seconds later, the guy could only make out his shadow in the green fog of the dark world, which appeared before his eyes. She began to feel double. The young man lost consciousness. Before he fell to the ground, Jiang Yu only managed to see the edge of the sewer hatch. A global catastrophe has begun in the dark world. The remains of cars were burning all around. Broken traffic lights lay on the roads. Residential buildings were engulfed in fires. The fire continued to spread throughout the city. The streets were full of lifeless bodies. Some blocks were intact, but fiery flashes appeared more and more often in different areas of the city. Jiang Yu arrived at the gathering place and looked around in amazement. He didn't understand why the world had changed so quickly. In addition, the guy caught some movement with his peripheral vision. He began to turn his head in surprise. Dozens of others were creeping up behind the young man. Some caught up with him and stopped opposite, taking the enemy into a tight circle. Jiang Yu couldn't believe that so many monsters had gathered in one place. He could barely cope with one representative of their species. Dozens of limbs with sharp claws simultaneously reached out to the young man. He stood barely alive from fear. Suddenly, another energy vortex appeared. The bright light almost blinded the guy. He was forced to close his eyes. The dark abyss swallowed Jiang Yu. He frightenedly stretched his hand forward in the hope of grabbing something. Following the young man, the whirlwind sucked in cars, road signs, and pieces of buildings that collapsed at the moment of collapse. Fires continued to flare up in the city. There was no one to extinguish them. There were almost no people left in the dark world. This was the case all over the world. The sun disappeared. The dark world began to rule on all continents. None of the survivors believed in salvation. Some people were still trying to fight for their existence. Unfortunately, the others were arriving faster and faster. The forces were unequal. Jiang Yu, as if through a fog, saw the blurred silhouette of a Night Watch employee who was trying to stir him up. The young man cleared his throat and said that he was fine. It turned out that it was all just a dream. He continued to sit in the alley. The guy's memories ended with the fact that he killed the other. After that, there was a gap in memory. Jiang Yu didn't know what happened later. The young man pointed his finger at the monster's head and summoned the shadow pupil ability. The earth around began to vibrate. Dark spots began to envelop the guy. He smiled joyfully, his strength gradually returning. The fighter did not notice any of this. He asked his interlocutor in fear why he had calmed down. Jiang Yu hurriedly said that everything was fine. The young man looked carefully at his interlocutor and was surprised. The warrior's blood meter stopped at 10%, but he was still standing. The man patted the guy on the shoulder. Jiang Yu raised his head. He didn't understand why the Night Watch employee did this. He took the guy aside and suggested that he sit down near the wall. They had something to talk about for a few minutes. They were both so tired that they felt great relief when they finally allowed themselves to sit down near the corner of the house. The man had been wanting to ask a question for a long time. He guessed that Jiang Yu was also a member of the Night's Watch. The young man turned to his interlocutor in surprise. He thought that the man would recognize him immediately because they live in the same house. The guy attributed this to the fighter's poor eyesight and replied that he had nothing to do with the organization. The man smiled faintly. He stated that this specimen was very strong. If the young man had not been a member of the Night's Watch, he would not have been able to cope with him. The guy continued to say for a long time that the employees of the Night Watch are very strong. Jiang Yu couldn't understand why the man was talking about this. The stranger looked at Jiang Yu and told him with a smile that he was very strong. The main character looked excitedly at his interlocutor and asked if everything was okay. Jiang looked at the guy next to him and was surprised that he was laughing. He decided that the people from the Night Watch were striking him. The guy asked the main character what university he was studying at and what course he was in. Jiang replied that he was a second-year student at Beidou University. He thought to himself that he would not tell the truth to his interlocutor. The stranger asked the interlocutor what specialty he was studying. The main character did not like that the interlocutor asked him a lot of questions. The guy told the main character that he was learning martial arts. It is very strong for the humanitarian direction. Stranger asked the interlocutor if he had cigarettes. Jiang Yu was amazed at this request. The main character reached into his pocket and said that he only had cookies in the form of cigarettes. Jiang took out one crispy cigarette and broke it into two parts. The main character handed half a cigarette to his friend. He took another one for himself. Jiang explained to his friend that he first bought a lot of cookies in the form of cigarettes, but they all broke. He pointed to the pack lying on the ground. The main character, together with his new acquaintance, sat calmly and silently on the earth. The interlocutor asked the main character, was this the first time he killed someone else alone? Jiang Yu replied that this was his first time. The stranger looked up and sighed very thoughtfully to himself. The guy said that he always admired martial arts. He added that he was not even saved by his foresight, which was supposed to increase combat effectiveness. Jiang Yu replied to his interlocutor that he should talk less. This should help conserve energy until help arrives. The interlocutor replied that he just wanted to talk to someone. The guy looked at his bruised hand. He said it wasn't every day a civilian got the opportunity to fight another. He added that he was very weak. The stranger looked at his hand and said that he could not even resist the wave of pollution. Jiang Yu asked his interlocutor with interest whether he regrets everything. The stranger felt angry. He clenched his fist with all his strength in displeasure. The guy jumped up and answered displeasedly that he didn't regret anything and it was his choice. The guy shouted that he was a civilian. He goes to work every day and chats with girls. He also works on the Night Watch. The stranger coughed. The main character told the interlocutor to calm down, otherwise it would be hard for him. The guy pointed his finger at two small children. He said that he had sent a signal for help a long time ago. Rescuers should arrive soon. The lying boy held his finger on the button on the electronic watch. The stranger said that he felt relieved and it was time for him to go. The boy pressed his hand and the button on the watch lit up brightly. The stranger told the main character not to walk around. He continued chatting some more until the rescuers arrived. The main character looked at his new acquaintance and decided that he needed to get out already. He was tired of his interlocutor's chatter. It was deep night over the city. Everything around glowed with a greenish light. The guy continued his stories for the main character. The stranger spoke enthusiastically about his adventures. He said that he was brave and strong. Jiang Yu listened to the inspired stories of his interlocutor without any interest. The guy said that the next time the main character is at the university, he will need to take something to Director Zhou from the specialty of extraordinary technology. The main character looked at his interlocutor. He no longer wanted to listen to him. The stranger asked the main character with a smile to thank the director of Huang Sui Huang from the direction of culture. Jiang Yu suggested to his interlocutor that he write down his wishes for other people in a notebook. The stranger was surprised. He looked at the main character very dissatisfied. The guy said displeasedly that he had been carrying everything inside himself for a very long time. It was difficult for him to find someone to chat with. The stranger thought about something in his own mind and sighed very sadly. The guy, after a long thoughtfulness, remembered about the Beidou Academy. He decided that it would be nice for him to come there again. The stranger turned and asked the main character for a couple more sticks. The main character told his interlocutor with a smile that he liked the chopsticks. The guy extended his hand in the direction of the main character and held it on the ground. The stranger looked at the main character for a long time and told him to forget about everything. At this time, a dark blue swirl appeared on the street among the greenish light. The guy looked carefully to the side and said that the night watch had arrived. Jiang Yu happily looked at his interlocutor with a smile and said that he would now be helped. The main character stood up and picked up his package. He prepared to leave. Jiang Yu left his new acquaintance and went further down the street. The guy looked displeased at the main character and asked if he would go with him. Jiang Yu turned to his new acquaintance and replied that he would get there himself. The stranger remained seated. He sighed very sadly and dissatisfiedly. The guy looked after the main character and wished him a safe journey. The main character stopped and looked excitedly at the guy. He thanked him. Jiang Yu turned around and walked calmly down the street. His acquaintance was left lying on the ground. Vitality began to leave the guy. He closed his eyes and his head dropped. The main character silently and with great attention looked at the sitting stranger. Armed warriors appeared. One of them ran up to the guy and said that a member of the Night Watch and 2 children had been found. Jiang Yu stood and looked at everything that was happening. One of the warriors demanded to check his vital signs. Jiang noticed that the guy's standard of living had reached 10%. One of the fighters checked his pulse. The warrior turned sharply and looked in the direction of the main character. Jiang stood still. The main character looked at the unconscious guy with even more attention. Jiang saw that the stranger was gradually losing his vitality. There are no more than 9% left. The main character could not understand why the guy's blood level was falling. To himself, he thought that the stranger could be helped with new technologies. Jiang noticed how the warriors approached and took small children with them. The main character saw that the sitting guy was practically dead. The soldier stood nearby and looked at him. One of the warriors said that they needed to salute their former friend. The stranger's standard of living has dropped to 0%. Life left him. The guy's body began to crumble into large, sparkling pieces. They dissolved. The stranger's body sparkled with the brightest light. He almost fell apart. The main character looked at his new acquaintance with great excitement. Jiang stuck out his hand and shouted to the soldiers to wait. He was still thinking about saving the guy. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the main character's hand rested on a black void. Jiang Yu found himself on an ordinary city street. He shouted to someone in front of him. Passers-by looked at him in surprise. People looked at the main character with interest. They didn't understand what he was doing. Someone said that the guy might be some kind of actor. The main character stood and looked ahead. He remembered past words. The commander talked about how special people are obliged to remember important things. Jiang stood and looked in front of him with an unseeing gaze into the void in silence. The leader said in an important voice that one should not give up even at the last minute of life. The commander showed the pill in the container. After taking such a drug, the chances of further life are significantly reduced. The soldiers stood and listened to the commander. He told them to be very careful when taking the pill. The leader gave instructions to his subordinates to move forward until all others were destroyed. He reminded the soldiers that they were the Night Watch. The main character entered the elevator in his house. He climbed in it to the desired floor. Jiang Yu was riding in the elevator with a package in his hands. He was lost in his thoughts. The main character continued to remember to himself about the dead guy on the street. The elevator arrived at the desired floor, and Jiang Yu came out of the door and walked down the corridor. The main character walked and remembered the stranger he saw on the street. The guy kept making jokes while he was chatting. Jiang Yu walked to the front door. He decided that the stranger on the street just wanted to find someone to talk to before he died. Jiang inserted the key into the lock. He remembered that the guy passed away quietly and just like an ordinary person. The main character opened the door to his apartment. He remembered that the stranger had passed away and it didn't matter how ordinary he was. Jiang stood on the threshold of his home. He thought that he would never forget the stranger. The main character felt very tired from everything he had experienced. He even had a headache. The main character felt tired. He told himself that he would wash himself and go to bed. The guy looked in the mirror and noticed that he only had half of the blood left. He felt that he was walking with difficulty. Jiang stood near the refrigerator. He kept remembering about the dead guy. He had 10% of his life before his death. He could still be helped. The main character opened the refrigerator and took the groceries. He thought that training his body was not enough. Jiang placed mountains of food in front of him. He told himself that willpower is also very important. Suddenly, the guy let go of all the food he was holding. The girl was lying on the bed and asked the guy, "Why doesn't he answer the phone?" She asked, "Did he really go to the chicken coop for eggs?" Jian replied to his interlocutor that the new year was coming soon and there were long queues. The hero asked Lu Yao Yao with interest, "Where did she get the keys to his house?" The girl answered her interlocutor that Uncle Li asked her to take care of him. Lu Yao Yao looked at her friend with excitement. She asked, "Did he really get into a fight?" The main character told the interlocutor that it was already late and she should go home. He added that Uncle Lu will misunderstand everything again. Lu demanded that the main character turn around. Jiang Yu shouted that he was very hungry and wanted a bun. The girl grabbed the guy by the clothes. She demanded that he not go anywhere. Lu Yao Yao was very scared. She looked at the main character with excitement. The girl looked at her friend with excitement. She saw that he was very badly injured. Lu made attempts to hold the main character in her hands. The main guy answered her that he forgot to buy eggs. Jiang began to say that on the way home he was attacked and robbed. Then he caught up with the attacker and beat him. The main character told his girlfriend in detail how he beat the attacker. The girl with great attention extended her hand and touched the protagonist's face. Lu Yao Yao was very frightened by the appearance of the main character. She examined him carefully. The girl carefully touched the protagonist's face with her hand. The guy thought dissatisfied to himself that his girlfriend would never believe in nonsense. The main character dropped all his groceries on the floor. His girlfriend stood next to him. The girlfriend put her hand on the guy's face. She examined him silently and carefully. Lu Yao Yao asked the main character with great excitement, "Does he have a headache?" Jiang Yu looked at his girlfriend and told her with a smile that he just wanted to sleep. Lu Yao Yao looked at her interlocutor silently and with great distrust. The girl said dissatisfiedly that she would tell Uncle Lee about everything. She didn't like the guy getting into fights at night. The main character grabbed his girlfriend and said that he was just standing up for himself. Lo answered the guy that he couldn't convince her. Jiang Yu fell to the ground. He said he was too weak. The girlfriend asked the main character if he was okay. The girl excitedly told her friend that he needed to go to the hospital. Jiang said that he had everything he needed at home. The girl asked the guy, did he really think that she would give him medicine? Jiang asked his girlfriend to treat him. The girl helped her friend. The guy screamed very loudly that he was in great pain. Lo wrapped the main character in bandages. He shouted that he did not want to be turned into a mummy. The girlfriend sternly asked the guy, will he do this again? Jiang Yu replied that this would not happen again. The girl sternly demanded that her interlocutor swear. Jiang Yu answered the girl that he would not swear. The main character shouted to his interlocutor that he had a natural desire to fight. Jiang Yu replied to the girl that he would never get into fights again. The girlfriend told the main character that she was leaving. Jiang told the girl that she could stay the night and that he had a big bed. Lu Yao Yao looked at the guy with displeasure and made an indecent gesture at him. The girl left the apartment and closed the door behind her. The guy was left alone. The main character was lying calmly on the sofa. He looked up, relaxed. The main character remembered that the deceased guy asked to send a message to Beta. The guy jumped up sharply. He was thinking very seriously about something of his own. Unexpectedly, some important insight dawned on the main character. He became worried. Jiang Yu remembered with great excitement that the dead guy didn't even say his name. The main character decided to log in. He activated the magical green sign. It began to glow and spin. Gradually, the green sign began to increase in size and glow. The system told the guy details about the wandering spirit. He was another from the lower abyss. He belonged to the shadow and the dark principle. Jiang Yu thought about it. He wondered if the first one he killed would be displayed somewhere. The guy looked at the screen. He thought that the murdered other might be consumed by the shadow's bite before the murder was registered. A very bright glow appeared on the system window. The main character looked attentively at the screen. The owner received a skill called a cunning blow. He decided to look through it first. The main character jumped up. He spread his arms. He stood in his room in front of the TV where they showed the weather forecast. Jiang Yu waved his hands and shouted to himself that he was practicing a treacherous strike. The main character stood in the room and concentratedly studied new combat skills. Jiang Yu suddenly felt uncomfortable. He shouted that the system had messed something up. The guy thought and said to himself that the whole problem may be that there is no target to attack. The main character fell onto the sofa. He told himself that he would try again. The main character opened the system menu. He began to study the settings. The guy read all the details about himself in the system. He had the ability to sneak around in the shadows. Jiang Yu didn't understand why his skill worked in the dark. He did not know what to do in the light. The system informed the guy that his shadow had undergone drastic changes. Now he can control her and merge with her. The main character carefully read about the features of his skill in the shadow form section. He liked the new wonderful ability. The system reported that in case of serious injuries, his blood volume would be delayed. This will slow down the approach of death. The main character was very unhappy that there would be a delay in blood volume only if it was at 99%. The main character decided to test his ability. He commanded the shadow to come out. A black ghost began to appear from below from the floor. The main character waited until he fully appeared. Jian Yu watched with great attention as a shadow appeared in the room in front of him. The main character pointed his hand in front of the shadows and pointed his finger at it. The ghost extended his hand in the direction of his master and completely repeated his gesture. The protagonist's finger and the ghost's finger touched completely and identically in the air. After a short pause, the phantom began to disintegrate and fly into pieces. The main character was surprised to notice how a shadow began to creep across his body. Jiang looked at the transfiguration in his shadow with great attention and excitement. The black ghost stood and looked around the room with a luminous gaze. The main character has completely transformed into his shadow. He told himself that this was that very form. The guy decided to test his new capabilities while he was a shadow. Zhang Yu took off and began to move in all directions around the room. There was a bright glow around him. The main character moved very quickly in flight to all the corners and crannies of his home. Jiang was very pleased. He joyfully answered to himself that he was moving at high speed. The guy ran up and with a slight movement lifted his bed in front of him. Zhang was able to lift furniture in front of him with one hand without any problems. He felt great power. The main character took out a huge hammer to further test his skills. The main character hit himself with a huge hammer weighing 100 kilograms. Jiang stood in the center of the room and shouted joyfully that he was now invincible. Suddenly, there was a loud, dissatisfied cry from the neighbors. They demanded that the guy calm down. The guy's body returned to its human form. He told himself that he really liked the shape of the shadow. A new menu appeared in the system in front of the owner. He decided to open it. The system invited the owner to try new abilities. She warned that there would be risks. Zhang Yu decided to try a new skill from the system. He was not afraid of risks. The guy thought about it. He still intended to refuse the system's offer. He eventually decided that the risks could turn into opportunities. The owner agreed to the system proposal. After that, he began to be sucked into the screen. Zhang Yu shouted that he had not yet fully decided. A huge force began to spin the main character and twist him into different poses. There was a medicine bottle lying on the floor. It was almost completely empty. There was silence in the main character's room. The light from his window illuminated the area. A small drop appeared from a medicine bottle. It almost dripped onto the floor. The main character's body was reborn and reborn. He stood firmly on his feet. The system informed the owner that he had now become a natural-born killer. Now he will need to behave secretly. The greater his reputation, the more victorious the results will be for him. From now on, there will be no salvation for the main character. The main character carefully examined his body. He said thoughtfully that damage is caused even to God. The system informed the owner that after activating the shadow forms, his killing ability would increase. Also, the main character will have a reduced need for a certain balance of blood volume. An image of a small pig appeared in front of the guy. The system reported that the owner would be able to observe the gradual death of the victim. The main character very quickly chopped up the little pig. He now has the ability to use a skill called decapitation when attacking. The main character stood and carefully studied the details of the system. Jiang thought that his decapitation skill had activated the last time he killed someone else. The main character told himself that he has the skills of absolute damage and decapitation. Zhang Yu happily thought to himself. He realized that he had now become extremely advanced. The main character, looking at the night sky from the balcony, shouted that he could no longer be defeated. Suddenly, the main character felt something very important in his body. Very quickly, the guy began to wrap himself in white bandages and throw them on the floor. Jiang Yu looked at his body in surprise. He remembered that he had many wounds. The guy looked carefully at his hand. He realized that his deepest wound had disappeared. He decided that it was all thanks to the drugs. The main character looked at his body and noticed that he had something sticking out of the wound on his stomach. Zhang Yu happily thought to himself that due to him activating the shadow form, his recovery power had increased. At school, a guy showed Yao Yao's girlfriend a video on his phone with the main character. A schoolgirl with green hair said that the main character met some merchant yesterday and got into a fight with him. The guy decided that Zhang Yu was wounded. He offered to go and visit him. Lo told her friends that nothing happened to the main character. The dog just chased him. The students went to the main character's home. The girl thought that Zhang Yu was just showing off. A group of friends arrived at Zhang Yu's house. They walked along the corridor towards the door to his apartment. Lo was standing near the door. She told her friends that they could see for themselves if they didn't believe it. The girl inserted the key into the door. She decided to open it and go inside with her friends. The schoolgirl asked her friend suspiciously, "Where did she get the key to the main character's house?" Luo answered her friends in an excited voice that Uncle Jung Yu had given her the key. The girl opened the door. She told the main character that his friends came to visit him. The guy was sitting in the center of the room. He screamed that he was in great pain. He shrank all over. Jong Yu held his hands near his stomach. He shouted to himself that he had not even thought that the wound could open. Lo ran up to the guy and asked, "Are there any more bandages?" The guy replied to his girlfriend that he decided that the wound had healed and took off the bandages. The schoolgirl and her friend looked at the main character in surprise. She said the guy was really hurt. The schoolboy supported the main character with his hands. He asked his friend, "When did he get so pumped up?" Lo told strictly. Her friends to go into the living room. The main character remained behind. The girlfriend began to reapply bandages to the guy's body. He shouted loudly. A schoolboy asked his girlfriend if the main character would feel better. The student replied that perhaps Jong Yu would feel better. The girl was cauterizing her friend's stomach wound with ointment. The guy shouted that he was in pain. Lo was sitting next to her friend on the bed. She said that this ointment doesn't hurt at all. The main character's attention was completely absorbed by his girlfriend. He looked at her with desire. Lo looked at her friend and said that his wound needed to be treated well. Jong Yu looked attentively and with interest as the girl treated his wound. The girlfriend told the main character that he fights a lot. She asked Xiao Kun to give her some medicine. The main character replied that Xiao is stupid and clumsy. It will only get worse. The girl carefully studied the guy. She didn't like the main character's words. Lo grabbed the guy by the cheek and shouted angrily that there was no uncle on him. The girlfriend demanded that the guy tell him what he was doing yesterday. She added so that the guy wouldn't make up nonsense. The main character looked seriously at his interlocutor and said that he had carried out a knightly act of justice. Lo looked at her friend displeasedly and said that he was lying. The main character realized that he could not tell the truth to the girl about the fact that he killed someone else. The main character asked his girlfriend, "What time did Uncle Lu return yesterday?" The girl answered her interlocutor that the uncle never returned. Jiang Yu said thoughtfully, "The night watch works very cruelly." The friend sat and was silent. "Is Aying?" She thought about her main character. Jiang looked at the girl and thought that she was worried about her father. The main character thought that most of the night watch employees were in daily danger. Uncle Lee was left without an arm. Even such a strong man as Uncle Wu was seriously injured. This greatly affected his stamina. The girlfriend looked at the guy and asked, "Will he go to work in the night's watch after passing the martial arts exam?" The main character did not answer the girl. He stood and looked carefully at the table in front of him. Zhang Yu was in complete and deep thought. He didn't know what to tell the girl. After a long pause, the main character answered his girlfriend that he didn't know. Zhang Yu very cheerfully asked his girlfriend if there were any beauties on the night watch. The girl grabbed her friend by the face and shouted loudly to keep him quiet. School children stood near the door listening with interest to what was happening with the main character and the girl Lu. Xiao asked the schoolgirl with interest, what was going on behind the door? The student herself was surprised. The main character joyfully greeted his school friends in his room. Jiang Yu cheerfully asked his comrades, why did they come to him? Xiao told his friend that he had a hard time yesterday, so they came to see him. The schoolgirl asked the main character, does he feel better? The student looked at the hickeys on Jiang Yu's hand and decided that the Lu Yao Yao girl was very energetic. The main character told his friends not to worry. He added that they could sit down. Jiang began admiringly telling his friends a story about how he was attacked by a large man with a bag in his hands near a store. The girlfriend told the main character that she would go to the store and throw away his torn clothes. Jiang told his surprised friends about how he was attacked by a bunch of hefty men from the forest. Suddenly, the main character remembered something and looked at the girl with great excitement. Jiang ran up to his friend and told her to wait for him. He still has important things left. The main character was surprised to notice how something fell out of his clothes from the girl's hands. With displeasure and surprise, she noticed how the hygiene product fell out of her clothes. The girl asked the main character with suspicion and interest why he needed this. Jiang replied to his friend that she had a stomachache yesterday. He wanted to give her the hygiene product when he came from the store. A schoolgirl with green hair took a photo of the main character and her friend. Zhang Yu handed the pad to his friend and told her not to be shy at all. Lo angrily squeezed the pad in her hand. She was very angry. The girlfriend displeasedly told the main character that he did not need to do this. After that, the girl threw a sanitary product at the main character. Jiang looked at his friend displeasedly and said that even if she got angry, she might not have screamed. After hitting the main character, the gasket remained lying on the floor. Friends told the guy that they would leave. The door slammed, and the main character was left alone. He said joyfully to himself that now no one bothers him. Jong activated his skill called Shadow Pupil. He decided to check it out. Under the protagonist's feet was a huge glowing blue eye. Jong commanded that the shadow formation begin. A blue glow appeared around him. One of the main character's eyes began to glow blue. His special vision was activated. The main character commanded himself that he would now start with training. Main character stood in the center of the room. There were blue swirls around it. The guy's body completely turned into a black ghost with glowing eyes. Jang Yu said to himself that there must be a lot of pollution here, but he only feels comfort. The main character told himself that he felt as if he had lived in a polluted environment for a very long time. Then he found himself in an endless and clean space. Jiang stood in the center of the room. He said that his stomach did not hurt and his blood volume had increased. The guy looked at his hands. He told himself that he needed to start. The main character fell to the floor. He rested his hands on it and decided to test his strength. Jong got ready and pushed off the floor with all his strength to fly up. After a powerful push, the main character flew all the way to the ceiling. A bright glow remained underneath. After a short pause, the guy fell back from the ceiling to the floor. The main character joyfully shouted to himself that there was inexhaustible energy around him. The guy pushed off from the floor and flew up to the ceiling. He did this over 100 times. The system informed the main character that the energy of his body was completely released. He becomes free. Wu Jian's Shadow Bite is activated during training. It only absorbs darkness from the shadow layer. As a result, your physical condition becomes much stronger. The system repeated that the owner's physical condition improved during the exercise. The main character's body continued to pump. Another message appeared about strengthening of physical condition. The main character joyfully shouted that he had received about 1,000 ways to strengthen himself. Zhang Yu told himself that there was not enough room for him here. He decided to practice outside. The main character ran outside to the sports ground. There was no one around. Zhang Yu said to himself that if he is so capable in this world, then he should be worshipped. The main character grabbed the crossbar with his hands. He decided to practice. Zhang Yu easily spun on the crossbar in all directions. He told himself that he could become a horizontal bar champion. At this time, an important meeting was taking place at the headquarters of the Night Watch building in a large building. A group of people in business suits walked along the corridors towards the large hall. A whole group of guests entered through the door and headed towards the large table. The guy read that disturbances in the shadow layer have become more frequent. Pollution levels have increased and are spreading over large areas. One of the participants said that the teams discovered gaps in the northern, southern, and eastern districts. The girl said that judging by the map, the pollution covers mainly living areas. The girl looked at the chairman and said that all this is not happening randomly, as it was before. People were sitting at a large table at a meeting. In front of each of them were documents. The chairman thought that recently others have been appearing much more often. The man looked at the documents and thought that 4 incidents had occurred in the last 2 days. As a result, people were pulled into the shadow layer. The manager carefully examined the photographs of the young guy. The man was looking at a photograph of the body of a guy who was found on the street. The chairman thought to himself that no one knows when the others will attack next time. The leader looked aside at his subordinate. He thought that compared to the shadow layer anomaly, the breaches had become much more dangerous. The chairman suddenly compared the other in the shadow layer to a ferocious beast. The man decided that everything felt as if Godzilla had begun his attack. He imagined a huge monster. One of the warriors without a hand told his interlocutors not to lose heart. The warrior told his interlocutors that there was no need to act as if they had completely lost. The man said very seriously to his colleagues that they were ready for battle. The warriors stood and listened attentively to the man. They were silent and concentrated. The chairman closed his eyes and thought deeply. He didn't know what to say to the others. The warriors were silent. They looked intently at the man next to him. Workers held sheets of paper in their hands. They studied them carefully. The man looked at the interlocutor and said that he could continue. The guy told the meeting participants that they were now moving on to the recently suspended ones. After the meeting, the chairman stood near the huge window and looked at the city. The man reached into his inner pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes. The chairman slowly took out a cigarette. He prepared to smoke. The man displeasedly told himself that he got himself into trouble right before the new year. Suddenly, something alerted and surprised the chairman. He was distracted from his thoughts. The man took the cigarette out of his mouth and noticed that it was just a thin cookie. The chairman was very unhappy. He said angrily to himself that someone had switched the cigarettes. At this time, someone from the side accelerated and threw a pack of cigarettes in the direction of the man. The chairman, with a very quick and precise movement, caught the cigarettes flying at him with his hand. The man turned and looked carefully to see who remained next to him. The one-armed warrior looked at the chairman and asked what happened to his face. The warrior looked at his interlocutor and asked, "Does he really want cigarettes too?" The man took a cigarette pack and slammed it on the table. The chairman began to slowly eat his cigarette in the form of a cookie. The man looked at the one-armed warrior and told him that he was afraid of lung cancer. The warrior spat out his cigarette and with an evil smile asked his interlocutor, "Is he really afraid of this?" The man looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and asked why he left him. The warrior exhaled cigarette smoke. He was silent and did not answer his interlocutor. The man tapped his finger on the cigarette. He said something else came from above. The chairman was very surprised. He asked the warrior what came. The one-armed warrior sat calmly and smoked. He did not answer his interlocutor. The chairman was very excited. He demanded that the interlocutor tell him what else had appeared. The leader felt very excited. He prepared to sit down. The man asked the interlocutor, "Is there confirmation?" The warrior told the chairman to check the laptop. The manager opened the laptop and began to study the information in detail from it. The man read a message that special children must apply for admission after passing the exam. The chairman was sitting at the table. He asked the warrior what could he tell about himself. The leader slammed his fist on the table. He said thoughtfully that he was not being honest about his abilities and in general might not stand out at all. The warrior was in no hurry. He sat and smoked slowly. He thought about what to answer his interlocutor. The man exhaled smoke and said very slowly that he didn't think so. The chairman asked the warrior if he wanted to send the guy to study special humanities. The interlocutor replied that the guy could learn ordinary crafts. The man said with a smile that the guy had not yet been tested. He reminded his interlocutor that admission to the faculty of special people is mandatory. The warrior finished smoking and put out the cigarette. He turned around and prepared to leave. The man headed towards the exit. He told his interlocutor that he would take a look. The warrior told the chairman to perform his duties with special care. The secretary entered the office. She had a lot of documents in her hands. The girl asked the boss for forgiveness for disturbing him. The man demanded that the secretary tell him what was the matter. The secretary put the documents on the table and said that a message had just been received from the shadow layer. The chairman opened the folder with documents and began to study it very carefully. The document contained a photograph of the main character. It was reported that he was called a crazy athlete. The description indicated that the enemy looks like a dark creature and resembles a shadow. It was indicated that the target did not get tired at all and showed great interest in sports. The document contained a photograph of the main character surrounded by warriors. It was reported that the enemy salutes when the detector approaches. The secretary told the boss that the observers had discovered a lot of strange things. She would like to ask the man. The chairman looked angrily at the photograph of the shadow. He could not understand what kind of other one had appeared. Night fell on the city. The main character was in the shadow layer. Jong-yu noticed a huge and predatory spider in front of him on a city street. Spider contains a lot of protein. The main character filmed spider on his phone. He dictated that spider meat is very juicy and tasty. Jiang looked at the phone and said that there were many people who valued the shadow layer. He decided that he would soon become popular on the internet. The guy became interested. He decided to find out if there were other people who were filming others. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the owner. He even dropped his phone in surprise. The main character read the message from the system. She reminded him of the decapitation skill. Jiang waved his hand in front of the system window. He decided that she was threatening him. Suddenly, the main character noticed something very important. He looked at the message with excitement. The system window informed the guy that he had a deadline of 100 hours. The main character was amazed. He told himself that his life would end in 100 hours. The main character was very shocked and frightened. He didn't understand why he only had 100 hours left. Jong-yu remembered the system's warning that opening a skill could bring great risks. The main character began to calm himself down. He said that he would need to come up with something. According to the decapitation skill, if the guy doesn't step in first, he will die. He need not be afraid to kill. A quiet life is possible only after a series of constant murders. Jong-yu realized that he would have to fulfill the position of a hunter and hunt. The guy realized that he could live while he killed others. The system reported that constant killing was part of a hunter's life. Jiang Yu understood the message from the text that through hunting he could gain immortality. The guy read that after the decapitation skill, when the physical body dies, it will go into another shell. Jiang Yu became interested. He did not understand what the other shell meant. The main character said dissatisfied to himself that he could not be happy because of the murder process. If he cannot kill someone else, he will have to turn to Uncle Lee. Jiang looked at the spider. He realized that he would need to kill the predator to earn hit points. The guy put his smartphone on the side of the ground. He decided to record a video. Jiang was not afraid that the Night's Watch would catch him. The main character activated his special skill. He transformed into the Phantom Warrior. At this time, the video recording was activated on the phone. The main character prepared to begin his performance. Jiang began to tell the audience that today he would show them someone else in the form of a spider. Netizens wrote a lot of comments. The main character told the audience that they would wait quietly. Jiang holding a huge club in his hands, he said that he would rather remain silent so as not to disturb the silence. The guy was holding a formidable wooden weapon in his hands. He spent several thousand yuan on it. The demonic spider looked at the man angrily. His whole body glowed with bright fire. The guy stood in front of a huge predator. He began to be very frightened of him. The main character raised his hands up to try to scare the spider. The predator turned its back to him. Jiang looked with excitement at the spider's reaction. He realized that something had gone wrong. The man stood and looked very frightened at the demonic predator. The main character thought that the spiders would not see him. Thanks to his shadow form, he now needed to learn about the predator's weaknesses. The evil spider became furious. He decided to use his web against the man. The main character realized that now is the best moment to attack. Jiang Yu swung his club to hit the predator as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the spider was still sitting on the ground. He said that he had been in this world for a long time, and the situation was very comfortable for him. The predator told himself that he needed to be careful, then he can live in complete comfort. The predator said he just had to fight one ugly guy. He got a little hurt, but got a full meal. Puka said that he needed to sleep a little and then he would recover. Suddenly, the spider began to come to life and move into itself. His body glowed brightly. The raptor had a spider sensor on it. He realized that someone was watching now. The guy stood with his baton. The spider could not understand where the tracking could be coming from. He decided that it was somewhere nearby. Another began to walk. He felt that he was unsafe here. He decided to spend the night elsewhere. Suddenly, something alerted the dangerous predator. He stopped. After this, the main character dealt a powerful and crushing blow to the spider. The body of a huge spider fell to the ground. Clouds of dust scattered around him. Jiang skillfully stuck the club into the body of the predator. He felt the shadow flowing out of him like a river. The guy decided that he was able to unleash his full power because he had found the right point to strike. The main character grabbed his baton. He noticed that the spider had only 40% of its blood left. Suddenly, something worried the guy. He noticed that the spider decided to attack him. From a powerful blow from another, the man's body flew far to the side. After the flight, Jiang crashed into a wall. He came to his senses and said that he was not in pain at all. The predator screamed after a strong blow. The main character began to approach him. Jiang looked joyfully at his opponent. He realized that he had stuck the stick into the right place on the spider and caused it to bleed. The main character walked slowly and headed towards someone else to finish him off. Jiang Yu activated his special skill called Shadow Attack. The guy began to blur after activating the spell. He needed to get closer to the other. The main character opened his glowing eyes. He continued to watch the spider. The guy was in the deep end. He saw the spider as if chained in some kind of ball. Jiang Yu thought to himself that there was no need for him to fight another face-to-face. You just need to wait for the right moment to attack. There were several clubs sticking out of the spider's body. The main character knew that he needed to deal a fatal blow to the victim. The guy understood that he needed to inflict a different and special blow on the other. The main character prepared to finish off the victim. He shouted that the hunt had begun. The girl watched videos on her phone. The guy said that he was a member of the Night Watch and wanted to explain the formation of low-ranking others. In another video, the girl La 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 wanted to tell subscribers about a trip to a small restaurant in an alley. The schoolgirl was sitting on the bed and watching various videos. One user told viewers that he has been very busy lately. The girl's clothes lay next to her on the bed. Some user said in the video that he was helping his family. The student with blonde hair told herself that she was bored because there was nothing interesting lately. Suddenly, something caught the schoolgirl's attention. She looked at the phone with interest. The girl saw the broadcast of user Yu from the city of Beidou. The girl could not understand what kind of place she saw on the recording. During his broadcast, he showed viewers how various monsters flew over the city. The girl was very happy that she was able to see real others without substitution. The main character told users about a demonic creature. He belonged to the lower others. Users wrote a huge number of positive comments. The girl didn't like that other users posted disgusting and made-up comments. She didn't like this brash behavior. The schoolgirl looked at the phone with great attention. She was interested in the broadcast. The girl wrote to the main character in a comment that she could help him. The student noticed how the main character on the broadcast disappeared and dissolved in the form of a shadow. The schoolgirl thought that if the user disappeared, it meant that someone else was broadcasting. The girl said thoughtfully that everything was becoming much more interesting for her. The main character flew up and prepared to finish off the spider from above. Jiang Yu swung his leg to finish off the club in the body of the predator. The main character dealt a powerful blow to someone else. The spider was thrown a little to the side. Jiang Yu stood and looked at the predator in front of him. He prepared to attack him again. From a strong blow, the spider fell to the ground. Large fragments scattered in all directions. The predator stood up and came to his senses. There were huge pillars of dust around him. Another stood up and looked ahead with great attention. He saw a red ray coming from the ground. The main character approached the predator from behind and gently poked him with his finger. The spider turned around and looked in surprise at the man who was behind him. Jiang Yu waved cheerfully, and with a smile at the spider, he shouted that he was here. Viewers of the broadcast watched as the spider made attempts to hit a person. The main character skillfully dodged the predator's attacks. The girl looked at the phone with great attention. She was interested in the main character. The schoolgirl happily told herself that the presenter was very fast and cute. The evil spider spat out a huge volume of purple acid in the direction of the man. Dangerous acid began to spill over the ground and burn it everywhere. A dangerous predator stood in a lake of purple liquid. The main character could no longer just approach him. Another was very pleased that he was able to activate the skill for his protection. The main character asked the spider if he really decided that he couldn't do anything if the earth was covered in acid. The spider turned to the side and noticed that the man was standing on the roof and looking at him. Jiang Yu looked at the monster from above and said that there were shadows everywhere. The main character jumped from a great height and flew in the direction of the spider. The evil predator spat a tight stream of purple acid in the direction of the man. Another continued to attack a high-rise building with acid, which he spewed from himself. The main character moved in flight. He said he could teleport and go through buildings. Jiang Yu pushed off the ground to jump higher. He called himself a hunter from the shadows. The main character ran up to the club and grabbed it in his hands. He prepared to attack further. The spider approached the man from behind. The guy told himself that he clearly remembers his name. Jiang Yu slammed his club straight into the spider's mouth. A huge predator stood, and the main character lay below and held a club. The guy wanted to shout his name. The main character shouted angrily that his name was Yu. He prepared to finish off the spider. The city looked as if it had died out. Everything around was flickering in green light. Jiang Yu pointed his hand towards the spider and shouted that it would activate the shadow bite. Black tentacles crawled out of the main character's body from different sides and headed towards the spider. The main character stood and watched as the demonic monster died and disintegrated. The guy stood near the destroyed victim. White ribbons hung from his body. Jiang Yu extended his hand to the side. He came close to the destroyed spider. The guy put his foot on the skeleton of the destroyed monster. He said the hunt was over. The viewers of the broadcast were very amazed. They wrote positive comments. The schoolgirl was very amazed by what she saw. The main character really captured and amazed her. The girl looked at the phone with burning eyes. She had never seen anything like this before. The user was viewing the channel of the main character named Assassin. The girl pressed a key on her phone and subscribed to the new channel. The schoolgirl wrote messages to the main character. She invited him to take her with him. The system informed the main character that the shadow spider belonged to the ancient demons. He possessed the first level of middle rank. The spider had some special abilities. He could use acid or spit a net. The main character was surprised that the murdered one and the other had only the first level of middle rank. Jiang Yu thought that there was a big gap in strength between him and the spider. He took advantage of the shadow attack. The main character noticed on his phone that he was happy that he had a lot of viewers. The main character shouted to his followers that the live broadcast was over. He decided that for today, he would leave his viewers in the dark. Jiang activated a special skill in himself called the Shadow Network. He needed to go up. The guy launched a magic thread from his hand and it caught on the top of a tall building. Jiang began to accelerate up the thread up the building. He was delighted with the new skill. The main character hovered high above the ground and held on only to his thread. Out of surprise and admiration, the main character laughed loudly and contentedly to himself. He shouted that he was Spider-Man. Unexpectedly, from a huge acceleration, the main character hit his head hard into the building. After a strong blow, the main character hit the building and began to fall down. Jiang Yu told himself that he needed to practice more with his thread. The system informed the main character that he had 7 days left. Jiang was displeasedly surprised that life expectancy increased by only 3 days. Jiang sat on top of the lantern. He thought that it would not be so easy for him to find others. He needs to be on the safe side. The system informed the protagonist that a new value in the form of authority had been unlocked for him. Jiang was given the opportunity to mark his victim. This made it possible to find her weak points and strike. A tag can only be created for 1 second. For each mark, a certain amount of energy will be taken. The system warned the owner that with the help of a new feature, he could reveal his location. The system informed the main character that when he hunts marked prey, he will gain agility and strength. Jiang was surprised that he had the authority skill unlocked. He did not understand when he managed to become so famous. The guy was surprised to see that his number of viewers on the broadcast had increased. The main character said that he would hunt others, gain subscribers, and discover new abilities. As a result, his strength and abilities will increase. Jiang Yu said to himself confidently that today, he needs to try a little more. At this time, the guy, with the help of his special vision, noticed a new target nearby. Jiang looked carefully as a huge purple monster with fangs appeared in front of him. The main character jumped up above the street to quickly reach his goal. Jiang activated a special skill called decapitation against the new target. The main character rushed with great enthusiasm and excitement to hit the next monster. The next day, the main character woke up in the city at home in the morning. The girl used medical instruments to help the guy recover from his injuries. Jiang Yu shouted loudly and dissatisfied to his interlocutor that he was in great pain. Lu looked sternly at her friend and asked, "Who did he fight with again?" The main character and his girlfriend were sitting on the sofa near the table. She extended her hand to him. Jiang looked at the girl and said that he was going to become a hero. She won't be able to understand him. Lu looked at the guy and said that heroes don't whine every day that they are in pain. The girl continued to treat the wounds on the guy's face. She told him not to go anywhere if he didn't have the right skills. The main character said that he could instantly heal his injuries with the help of his shadow form. The girlfriend looked at the guy in surprise and confusion and asked what he was talking about. The main character took a bottle of water in his hands and invited the girl to watch a movie. A friend was reading a movie advertisement on her phone. She said there wasn't much to see. Lu looked at the phone. She told a friend that a new blogger had recently appeared and everyone was interested. The main character was surprised and asked the girl about the interesting blogger. The girlfriend handed the main character the phone so that he could watch the video. The main character saw a recording on his phone where he was in the form of a ghostly shadow. Jiang Yu was very scared and amazed when he saw his entry on the phone. The friend asked the interlocutor, "Was he really that stunned?" The main character excitedly asked the girl, "How long has she been watching the blogger Yu lately?" Lu happily answered her interlocutor that she had been watching the blogger for 2 days. She added that he had become the most popular and unusual blogger. Jiang Yu fearfully reminded the girl that the publication of others is punishable by law. The girl fell silent. She thought about the protagonist's words with excitement. Lu told the interlocutor that he should not divulge his knowledge about others. The girlfriend sat closer to the main character and wanted to show him a real fight with someone else. Lu grabbed the main character with her hand. They were watching an interesting video at that time. The friend shouted in admiration that the blogger was very cool and we should follow his example. The main character looked with excitement at the video recording on his phone. Lu said cheerfully that there is another video. Another blogger did an analysis of the videos. The guy looked at his girlfriend with admiration and great interest. The girl looked at the video on her phone with great interest and admiring eyes. The guy carefully examined his girlfriend Lu. He was silent and did not know what to tell her. A friend with a very cheerful smile asked the main character, "Will she be able to become famous too?" Jiang Yu asked the girl what she was planning to film. "Is she really going to put on a wide white dress and dance in it?" Lu worriedly told her friend that she could record videos about others. The main character told the interlocutor that she could be just like a member of the Night Watch. Jong Yu told his friend that if she went out in such an outfit, her fans would start following her. Lu was a little shy. The main character said with a smile to the girl that she shouldn't expect anything good. Lu looked at her friend with admiration and asked, "Is it really worth waiting for something good?" The girl behind the main character took out a pistol. The guy got worried. Lu presented the weapon to the guy from behind. Jong Yu was very scared. The girl asked the guy menacingly, was he really injured when he was also tracking someone? Jong Yu raised his hands up and scaredly shouted to the girl that he was joking. The girlfriend answered sternly to the guy that she did not know that he was telling the truth. The guy asked Officer Lu to give him a break. The girl demanded that the main character go and prepare food. The main character, very tired, fell onto a chair with his phone. He sighed with relief. Jong Yu is happy that his girlfriend has finally left. He started reading messages on his phone. Users rated and commented on the blogger's videos in different ways. Jong told himself that he was even annoyed by so many messages. The main character noticed something interesting. He looked at the phone very carefully. People were very interested. They wrote positive comments. One of the users began to write that the videos from EU were fake. The main character was surprised. He didn't understand why people thought he was a fraud. A link to the video appeared in the menu on the guy's phone. He decided to open it. The main character excitedly watched the video blogger named Earthly Dao. He decided to expose one fraudster. The overweight man told the audience that everyone had already watched the video from the author. The blogger suggested checking if everything in his video is for real. The whistleblower showed people the video and said it needed to be analyzed. He said that the video shows a noticeable splicing of frames. The man showed another excerpt from the video and said that there was a montage. The main character was unhappy with the whistleblower. Jong Yu cut out some photos from the video. The man explained to subscribers that he is a freelance night watch employee. For this reason, he can recognize a fake at first sight. The protagonist opened a list of comments in the whistleblower video. Some users believed the whistleblower, some of them supported the blogger EU. The main character told himself that people are stupid and don't understand anything. He decided that users would someday find out the truth. Jiang stood up from the sofa and stretched. He told himself that if his video is fake, then he needs to start a hunt for others. The main character took the phone in his hands. He realized that he needed to teach the Earthly Tao a lesson. The main character recorded a new video with his participation. This was supposed to convince users who did not believe him. Late in the evening, Jong Yu went on another hunt. He walked around the city outskirts. The guy took a mini camera. He decided to use it to make a new recording. Jong Yu attached the camera directly to the front of his clothes. This should have helped him make the best recording possible. The main character was sitting on the roof. He thought that today the number of others is less than yesterday. The shadow layer is reset from time to time. Suddenly, the main character heard something suspicious. He turned to the side. Jong Yu saw a huge purple monster in front of him. He decided that this was another of the 6th rank. The guy took out a huge baton. He decided to see what someone of the 6th rank was capable of. The main character shouted loudly and joyfully that the hunt had begun. He walked to the edge of the roof. Jong Yu moved his foot near the very edge of the roof to step further down. At the very last moment, the main character stopped near the edge of the roof. The guy was scared. He realized that he could not jump, as he might break. Jong Yu slowly walked down the stairs. He said that he should walk calmly without any sudden movements. A huge and tall purple monster walked down the street. The main character looked at him carefully. Another had a mask on his head. He looked around with an attentive and predatory gaze. The main character told himself that he would activate the mark to put it on the target. The monster turned around. His hands were armed with huge and dangerous blades. The main character looked at his target. He knew that the one marked at the same moment felt great fear. Jong Yu thought that the current monster was similar to the other one with blades that he had encountered before. The main character took out a baton. He looked carefully at the monster. He told himself that he too had undergone changes. Jang Yu attacked his interlocutor with a club. He used the 6 strike technique. After a powerful blow from the main character, the monster's standard of living began to fall. Jong Yu pushed himself off the ground with his strength to jump as high as possible. Jong Yu was flying high. He looked carefully at the monster flying from above. The main character shouted joyfully that the chase had begun. He activated the tag. The main character swung his baton in flight to hit his opponent. Another very quickly and deftly was able to turn away from the guy's attack. Jong Yu hit the building with his baton. The main character was surprised and worried. He realized that he couldn't just defeat someone else now. A huge monster flew between large buildings. The main character prepared to attack him again. Jiang Yu kicked off the building in flight and began to fly to the side. The main character continued to fly in space. Another slammed his blades into the building with all his might. The monster landed on the ground. The main character stood nearby and swung to attack. Another shouted very angrily and loudly. A huge and predatory beak protruded from his mouth. The monster, with the help of its huge and predatory beak, tried to attack the main character. Jiang Yu stood on the ground not far from the monster. He was holding his big club in his hands. Another decided to use his special skill against the man. He sent out magical waves. Jiang Yu felt dizzy. He decided that the monster was mentally attacking him. Another got very close to the man and tried to attack him with his knives. The main character was surprised and scared. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to hurt him. Jiang Yu sat down on the ground and leaned his club into it. He felt that he had suffered from a blow from the enemy. The main character fearfully noticed to himself that the monster consumed 34% of his blood in one strike. A huge demon was flying opposite the main character and waving his blades in his hands. The main character excitedly realized that this other one had very powerful attacks. Jiang Yu thought excitedly to himself that he needed to stick to some strategy. The monster carried out another combat attack in the direction of the main character. Jiang Yu successfully jumped to the side. The man moved very quickly to move away from the monster to a safe distance. The demon stood at a distance. He waved his arms and prepared to attack the guy again. The monster stood and looked at the main character. Jiang Yu prepared to fight off the other. The demon looked at the man in surprise. He felt as if something had grabbed him. Jiang Yu stood opposite his opponent. Another looked around very worriedly and in surprise. The main character swung and hit his opponent with all his might. Jiang Yu cheerfully shouted to the demon to look above him. The main character sharply pushed off the ground and jumped up to hit someone else. Jiang delivered very powerful blows to his opponent. He shouted to the demon that this was his territory. The monster did not even think of giving up. The tentacles in his mouth glowed with a very bright white light. Another once again swung his arms to hit his opponent. The guy angrily asked the monster, "Is he really trying to do something else?" He kicked him. The main character tried to finish off the monster with a huge number of blows as quickly as possible. The demon began to lose its energy, went into his vitality. Jiang Yu swung his arms and shouted that he was using the decapitation skill. The main character put his two hands together to finish off the monster with one blow. At the very last moment, he stopped. Zheng Yu looked at his victim in surprise. He noticed something unusual on the other. The main character looked with interest at the demon's face. He asked, "Is he really from the Night Watch?" Jiang could not understand why the other was here and why he became like this. At this time, the monster suddenly regained his strength and jumped to his feet. The demon turned around and began to gradually move away from the main character. The guy shouted for the other to stop. The main character ran after the demon at full speed and shouted that he wanted to talk. Jiang Yu ran. Along a deserted street at night, there was no one around. Gradually, the guy got tired and his strength left him. The main character stopped convulsively and was breathing very heavily after running. Jiang Yu walked slowly down the street. He could no longer run any further. He had no strength. The guy stood on a deserted street and breathed heavily. He felt very tired. The system informed the main character that he had found his prey. She added that the guy was looking forward to the next successful hunt. Jiang Yu felt that he had little strength left. He stood and simply breathed tiredly. The system informed the owner that the victim had escaped at the last moment and the hunt had failed. The main character walked along a deserted street. The system informed the main character that due to prolonged failure, he might weaken and his life expectancy would be shortened. Guy received a message that deep down he understands that only constant hunting will increase his authority. As a result, he can gain power over death. At certain moments, the main character thought about what it means to live. Maybe for him, life can be a hunt or something else. Jiang Yu stood and looked ahead. The system reported that he would be in constant anticipation of death. The main character hit the system scoreboard with his fist with a huge swing. Jiang Yu angrily and dissatisfiedly demanded that the system stop. The main character stood near the system window. Bright lightning flashed around him. The guy thought to himself that a hero who sacrifices himself to save people always becomes like this. The main character held his hand in front of him. He noticed something interesting nearby. The main character looked at his reflection in the window. He thought about what would happen if he died. Jong Yu excitedly thought to himself that after death he will turn into a monster. The main character waved his hand. He told himself that there was no turning back. The main character finally decided to himself that he should continue hunting. Jiang Yu was in a deserted place. It was the eastern district at the gathering place in the wasteland. The guy remembered that he was told that others constantly gather in this place. For this reason, he has nothing to worry about. The main character looked in front of him in surprise and noticed the pupil of the shadow. After this, the main character decided to quickly teleport through the hole to the roof of the building. After teleportation, the guy suddenly jumped onto the roof of the house. He decided to look around. Jiang Yu looked and realized that the number of others here was much greater. The guy saw ghosts in different places of the building. He decided that they were not very brave. Therefore, they will not leave the building. The main character looked around in surprise at the building right in front of him. He saw something else interesting there. Jiang Yu noted with surprise that there was some kind of pink monster sitting on the roof right in front of him. The main character examined the other person next to him with great interest and attention. The guy noticed that a huge monster was eating meat and holding a bone in his mouth. Jiang Yu noticed that another's leg was seriously injured. For this reason, his blood volume dropped. The main character told himself confidently that he would not stumble again. The main character stood on the roof and looked at the demon. The guy decided to activate his special skills. Jiang Yu, with the help of his special abilities, was able to move and end up behind the other. The main character stood and looked from behind at the huge demon in front of him. The predator felt that a person was standing behind him. He immediately turned around. Another, with the help of his special skills, wanted to attack the main character. Jiang Yu dodged in time. The main character was very quickly able to hide from the enemy attack. It completely spread across the roof. Jiang thought to himself that his opponent was very vigilant. He decided that others here were much more careful than on his territory. The main character was hanging on the edge of the roof. He noticed that the demon had red dots on his body. Jiang Yu looked at the other carefully. He decided that he needed to be patient and wait until he calmed down. The main character noticed an important change on the other's body, and he realized that he could attack him. Jiang marked his opponent. He prepared to finish him off as quickly as possible. The girl Lu was in the apartment the next day. She decided to cook the food. Lu heard someone enter the front door. She decided that the main character had returned. Lu asked the guest displeasedly, "Why did he return so late?" Without turning around, the girlfriend told the main character that he could help her. The girl turned around and saw that her father and uncle had entered the house. The man told his friend that he was raising the little daughter for his family. Lu continued to prepare the food. She told father that he was talking nonsense again. The girl turned around and asked the men, "Why did they come back so early?" The father suggested that his daughter get together and have a delicious meal. Lu turned around and told the man that there was no need to go to the restaurant. She is almost finished preparing the food. Uncle Lee sat down at the table. He told his interlocutors that they could sit together for now. Uncle Lee asked the girl, "Where did Xiao Yu go?" The interlocutors said that the guy may have gone out for a walk. The man didn't like that the guy left her alone. At this time, the main character approached the door. Jiang was undressing near the entrance. He shouted to his girlfriend from the doorway that he wanted to eat and was hungry. The guy told the girl that she had prepared delicious food. The main character told the girl that he was in a good mood and bought her a lollipop. The guy went into the kitchen and noticed the girl's uncle and father there. He was very excited. Jiang Yu looked at the men in front of him very excitedly and dissatisfied. The main character slowly put the lollipop he bought for the girl into his pocket. Jiang Yu cheerfully told his interlocutors that he was detained by a dog and got into trouble on the way. Uncle Lu was sitting at the table. He invited the guy to sit down and chat together. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that there was nothing special about all the guys fighting. The man asked the main character, "Which girl in a short skirt is he walking with?" Lu replied that the guy was walking with his girlfriend Yu Jor. The man said that this girl is very pretty. She is white, clean, and also of an indeterminate figure. People were sitting at the table and having dinner. The man invited Uncle Lu to drink to his success. The main character looked at his girlfriend. He noticed that she was very red after Uncle Lu's words. The one-armed man invited his interlocutors to joyfully raise their glasses. The main character raised his glass and shouted joyfully that he was drinking to Uncle Lu. Jiang Yu excitedly and in one gulp completely drained his glass to the bottom. The man looked attentively at the main character. He thought to himself that the guy was not bad. Zhang Yu invited the man to eat vegetables. He said that Uncle Lu is not at home all day. Therefore, he cannot often eat the food that Yao Yao prepares. The main character said with a smile that the Yao Yao girl cooks at home very often. For this reason, her skill must be at its best. The man was very surprised after such words from the protagonist. The father looked at his daughter. He decided that the girl offered a lot of effort to take care of the main character. She cooks a variety of dishes for the guy. Zhang Yu sat at the table and looked at the man with a satisfied look. The guests in the big house sat at the table for a long time. They made various toasts and drank. The main character said goodbye to the man and girl near the exit door. Yao Yao said goodbye to the guy. After the guests left, the guy went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Jiang Yu picked up the bottle. He looked at the man and asked if he was thirsty. Uncle Lu replied that he was not thirsty. The man sat down on the sofa with a flourish. The main character was drinking water from a bottle at that time. Jiang Yu drank water from the bottle with great greed. He still couldn't get enough. Uncle Lu was sitting on the sofa. He was completely silent. After that, he decided to contact the guy. The man turned to the main character and said that he wanted to ask him something. Uncle Lu looked at the hero and asked sternly if he had any abilities. The main character was very surprised by such an unexpected question from a man. The main character stood with his back to the man. He could not explain to him what he was thinking. Uncle Lee said that he has been serving on the night watch for 20 years. He asked the guy when he got his abilities. The main character became worried. He didn't know what to answer the man now. The guy tiredly plopped down on the sofa. He told the man that his abilities appeared half a month ago. Mr. asked the guy how his abilities awakened. The main character turned to his interlocutor and asked, "Is he really conducting an interrogation?" Uncle Lee took a cigarette. He told the guy not to worry and just talk. The main character thoughtfully answered the man that he did not remember how his features awakened. The man answered the guy incredulously that such a situation happens very rarely. The main character answered his interlocutor that everything could happen thanks to his talents. The guy looked at Uncle Lee in front of him with excitement. The man was silent. The man put his hand on the main character's shoulder. The guy thought that his uncle had activated his abilities. The guy and his interlocutor were sitting on the sofa. The main character looked at the clock on the wall. Uncle Lee said that this year everyone must pass the martial arts exam. The guy answered calmly to the man that he and the Yao Yao girl knew this. The man said that in recent years, the night watch units have been advancing under strong pressure. He told the guy that if he didn't pass the martial arts exam, it wouldn't be a big deal. The guy asked the man with excitement, "Is he really offering him a backup option?" Uncle Lee was holding a cigarette in his hands. He told the guy that he would be able to choose one of several universities for admission. Jiang Yu asked the man joyfully if he could just take away the certificate if he didn't want to enroll. Uncle Lee got angry. He hit the main character in the face with his hand. The man told the main character that he would go to Lindong University. There is a very favorable atmosphere there. After training, the guy will go to a stable job and live happily with the Yao Yao girl. The main character grabbed his head. He was very unhappy that Uncle Lee hit him. The man looked very displeased at the main character. The guy was thinking what to say to him. Zhang Yu looked at the man and said that he wanted to try to become special. Uncle Lee jumped up and menacingly shouted to his interlocutor that he must obey. The man quickly calmed down. He continued to breathe deeply and excitedly to himself. Uncle Lee stood and held his hand in front of the protagonist's face. Zhang Yu looked at the man and said that if he did not allow him, he would go to the night watch and pawn him. The man got angry. He asked the guy displeasedly, "Does he really want to pawn him?" Uncle Lee stood and looked very sternly at the guy sitting in front of him. The man said sternly that the world of special people is much more dangerous than the guy could imagine. He added that Jiang Yu should study with peace of mind. The main character answered the interlocutor that he was also serious. He added that a man could not always take care of him. Uncle Lee fell silent. He looked carefully at the main character and thought about something of his own. After a long pause, Uncle Lee told the guy that he would regret his decision. He added that Jiang Yu could contact him if he wanted to transfer. The guy asked his Uncle Lee not to put a spoke in his wheels. The man turned around and told the main character that he was leaving. At the last moment, the guy asked the man to wait for him. Jiang Yu said that special people must use all their strength before death, so as not to turn into something else. The guy asked the man, "Could it be that a person will still become different even if he has exhausted all his strength?" Uncle Lee turned around and looked displeased at his interlocutor. The man explained to the guy that a similar situation can arise if a person has special abilities. The man asked the main character why he was asking. Jiang Yu replied that he asked out of sporting interest. Uncle Lee began to put on his shoes. He told the guy that if he chooses martial arts, sooner or later he will face all this. The man told the main character that he should take a break and stop fighting already. Jiang answered with a smile to his interlocutor that he would do so. Uncle Lee turned around and told the main character that this year, the test would take place before the new year. The man near the door said goodbye to the main character to get ready. After his uncle left, the guy took off his shoes and left his shoes in the corridor. The main character sat on the sofa and was silent. He was thinking about something of his own. Jiang thought deeply. He remembered the guy who died before his eyes. The main character thought that the dead guy had become different because of his abilities or because of external influences. Jiang thought to himself that he might have made a mistake about something. He decided that others might have the ability to cause hallucinations. The girl received a message on her phone that Blogger Yu had published a new video. She was very happy. Viewers wrote dissatisfied comments on the channel. The girl read them all carefully. The user noticed that the number of haters has increased greatly recently. She was very unhappy. The girl sat and carefully wrote comments on her phone. She said that people do not understand anything and write that he uses video editing. The girl's attention was completely absorbed in her phone. She was getting ready to watch a new video. The viewer told herself that the blogger definitely couldn't be a liar. The user said that if the guy was a liar, he would not have released such a video. The main character stood on the roof of the building and looked down. The girl was delighted. The viewer looked fascinated at the broadcast from Yu. She was especially struck by the view from above. The girl was completely transported into the world of the protagonist. She saw him standing on the roof. She felt completely immersed. The main character sharply pushed off from the roofs and flew down at full speed. Guy was flying from above high buildings in the city. The girl was next to him. The fan fearfully held on to the main character's clothes and flew next to him. The girl closed her eyes from fear and excitement. She even screamed in surprise. The fan opened her eyes in fear. She saw her flying with the guy. The main character abruptly changed his flight path. The girl held on to him. The girl has already stopped being afraid. She thought joyfully that she was now witnessing the power of the special. Some powerful bright beam appeared from the side and it hit the main character. From a strong blow, the guy and the girl fell from a great height to the ground on the street. A huge monster came up and put its green foot on the main character. The guy and the girl were scared. The girl looked in surprise at the green monster and realized that there was someone else standing in front of her. The main character prepared to fight against someone else. He let go of the long sticks from his hands. The guy jumped up with sticks in his hands and hit the monster with all his might. Another fell to the ground. The stranger sat with the guy and they looked attentively at the monster. The girl thought and said to herself that the main character is very handsome. The girl stood aside and watched excitedly as the demon beat the main character. Jiang Yu swung and hit someone in front of him with a very strong kick from his leg. The demon swung his hand to hit the guy with all his strength and scope. The girl was very excited. She realized that she was seeing a real battle between the special and the other. Everything looked absolutely real to her. The main character jumped high up from his seat. He needed to protect himself from an enemy attack. Another was amazed. He looked around in fear and noticed that the main character was not nearby. Jiang Yu crept up behind the demon and hit him with all his might. The girl took a closer look and realized that in front of her was a killer from Beidou. After the monster was destroyed, a green puddle remained on the ground instead. The main character extended his hand in the direction of another. He said he was starting to use the Shadow Bite skill. The girl decided that the main character absorbed the demon in the same way as the guy had absorbed another spider before. The fan was very happy and worried. She realized that the guy would gain new abilities. After a successful hunt, the main character returned home. He took off his clothes and threw them in the trash. Jiang Yu stood near the mirror and carefully examined his face. He felt that he was in great pain after being wounded. The main character said to himself that the others in this area are very strong. If the demons had not been wounded, he himself would not have survived. Jiang Yu wrapped his wounds with a bandage. Suddenly, he heard his phone beep. A user named Earth Dao appeared on the screen. He invited viewers to watch a video from user EU. The man in the video showed people that the other was very badly injured. He explained that demons are very weak. In this state, even an ordinary person can deal with them. The earthly Taio explained to subscribers that he would not pay special attention to such other weaklings. The main character turned off the video broadcast on his phone. He didn't want to watch it anymore. Jong Yu walked around the room dissatisfied and thought that the fight had not turned out very well. The tired guy collapsed on the sofa. He felt very exhausted. The main character thought to himself that his current strength would not be enough for anything more. Jong Yu thought deeply and clearly realized that he must become stronger. The main character joyfully thought to himself that he should be so strong that no one would dare to doubt him. The system told the main character all the details about his skills and points received. The guy said happily to himself that he was not a weakling. He added that he could stand many more girlfriends and uncles. The main character thought that his current abilities were not enough yet. He needs to get stronger. Thanks to battles, he was able to gain new skills. Jong Yu thought and realized that the panel with shadow glasses shows energy in reality. The main character realized that he would need about 3 points to use the shadow thread and the shadow pupil. The guy looked at his hand and noticed a suspicious blue swirl there. Jong Yu said to himself that the shape of the shadow depends on the environment. In the shadow layer, consumption will be low. In sunlight, the consumption will be high. The main character grabbed the shape of the shadow with his hand. He remembered that the test would take place very soon. The guy got up from the sofa and decided to walk to the balcony. It was already late evening. Jong Yu said to himself that the special ones are very strong. He can only fight them in shadow form. Its current strength should be enough to scare others away. A huge bird was flying over the city. The main character shouted to the whole neighborhood that everything should work out. Jang Yu happily raised his finger and said that he would give it his all. The guy knew that his uncle would be for him. The main character raised his hands up. He shouted joyfully and loudly throughout the street. Jong Yu shouted that he would definitely become happy. A man on the balcony below was watering flowers. He said that the main character had gone crazy. On a clear day, the main character and his friends went outside for a walk. Jiang Yu sat with his full friend Lu. The guy drank a drink from a cup. 2 schoolgirls walked around the store and chose clothes for themselves. Their friends shouted that the girlfriends had been walking for ages. Jiang Yu told his friend that if he continued to waste his life like this, he would not last even a few days. The schoolboy asked the guy not to joke like that on New Year's Eve. Jiang told his friend threateningly that if he did not kill, he himself would die. The schoolboy looked at his friend with excitement and asked what he told him. The main character joyfully shouted to the schoolboy that their girlfriends had already arrived after shopping. Lu Yaoyao asked her friends, what should they eat? Feng wanted to try the salad. At this time, a magical vortex appeared inside the shopping center. The main character told his friends that they could go to a cafe that students really liked. At this time, a creature began to appear from the vortex. The girl sat at the table and carefully studied the menu. There were a variety of dishes. Lu was very surprised and couldn't believe that students could like this cafe so much. Her friend replied that such a cafe would most likely be suitable for guys. The main character was sitting at the table with friends. He said he was injured and needed to catch up. He ordered high-calorie food. The girlfriend looked at the guy and said that he ordered very ordinary dishes. Jiang Yu smiled at his interlocutor and demanded that the waiter give him large and fresh oysters. After cooking, the waiter brought several dishes for the customers and placed them on the table. Jiang Yu took a piece of food and handed it to his girlfriend. Lu told her friend that she wouldn't eat. Suddenly, the girl received a message on her phone. She was immediately distracted. The girl received a message that the martial arts exam would be held earlier. The schoolgirl was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the martial arts exam would be compulsory. Schoolboy Liu ate shrimp and looked at his phone. He said dissatisfiedly that the exam would be ahead of schedule. The main character told his friend not to worry, as his qualifications were not enough. The schoolboy told his friends that at the age of 7 he was greatly frightened by someone else. After another was destroyed, he managed to develop a mental illness. The main character told his friend that he would have immediately dealt with something else. Lu said, dissatisfied, to the guy, "Does he really think that everyone is the same as him?" The girl told her friend that most people would run away in such a situation. Schoolgirl imagined a huge number of demonic people. She said that even if everything feels normal, others still haven't gone away. School children were brought to the table with new food on sticks. The young people sat and were silent. The main character was sitting at the table and looking at his girlfriend. The school children remained silent. The main character decided that he needed to defuse the situation. He started talking to his friends. Lu turned around and told his interlocutors that they could have a drink now. Jiang Yu raised his glass in front of him. He shouted that he wanted to drink to his friends. Suddenly, a very loud noise was heard from the side. All the people jumped up and got scared. Lu scaredly told her friends that the pollution sensor siren had gone off. One of the people shouted in fear that someone else had entered the shopping center. The guests stood scared in the shopping center and looked around. One man scared and angrily shouted at people to run away quickly. Frightened guests and clients rushed to the exit in a whole crowd. They pushed each other. People crowded en masse near the exit and could not escape. The main character stood aside with his friends. The schoolboy said in fear to his friends that there were a lot of people and they couldn't get out. The girl asked in fear, "What should they do?" Lu told her friends that they needed to stay calm and slowly walk towards the exit. At this time, the main character decided to act alone. The girl looked at him excitedly. Jong-yu knocked out the wall with a powerful blow and a huge hole appeared. The girlfriend looked at the main character very surprised and excited. Jong-yu began to gesture to his friends so that they should not stand, but run after him. The main character carefully looked around. At this time, the girls were helping the Tolstoy schoolboy. Jong-yu noticed a very frightened guy running down the street. He shouted that someone else had appeared. There was a huge red burning demon in the middle of the street. He was approaching people. Jong-yu thought to himself in fear that there were a lot of people around. If he wants to reincarnate, everyone will see it. The main character grabbed his girlfriend's hand and began to pull her along with him. School children excitedly ran in a whole crowd along the street to escape. Lu shouted as she walked that there should have been barriers near the shopping center. No one else should have appeared here. Jiang answered his girlfriend excitedly that it was too late to talk about it. He added that the other was discovered in time. One of the people pointed to the side and said that we need to run there, since there is an exit. The main character is with his friends and suddenly stops. He noticed some danger. Jiang Yu frightenedly shouted to his girlfriend to hold on to him. Suddenly, people with loud screams began to fall into a deep crack in the ground. People fell down somewhere. They continued to shout loudly. Clouds of dust rose. After a strong fall, the main character stood up. He felt pain. I asked my friends if everything was okay with them. The girls looked at their friend in fear and said that they only had scratches. The schoolboy had a huge stone on his leg. He shouted that his leg was trapped. The main character and his companions ran to help their friend. Jiang shouted to his friend not to worry. He added that he would help him now. The main character strained with all his might and lifted a huge stone with his hands. Jiang was holding a large piece of wood in his hands. Schoolboy Lu was lying on the ground. The guy's leg was very badly broken and very twisted to the side. The main character lifted the stone and threw it aside with all his strength. The girl took out a package of pills and threw several of them into her hand. Lu handed the pills to her friend and said that they should help him. The guy took the pills. He asked the girl where they were and why it became so dark. The girlfriend answered the guy that she had never been in such situations. The main character asked to the ground and touched his hand to the floor. He looked around. Jiang told his friends that they were on some floor of the shopping center. They need to figure it out. At this time, some kind of radiation passed through the guy's hand. He felt something grab him. Jiang Yu became very worried. He definitely realized that he now had a familiar feeling. The main character looked around carefully. He realized that the entire floor had been dragged into the shadow layer. There were a lot of people around under the ruins. The father reassured his daughter and said that the people from the Night Watch would soon save them. Jiang Yu thought to himself, scared, that the Night Watch would need a lot of time to get here. The main character looked at his friends. He realized that if they stayed here for a long time, they would become heavily polluted. Jiang Yu very confidently decided to himself that he needed to get everyone out of here as soon as possible. The guy asked his girlfriend Lu Yao if she was wearing the watch that her uncle had given her earlier. The girl looked joyfully at her watch and said that she almost forgot about it. The friends looked joyfully at their girlfriend. She pressed a button on her watch. Lu happily told the school children that with the help of a watch they can transmit help signals. As a result, people from the Night Watch will arrive faster. The schoolgirl with a smile shouted to her friend that they were saved thanks to her. Jiang thought happily to himself that the watch could resist pollution. The main character thought to himself that someone else could attack at any moment. He need not let his guard down. Huge pink whirlwinds began to appear in the underground room. People were very scared. They began to shout loudly that a monster had come. The main character looked carefully in front of him. He prepared to repel the monster's attack. Schoolboy Liu sat scared on the ground. The main character swung to strike. The main character was completely focused. He was waiting for someone else to approach him now. Suddenly, something fell from the ceiling and people were covered with stones. The girl came to her senses. She cleared her throat due to the huge amount of dust around. Lu looked around carefully. She was looking for her friends Feng Xiaoxiao and Liu Yuqiang, along with the main character. The schoolgirl ran up to her friend and shouted to her joyfully that she was nearby. The schoolboy tried to get out from under the rubble. The girl Lu fearfully called the main character and looked around. The girl, very scared, turned to her friend named Lu Yao. The school children saw a huge hole next to them. They were afraid that the main character could fall into it. In the destroyed city, people gradually began to come to their senses and free themselves from the rubble. The girl with white hair was injured. She began to come to her senses. The schoolgirl stood up and looked around. She felt severe pain and saw debris around her. The girl stood up and looked around in fear. She couldn't understand what had happened. The schoolgirl remembered that she was with her friend Xiaoya. Then the alarm sounded and everyone around started running. The girl began to look around in fear and call her friend Xiaoya. The schoolgirl moved her hand to the side and felt that someone's body was lying next to her. The girl turned to the side and saw that the body of her friend was lying next to her. The schoolgirl was scared. She called her friend's name with tears in her eyes. At this time, a huge purple monster with a sword appeared above the girl. He swung. The girl felt danger. She turned around excitedly and looked to the side. The schoolgirl saw a huge and evil other in front of her. The monster prepared to attack her. The girl thought to herself in fear that she had found herself in the plot of one of the films. The schoolgirl fearfully remembered that most often the heroine from the film is saved by the hero. The girl closed her eyes in fright. She thought that in real life no one would save her. She decided that in reality there are no heroes. Schoolgirl waited for the monster to kill her, but nothing happened. A few drops of blood appeared from above and fell to the ground. The girl opened her eyes and saw the main character standing next to her. The schoolgirl looked ahead excitedly. She realized that she was saved. Jiang grabbed the monster's hand. With his hand, he was able to detain him. The girl happily realized that a hero was standing next to her. The main character, with the help of a powerful and strong blow, threw the monster aside. The girl was very surprised. She was struck by the very great strength of the main character. Jiang Yu activated a magic skill called Shadow Claw. This increased the mortality rate from the strikes. The main character quickly teleported to attack the monster from behind. The girl was very surprised. Jiang Yu, after teleporting, found himself behind the demon. He prepared to attack. After that, the main character hit the other one with all his might and he flew to the side. The demon, with the help of its blades, caught itself in the ground and decided to attack the main character. Another stood at full height. He looked at the people in front of him and prepared to attack. The schoolgirl was surprised and amazed. She realized that she was seeing her idol named Yu in front of her. The schoolgirl screamed joyfully. The main character got distracted and turned to the girl. A fan ran around the main character and shouted that she liked him. Jiang Yu replied to the girl that her clothes were torn. The girl turned around and asked him displeasedly, "Where is he looking at her like that?" The guy replied that he decided to just remind her. The fan answered her interlocutor with a smile that she could run home and change into new clothes. The guy looked at his new girlfriend with great excitement and desire. Jiang asked the girl if she had time to change her tights. The fan replied to the guy that she would do anything for him. A disgruntled monster stood nearby. Another looked angrily at the people in front of him and screamed very loudly. The main character concentrated and shouted to his girlfriend that now was not the time to be distracted. The fan looked admiringly at the main character who was preparing to attack someone else. The demon looked around in surprise. He could not notice where the main character had gone. At this time, a long thread, launched by the main character, stuck into the monster's body. Jiang Yu sat behind the monster. He held it on his thread in his hand. The main character stuck his hand forward to hit the monster. The other jumped to the side. The main character landed from a height on the ground. He had to look to find where the other one had gone. The guy turned around and saw the monster lying on the earth. He said that the other one is very strong and dexterous, otherwise he would already be dead. The main character pushed off the ground with all his strength and jumped high into the air. He decided to try to attack again. The guy took a closer look in front of him and noticed something very suspicious. At once, attacks rained down on the person from several sides simultaneously. The guy looked ahead very excitedly. He realized that it would be more difficult for him to fight. Jiang Yu noticed with great surprise how several more huge others appeared around him. The main character told himself that it would not be easy for him, since he would need to defeat 2 more monsters. The girl was recording the main character on her phone. She shouted that if he won, she would put on stockings for him. The guy blushed very red. He told the girl with a smile that he would do anything for her. Jiang Yu, full of enthusiasm, accelerated with all his might to rush against the demon. One of the monsters tried to hit the guy in a big way. The main character jumped to the side. Another swung his arms to hit the guy from the air. The main character was scared. The guy jumped to the side and attacked the demon in response with his thread. The monster's hands were tied with a blue thread from the main character. Another tried to free himself from the threads that bound him. He tried to tear them apart. The main character swung his arms and blocked the blows from the demon. Jiang Yu shouted angrily to the other that he could not kill him. He decided to try to attack again. At this time, the demon attacked the guy from above and pierced him with his blade. The main character was very badly injured and blood started coming out of his mouth. The main character was flying through the air. Demons tried to attack him from the side in flight. Jiang Yu realized that others began to work together. One monster attacks while the other two hold back. The main character thought that if this continues, he will have no chance of winning. He launched a thread from his hand towards something else. The thread from the guy's hand flew in the direction of the monster. He tried to shackle him. The main character realized with surprise and fear that the other had noticed his attack. 3 demons with blades in their hands rushed in unison towards the main character. Jiang Yu stood and was frightened to see monsters flying at him from all sides. The main character began to fight off the demons. He realized that the monsters were not letting him go into the shadows. Jiang Yu beat the demons from side to side. He thought to himself that he couldn't continue like this. The guy stood and continued to fight off the attack of the monsters. It was getting harder for him. Jiang Yu did not notice how another was flying towards him from behind to attack. The monster managed to attack the main character on his back. The guy's life indicator began to decline. Jiang Yu immediately activated a skill called Anti-Other Mark. After the last battle, the duration of the mark extended by 3 seconds. During this time, the target is unable to think clearly due to fear. The main character felt time passing. He needed to prepare for the attack at this time. Jiang Yu had fewer and fewer seconds left to try to hit someone else. The guy accelerated in order to hit the monster while he was still unable to think. Then the main character pushed off in order to fly high up. Jiang Yu, flying from above, hit the monster with all his might and almost took away his life indicator. Another fell to the ground. The main character grabbed the demon's body with his hand. The main character shouted that he would activate a feature called decapitation. The guy stood near the body of the defeated monster. The system informed the main character that his pursuit was successful and the form of the shadow was becoming more powerful. The guy told himself that he was now beginning to recover. Jiang Yu looked confidently at the demons and said that their turn had come. The main character noticed how there were 2 huge lilac demons in front of him. The guy regained his strength. He asked others, "Why don't you continue?" Jiang Yu accelerated. He shouted to the demons that if they did not attack him, then he would. Suddenly, a very bright flash of light appeared between the main character and the others. Jiang Yu was surprised and stopped. He could not understand where the light could come from in the shadow layer. The guy suddenly felt that he had a strong desire to go there. Others, after they saw a bright light, they began to scatter around. One of the demons headed to the side to try to escape in flight. The commander of the Night Watch named Song Tinan appeared. He carried an ever-burning torch in his hands. Its glow dispels shadows. Sun pointed his hand towards the main character. A green light appeared from it. The man showed the guy the main character. Jiang Yu looked and did not understand what the commander wanted from him. The main character shouted in fear that he would do everything himself. Sun decided to attack the monster himself. At this time, a flying other was approaching the man from behind to attack. Sun raised his finger and attacked the monster with his green beam. The main character realized that the Night Watch was destroying one another at a time. The guy greeted the soldiers. He said they came late. The man asked the main character if he was okay. The main character asked the soldiers to take care of the girl. A fan asked the guy, "Doesn't he really want to bring him home?" Jiang Yu said that the Night Watch people always put work first. The main character began to disappear. He told the warriors that he was leaving the girl to them. The man with the axe said that the presenter is very famous on his platform. He uses the power of the shadow when he is at level 1. Sun was very surprised and thought about it. He couldn't believe that the blogger had the first level. The commander said that he had a torch in his hand and there was no way a shadow could appear. It was hard for the man to believe that a guy with the first level could disappear in front of many people. The fan was lying on the ground and pounding her fist in displeasure. The man invited his colleagues to bring the girl home. The man commanded his subordinates that they would need to check her later. The girl Lu Yao Yao was walking down the street. There were a lot of corpses lying around her. She was looking for the main character. The girlfriend fearfully asked the main character to answer her. She looked around. The girl illuminated the surroundings from her watch. She kept calling for her friend. The main character raised his hand and shouted to the girl that he was nearby. Zhang Yu was lying on the ground. He asked his girlfriend to help him. The girl ran up to her friend and began to remove the stones from him. The main character shouted for his girlfriend to pull him out. The girl noticed how the main character soared above the ground and calmly crawled out from under a pile of stones. Lu pointed the guy to the ruins and said that the stones did not press him at all. Zhang Yu answered with a smile to his girlfriend that he could get out on his own, but could not move. A friend asked the main character where he got the big wound on his back. The guy replied that he didn't know. Main character asked the girl where their friends Feng Xiaoxiao and Liu Yuqiang were. The girl said that the night watch came to the rescue and their friends were taken away. Zhang Yu asked his girlfriend, did she really stay to find him? Lu told her friend that if anything happened to him, she would not be able to look Uncle Li in the eyes. The main character looked at his girlfriend with delight and admiration. Lu, with a loud voice full of feelings, called his girlfriend by name. The main character ran up to the girl and hugged her very passionately and strongly. For a short time, the girl was very much amazed by her friend's sensuality. Lu started hitting the guy with her fist and demanding that he let her go. Zhang Yu said with a smile to the girl that he had just seen huge others with blades. The main character pressed himself against his girlfriend's chest. He said he was very scared. He wants to stay like this for a while longer. The guy and his girlfriend heard someone calling them from the side. They turned around in surprise. A woman approached with a lantern and a weapon. She asked people if everything was okay. The main character and his girlfriend told the woman that everything was fine with them. The stranger told the young people that she would take them to the exit. The main character shouted in fear to his girlfriends. Lu asked the guy what happened. Zhang Yu thought to himself that he had completely forgotten to absorb the others. He needed shade glasses. The main character was sitting in a large night watch building. He was interrogated in detail there. A bright light from a lamp shone on the guy from the side. The girl asked him his name. The main character answered the interlocutor, "What is his name?" There were handcuffs on the table in front of him. The girl asked the guy about his age. She wrote everything down carefully. The main character replied that he was 18 years old. There was a machine on the table that recorded everything. The girl asked her interlocutor, "Will he enroll this year?" Zhang Yu replied that he would do so. The main character looked very carefully at the breasts of the woman in front of him. She told him that there would be consequences for the incident. The woman's name was Li Yuan. She was a member of the Night Watch. She told the guy that some needed psychological help. Treatment may require about a month. Li Yuan explained to her interlocutor that if she passes martial arts tests within a month, her grade will be reduced. Zhang Yu told the girl that he was fine. He asked, "Is therapy necessary?" The woman explained that the pollution process can occur hidden. For this reason, treatment must be obtained without fail. Main character asked the woman if he had 10 days before the exam. Li told the guy that the Night's Watch had developed a special policy regarding this. She added that interested parties can apply in advance. The woman took out some document. The guy was surprised that he could sign something in advance. Li handed the document to her interlocutor. She said he could contact the parents or guardians to sign. The woman told the interlocutor that preliminary testing was carried out during night patrols. The results are entered into the system as in the exam. Zhang Yu told the woman that his guardian was his uncle. He also works on the Night Watch. The Li Yuan woman asked the protagonist to say his uncle's name. The main character said that his uncle works in the main department of the 1st District and is a civilian. Zhang Yu said that his uncle's name was Li Shunguan. The woman was very surprised by this answer. The woman asked her interlocutor with interest, "Is his uncle's name really Shunguang?" The main character looked at the woman in front of him with great excitement. He confirmed his uncle's name to her. I asked the guy, "Is his uncle really an ordinary civilian?" Zhang Yu said in fear that he didn't do anything and asked, "Was his uncle fired?" Li Yuan turned to the guy with a smile and said that his uncle, of course, was not fired. The woman told the main character to follow her. She took the documents in her hand. The guy, accompanied by a woman, entered a huge room with a high ceiling. The main character saw the image of armed warriors on large monitors. Zhang Yu was very surprised at how unusual the Night Watch headquarters looked. The main character heard some people walking nearby, and one of them said that they did not find a person with the name Yu. Jong-yu became very worried. He realized that they were already seriously looking for him because of his video. The woman asked the main character with interest what happened to him. Jong-yu replied that it was his first time here and therefore he was a little worried. He understood to himself that they were beginning to test him. Lee Yuan told the main character that he could rest here for a while. She herself will go to the inspector. The main character entered the meeting room. He saw that his friends and girlfriends were sitting there at the table. The guy couldn't understand how Lu Yao Yao and Feng Xiaoxiao ended up here at the same time. Lu, with great surprise, asked the girl in white clothes if she had seen him. The girl with white hair answered her interlocutors with a smile that the guy saved her. The main character was very unhappy because he saw his fan in white clothes here. Lu told her friend that he could sit on the chair. She turned to her interlocutor to continue the story about her. The fan admiringly reported that he fought with 10 others at once. The fighter looked very calm and relaxed and killed everyone in an instant. The girl said that at that moment when others could not move, the night watch came, he immediately disappeared into the shadows. The main character continued to examine the girl in white with great interest. Jong-yu was very surprised and looked at the stockings on his fan's legs. Lu asked her friends, "Who is he?" This guy was not a member of the Night's Watch. The fan told her interlocutors that the stranger was a student like them. The girl explained that he showed himself to be a student thanks to his words and actions. She added that the unknown hero is simply in love with the girl's legs. The fan pointed to the main character and said that he was very similar to the stranger. The main character was very amazed. He never expected that the girl in white would recognize him. Lu waved her hand in front of the protagonist's face. She asked, "Does he really want to die?" At that time, the door suddenly opened and an excited man ran into the room. The girl's father asked if she was okay after she fell into the shadow layer. Lu answered the man that everything was fine with her and that everything was fine with her friend too. Jong-yu told his girlfriend that he was a little hungry. The man turned around and told the young people that everything was fine and that they should follow him. Lu asked her father how serious the situation was. The man replied that this was the first time in history that an entire store had fallen into the shadow. The man took a cigarette. He told his interlocutors that due to the incident, the test for them would be carried out earlier. The daughter looked at her father dissatisfied. She didn't like that he decided to smoke. The man pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and put it on the table. He explained to his interlocutors that the test would be divided into two parts. Abilities and willpower will be tested. The father revealed that the testing of abilities is known as the initial awakening. Candidates will resist pollution. This trial has low risks. The man explained to the young people that the object of the willpower test would be their spiritual will. The father explained that the test would be the key to how special the girl and boy could become. The man continued to sit with folded hands and tell the guy and the girl the details of the exam. The main character told the man that the key to success is willpower. The interlocutor replied that this was not at all necessary. The man said that some people can endure the pain of a severed arm, but their qualifications will remain mediocre. Willpower also lies in faith in goodness and resistance to evil thoughts. The main character asked his interlocutor, "Do these points affect willpower?" The man clarified, "Why such a question?" Lu said displeasedly that someone's thoughts might be occupied with girls' legs. The main character told his girlfriend that she was angry. The man explained that several other factors are observed, but these 3 points are the most common. The man explained that if the 3 points are distorted and the heart is filled with negative emotions, then it will all go down the drain. The father explained that evil thoughts will only attract evil. Negative emotions are environmental pollution. The man explained that if all these factors accumulate over time, the pollution will eventually become immense. The father told the interlocutors that if there are any negative emotions, they need to be released. If you continue to keep them in your heart, it will not lead to anything good. The main character thought about the man's words and remembered his girlfriend's. Jong-yu thought anxiously to himself that he needed to go and massage his feet to cleanse his soul. The man told his interlocutors to return. Testing will begin after a while. In parting, the girlfriend's father told the main character that he signed all the documents instead of his uncle. The man turned around and told the young people not to worry. They were already floating with the flow. The main character and his girlfriend said goodbye to the man. The fan was very glad that her new acquaintances returned to her. A girl in white sat on a chair and joyfully greeted the main character and her friend. Lu asked her interlocutor, "Where did the rest of the people go?" The fan replied that the others left with the workers. Lu, I asked my interlocutor why she didn't leave. The fan explained that her parents are in business. They left the city and never returned. Parents will be able to sign papers remotely. The girl in white told her interlocutors that everything was finally here. Feng was pushing her friend in a wheelchair. Lu said happily that they sprayed some medicine on his leg and it stopped hurting. The guy asked his friend if he wanted to take tests after an injury. The fan told friends that his injury would not affect the results. The girl reported that the student had just cried in the corner. Liu shouted dissatisfied that he was not crying. The main character noticed how doors opened not far from him. There was a group of young people standing there. Zhang Yu looked at the young guys with great surprise. They stood very sad. The main character asked in surprise, "Why are the guys so depressed?" The girl replied that young people just want to live a peaceful life. Lu explained that after the test, the boys would begin to experience obvious changes. Li Yuan told strictly that everyone was assembled and they could get down to business. The woman explained that testing is divided into two parts. Willpower and abilities will be tested. The students listened attentively. The woman gave details of how the aptitude test would be assessed. Li Yuan said that the willpower test is aimed at identifying resistance to pollution. The woman explained to the students that the assessment of their ability to become special would be taken into account at all stages of the development of their strength. Li told the young people that if they had great willpower, they could have the ability to counterattack. The woman slammed her folder shut. She told the students to follow her. A group of young people were in a huge room with glass walls. It was a waiting room. The main character stood near the glass wall. He looked through it with interest. The students saw some kind of warrior standing behind the glass. Next to him, something was covered with a large tablecloth. A voice came from the loudspeaker. The girl Feng Xiao was invited for an interview. The girl headed towards the door. They told her to come in and not worry. Feng turned around and looked at her friends for the last time. Feng entered the room and confidently told her interlocutor that she was already here. The girl entered the room. A man stood next to her. There was something next to him, covered with a blanket. Students stood near the glass doors. They watched everything that was happening very excitedly. The man pulled off the covers. There was a huge sparkling stone on the floor. The man with glasses told his interlocutor in a stern voice that she could begin. A group of young people stood and watched everything that was happening very carefully. Suddenly, the lights in the room were completely turned off. The students were surprised. Guy Liu asked, dissatisfied, "Why was it necessary to turn off the electricity?" My friend explained that this was a test of willpower. The main character thought to himself that he was already used to being in the shadow layer in the dark. The guy looked at his girlfriend. He noticed that there was a small stone tied to her leg. Feng stood blindfolded. The main character thought that the girl had encountered something strong. Suddenly, a bright light suddenly turned on. People began to cover themselves with their hands. Lu asked her friend very excitedly, how did it all go for her? Feng explained to her friends that she had no talent for willpower. She trained a lot before, but to no avail. The schoolboy was surprised. He asked his girlfriend, did she really want to become special and was still training? Feng answered her friend dissatisfiedly that nothing had worked out for her. They announced over the loudspeaker that Liu Yuqiang should come in next. The guy prayed to himself that he wouldn't become special. The fan answered her friend not to worry since he would not become special. A schoolboy in a stroller drove into the room and the door closed behind him. Young people stood around. A bright light turned on in the room. Everyone around stood in great anticipation. The Liu guy drove out of the door in a wheelchair with a very sad and downcast look. The schoolboy looked at his interlocutors and told them in a sad voice that he had passed. The Feng girl was very surprised and dissatisfied. She didn't understand how her friend could pass the test. The school children did not understand why they failed to pass the tests. Lu told her friends that they were just simply unlucky. They announced over the loudspeaker that Lu Yao Yao should come in next. The girl was very excited. She exhaled and prepared to go in. Lu turned around and joyfully told the main character that she was going further. The girl Lu stood in the room and a test was performed on her. She had a crystal tied to her leg. There was a reddish glow around. The crystal tied to his leg glowed with a very bright and red light. The main character was surprised. He noticed that Lu Yao Yao's crystal on his leg had turned red. For others, it glowed green. The guy remembered that willpower corresponds to different ranks and colors. The main character was surprised to realize to himself that his girlfriend had the first rank. Testing ended and a green light appeared above the entrance to the laboratory. Fan asked her friend excitedly if she had been tested. Lu replied that she went through everything. The main character asked his friend cheerfully if she was tired. Yao Yao answered the interlocutor that he could go himself and he would understand everything. Jiang Yu wanted to kiss his girlfriend. He asked her to motivate him somehow. The girl was unhappy. They announced over the loudspeaker that the guy Jiang Yu should come in next. The main character waved to his girlfriend and said that he was going for testing. The girl looked after her friend very excitedly. She was worried about him. Lu looked excitedly and joyfully at her friend and promised him good luck. The main character looked at his girlfriend with a smile and thanked her. The guy entered the laboratory room. He looked around carefully. The man asked the main character his name. He read it from the sheet. The scientist asked the guy if he had awakened the ability. He gave the main character an ampule and told him to drink its contents. The man asked the main character excitedly if he had already drunk the medicine. Zhang Yu replied that he had already drunk. The scientist pointed his hand at the main character to the crystal, which was lying on the floor. He said that we need to start testing our willpower. The main character stood blindfolded. He tied a crystal to his leg. Suddenly, the guy felt as if some kind of vortices were activated around him. The man approached the guy from behind and told him not to be nervous and to go forward. The scientist told the main character that his abilities had awakened. He can feel his consciousness being separated from his body as he moves forward. The man pushed the guy forward and told him to move on. Zhang Yu felt that he did not fall, but as if he began to float freely in the air, the guy got worried. The new sensations were unusual for him. Zhang Yu felt great lightness. It was as if he was taking off and floating freely above the ground. Jiang Yu was floating in some kind of astral space. He was slowly descending from some height. The main character landed in some magical city. He looked around in surprise. Jiang Yu looked at his hands with great surprise. He realized that he did not feel his body. The guy was still standing near the crystal in the testing laboratory. He thought that he was still connected to his body. The main character clearly saw as if his body was in a mythical city. Jiang Yu was very amazed by the new experience for him. He jumped on the spot for joy. The man looked at him in surprise. The scientist shouted to the student not to jump, otherwise the test might be interrupted. The main character in the astral world ran towards the bluish crystal. Suddenly, the guy found himself waist-deep in water. He could no longer move quickly. The main character fearfully felt that his body became heavier, and it became more difficult for him to breathe. Jiang Yu seemed to begin to fall from a great height. Something was affecting him. The main character fell in astral space. He felt despair, sadness, and anger. Jiang Yu told himself very sternly that he must resist. Suddenly, his uncle approached the guy from behind and called him by name. The main character was surprised. He could not understand where his uncle had come from here. The man told the guy that he was not special. He will hurt other people if he continues. The main character ran to the side. He realized that it was just an illusion next to him and not his uncle. Jiang Yu turned around sharply and looked to the side. He noticed someone appear on his way. Another uncle of his appeared next to the guy. The man told the main character that he was not capable enough. There were illusions of his uncle around the main character. They all took turns saying something to the guy in unison. One of the men pointed his hand to the side. He explained that the special ones are about will and not about strength. The main character continued to run. All the illusions next to him unanimously called his name. The main character was surprised to notice a huge and predatory monster in front of him. People were running around with torches. The main character saw in front of him a huge predatory red monster with horns. A huge demon towered over the city. The main character looked at him in fear. The guy saw in front of him a huge number of flying human bodies with drops of blood. Jiang Yu was scared. He screamed very loudly. The nightmare hit him hard. The main character stood in the middle of a mythical city. Around him, something was falling into the water from above. From the side, there was the sound of a lighter being opened. Someone wanted to smoke. The man with the cigarette looked at the main character and said that this would be the end of the special ones. Did the uncle ask the guy, does he really want to be the same as the special ones? One of the illusions from the outside told the main character not to deceive himself. The man told the guy very threateningly that in fact he just wants to be the center of attention. The man behind the main character said cheerfully that everything would be exactly like that. The uncle shouted to the guy that he, like other teenagers, wanted to become a superhero. The man said that the superhero does not get up early. His whole life is full of fun and female love. The illusion mocked the protagonist's words in which he said that he was destined for something greater. Uncle Lee angrily shouted to the guy that there was nothing special about him and that it was all just youthful maximalism. In the midst of complete darkness, the light sparkled very brightly. It was a torch that lit up. The guy walked with a torch in his hand. The man shouted that the dark side of this world is not a shadow layer. Uncle Lee said that even if the sun was bright and scorching above his head, there would always be something that he would not be able to see. The man shouted that all this will be the hidden world. The main character was on his knees. A guy with a torch approached him. The main character extended his hand to the stranger. The guy dropped the torch and began to disappear. A burning torch lay on the ground. The main character hasn't had time to take it yet. Huge purple flying demons appeared in space. The man explained to the guy that if he becomes special, he will have to reap the fruits of his own decisions. Jiang Yu stood all alone in the city center. The man shouted to the guy that he needed to return to the original question. Uncle Lee, with a cigarette in his mouth, asked the guy sternly, "Can he become special?" Jiang Yu looked at the man very excitedly and with hatred. Main character stood in the training room. Next to him was a white crystal. The man and the woman observed the guy's behavior. They watched him closely. After a long pause, the woman asked her interlocutor, "What were the results?" The man answered his interlocutor with a smile that the main character was walking around and around. The woman explained that not everyone could bear the kind of pollution that Jiang Yu received. The interlocutor replied that people with great resilience can move forward. The researchers looked at the main character. The guy turned sharply in different directions. The man said that Jiang Yu's goals are absolutely not that clear to them. The woman looked carefully to the side at the main character. She was surprised. The amazed woman told her interlocutor that the crystal on the guy's body had turned red. The man was very surprised. He turned around abruptly and looked at Jiang Yu. The main character stood and wobbled on his feet. The crystal that was tied to his leg glowed red. The crystal in the center of the room sparkled with a bright red light. The main character and researchers were nearby. The man looked at the stone in surprise. He decided that the guy must have been rank 5. The woman approached the other person from behind and suggested that Jiang Yu might be the 6th rank. The man answered his interlocutor that for a couple of decades only a few people had reached the 6th rank. The main character walked focused on the spot. The crystal on his leg glowed brightly. The man was very shocked. He couldn't understand what happened and why the light was fading. The researcher ran to the console. He shouted to the woman to check the protagonist's watch for abnormalities. The interlocutor looked at Jiang Yu and replied that all indicators were normal. The researcher watched in surprise as the main character raised his leg. He realized that the closer the guy gets to the big crystal, the more willpower he has. Jiang Yu continued to confidently walk towards the crystal. The man noticed that the guy's willpower was weakening. The main character, slowly taking small steps, approached the stone almost closely. Jiang Yu boldly extended his hand in front of him to touch the shining crystal. The man was very surprised because the guy wanted to touch the crystal. He said that even a person with rank 6 willpower was not capable of this. Jiang Yu confidently reached out with his hand and touched the stone. Everything around began to shine. The main character touched the crystal with his palm. Everything around was glowing brightly. A bright and blue swirl appeared in space. It stretched far. The voice told the surprised protagonist that he didn't need to become special. Jiang Yu saw his acquaintances around him. The voice asked him to think about himself and his friends. The guy saw his girlfriend in front of him. He remembered that she was a dear person to him. The girlfriend smiled and looked at the guy. She extended her hand to him. The girl took her friend's hand. They stood opposite each other. The voice demanded that the main character make his choice. The guy stood opposite his girlfriend. Jiang Yu thought sharply about something and became very agitated. He shouted that it was enough for him. The guy extended his hand and huge glowing fragments appeared around him. The main character Grozno shouted to the voice so that it would no longer crackle in his ears. The guy cheerfully told himself that one could succumb to such temptation. The main character very confidently walked straight in the direction of Uncle Lu. Jiang Yu said calmly to the man that he was taken by surprise at the beginning. He even thought about it. The guy calmly said that at first he just wanted to look like a hero in the faces of others. He didn't care about the rest. Jiang Yu reported that there were no supermen in this world. There were only ordinary people who achieved success. A guy with a torch approached the main character from the side. Jiang Yu reported that the people's dedication to their cause brought stability to the world. The main character extended his hand to the torch. He said that he had already enjoyed peace once before. Zhang Yu confidently took the large hot torch into his hands and gave it to the guy. The torch in the hands of the protagonist glowed brightly. He noticed his friends nearby. The guy shouted that he no longer wanted to hide behind others. Zhang Yu, holding a torch, shouted that he wanted to light his own flame. Uncle Lee looked at his interlocutor in surprise. He was amazed. The main character looked in front of him and said joyfully that he wanted to illuminate the darkness. There was complete silence around. The water on the surface of the earth completely froze. The scientist informed the boss that the shadow layer incident affected a couple of floors of the shopping center. He reported how many people were saved. The researcher added that there would be 30 students participating in the martial arts exam. Several groups have already been selected for early testing. The manager turned to the man near the computer and asked what the pollution department said. The interlocutor replied that the results were already ready. The expert looked at the laptop screen. He noticed that he had received a message. The expert saw various types of others on the screen. He said that the three spirits are very similar in terms of bone and tissue morphology. The researcher excitedly reported that more important traces had also been found. The expert told the surprised boss that traces of human product had been found. The scientist said in surprise that this was impossible. Each has its own individual traits, and during mutation they change. Similar traits could not be distributed immediately among three others. The man was very amazed and excited by the news. He even lit a cigarette. The leader turned to the scientist in fear and wanted to tell him something important. The boss said excitedly that something strange was happening in Beidou City. A man with a cigarette in his mouth said that some creatures from the dark can no longer sit still. At this time, a very bright explosion was heard. Everything around lit up. The man was surprised. The leader was so surprised that he even let the cigarette out of his mouth. The man looked very scared and surprised at the bright light in front of him. He realized that something had happened in the testing room. The man walked very quickly along the corridor. He was heading straight to the testing room. The leader was focused. He told all his subordinates to give him the opportunity to pass. The man remembered that the best result of the willpower test was an orange light. There was never any talk about gold. The leader walked straight to the testing room. He didn't understand what happened there. The man ran into the room. He noticed a group of excited guys there. The man asked in fear about the main character. One of the guys turned excitedly to Captain Liu. The commander became very worried. He was very interested in the fate of the main character. Zhang Yu was inside the laboratory. A bright yellow light shone around him. The main character looked with great attention at the bright light in front of him. After that, the guy turned to the side. He realized that a lot of people were watching him now. Zhang Yu looked to the side and saw his friends and Captain Liu behind the glass. After the exam, the main character was relaxing on the sofa. The man brought him a bottle of water. The man handed the guy a bottle and invited him to drink water. The main character will thank Uncle Liu. Zhang Yu asked the man about the girl Lu Yao Yao and the others. The interlocutor told the guy that his friends were in the lounge while he was being tested. The man told the main character that he was very surprised. He added that the 5th level is very good, not to mention the 6th. The commander looked at the guy and said that he actually created the golden light. The main character began to greedily drink water from a bottle. He asked the man, "Is his golden light better than the 6th rank?" The interlocutor replied that it is still difficult to say for sure. The man said that perhaps such people are being dissected and studied. The main character was very surprised. The guy told Uncle Liu not to scare him. The man replied that there was nothing like that. The man told the main character that information about him was sent to an analytical center for study. Jiang Yu will be the object of observation. The main character asked the captain excitedly, "Will everything really be that troublesome?" The man told the main character that everything was fine and he just needed to undergo a couple of procedures. Jiang Yu was very happy. He realized that he had a great opportunity. The main character sat in front of the commission. He was asked all his personal data and details of his life. The students looked with surprise and interest at the meeting with the main character. They couldn't believe that the ordinary guy turned out to be the best. People watched the interrogation of the main character through a computer. The examiner asked the guy what he saw during the willpower test. The man watched the guy closely. He said something great was coming. The main character told his interlocutors in a boring voice that he fought with others. The captain asked the guy what he thought when he saw the others. Jiang Yu reported that he was very excited. At first, he felt the responsibility on his shoulders. After these words, the main character fell completely silent. He was thinking about something of his own. The man looked at the main character and said that he could continue. The main character thought, Something very funny came to his mind. Jong Yu turned to Uncle Lu and said that he had a map hanging on the wall. The main character suddenly jumped up sharply and placed one of his feet, along with his shoes, on a chair. Jiang Yu said with alarm that out of 10 of their places, only 5 remained. They are in a very difficult situation. For this reason, they need to know the truth. The commander looked at the main character with excitement. He didn't understand what kind of game he was playing. The main character shouted loudly that the people in that world were getting either cold or hot. He himself tried to do everything possible to light the torch. The main character was very inspired. He was jumping on the floor and gesticulating emotionally. Jiang Yu told his interlocutors that he had become the only source of light. People at the table looked with surprise and interest at all the actions of the main character. The commander told his colleagues that the main character sometimes likes to fool around. The person at the table said that the main character's story seemed so touching. The girl replied that Jiang Yu had a happy future on the night watch. Suddenly, the man felt loved and dissatisfied because of the words of his colleagues. The students looked at the main character in admiration. They thought he was talented. The experts at the computers were pleased with the way the main character performed at the interview. Jiang Yu thought that he would be sent home very soon. He wanted to go for a massage. The commander told the main character that he could go home and wait for notification. The guy didn't understand what kind of notification he was talking about. Jiang Yu closed his laptop with a flourish. He wanted to tell his interlocutor something important. The commander informed the main character that there would be a notification about a special training camp. The main character in a shadow image sat on the roof of a building and looked down from above. Jiang Yu was very excited. He was completely immersed in his thoughts. The commander told the main character that he asked him to keep his head down. Now everyone on the night watch knows about Jiang Yu. The main character asked the man for forgiveness for the inconvenience. The commander told the interlocutor that Uncle Lee would not like Jiang Yu to become special. The man told the main character not to forget to go to the training camp. On March 25th, the guy asked his interlocutor about the training camp. The man told the main character that people like him would undergo special training for several months. At the end of the training, there will be a martial arts exam. The commander told the main character not to mention what happened in front of the girl Lu Yao Yao. He once again reminded about the 25th of March. The system informed the main character that he had 20 days to live. The guy realized that he needed to prepare for the fact that several months would disappear from his life. The main character decided to himself that he needed to hunt more to prolong his life. Unexpectedly, something greatly distracted the main character's attention. He looked away. The main character noticed a green monster running nearby. He decided to attack him. Jiang Yu ran at full speed. He decided to use a skill called shadow walking. The green monster ran away and looked around in surprise. The main character used his special mark and put it on the monster. Jiang Yu activated his 2 skills called chasing and beheading. The system reported that the other was alive but injured. He fled because he wanted to save his life, but his life was cut short in advance. The pursuit of the prey was successful. The guy's fighting skills improved and shadow glasses were added. The main character happily told himself that he noticed something different in time. Suddenly, someone from behind called the main character. Jiang Yu turned around in surprise. The main character looked to the side and noticed that a stranger was standing next to him. The stranger in the helmet sternly asked his interlocutor, "Where did his other one go?" The main character became worried. He realized that he would not be able to answer his interlocutor with anything intelligible. Jiang Yu looked to the side at the remains of the green skeleton of the destroyed other. A stranger in a helmet ran up from the side. He shouted to the main character that he would pay him. The guy swung his stick and shouted that Jiang had stolen what belonged to him. Phantom was surprised. He glanced displeasedly at the man running towards him. The stranger stopped. He looked in surprise at the ghost before him. The stranger suddenly braked. He slowly walked towards the main character. Jiang put his hands in front of him. He didn't understand what the guy wanted from him. The guy slowly took off his motorcycle helmet. The ghost looked at him in surprise. The main character looked closely at the guy, approached him. Unexpectedly, the stranger said in a joyful voice to the Phantom that he saw in front of him a streamer from the network named Yu. The guy hugged the main character with a smile and prepared to take a photo with him. He said that they should divide the spoils according to the rules. Jiang looked at the stranger in surprise. He asked him about the rules. The guy was holding the phones in his hands. He looked at the main character with great interest. The guy jumped to the side and started shouting into his phone to his subscribers that streamer Yu stole loot from a harmless collector and didn't even apologize. Jong sent a long claw from his body and hit the stranger with it in the back. He pulled him towards him. The surprised guy fell to the ground. His motorcycle helmet lay next to him. The main character reached out and grabbed the guy's head with it. He demanded that he explain everything normally. The stranger sat on the ground and fearfully told his interlocutor that he would do everything. The guy said that he is a freelance employee of the Night Watch. When Jong reaches the first rank of the middle level, he will be able to join them. After a short pause, the main character asked the guy, "What do freelancers do?" The guy said that non-staff employees earn little. This is about 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. Jiang was very surprised when he heard that the interlocutor called such a small amount. The main character saw in front of him a huge green hand sticking out of the ground. Qian stood on the road very dissatisfied and pointed his hand forward. The main character shouted to the stranger that he himself received much less than 7,000. This is almost his monthly fee for the manuscript. The guy told his interlocutor that he understood him, but there are a lot of risks. They can die at any time. The stranger said that in front of them there was a tattered other in the shadow layer. The main character stood silently with his new acquaintance. They looked at the green hand on Earth. After a short pause, Jung asked his interlocutor who he was selling the others to. The guy happily said that he sells others to the Night Watch, universities, and some companies. He is often tasked with capturing a specific species of other. The main character realized that it is very convenient when the guy is told in advance where the other one is. Jiang extended his hand with the phone forward. He asked his new friend to share the QR code with him. Jiang held the phone in his hand. He told his new acquaintance that he would pay him 7,000 yuan. The guy happily answered his interlocutor that 4,900 yuan would be enough for him. The main character hugged his surprised interlocutor and said that he couldn't be so petty. Jiang smiled evilly at the guy and said that he wanted to talk to him about further cooperation. The guy was surprised. He asked the main character, what kind of cooperation was he talking about? Suddenly, another monster appeared from the side. He had a huge clawed paw. The monster was in the form of a huge predatory cat. He jumped up on his hind legs and growled. The system informed the main character that there was a bloody shadow cat in front of him. Jiang used a combat skill called Shadow Bite against the other. The main character sharply extended his hand forward. He attacked the monster. The main character wanted to devour the monster and leave his body intact so that he could sell it. After a short pause, Jiang told his interlocutor that he could take the body of another. The guy happily ran forward. The stranger joyfully looked at the main character and said that he was very kind. He was ready to share with him. Jikyong explained to his interlocutor that he also had a very responsible job. He needs to find out the location and take the body to the Night's Watch. The guy held the monster's body on his shoulders. He said that this work can be done alone if you register. The main character said with a smile to his interlocutor that he wanted to maintain confidentiality. He didn't want the people on the Night Watch to know his identity. The stranger was holding a demonic cat on his shoulders. He told the main character that he was able to kill 4 others in a day. Jiang cheerfully replied that he could kill 100 if he had time. The main character said that those others he just absorbed did not make him stronger. Jiang asked his surprised acquaintance named Denke to help him find others of the first rank tomorrow. The excited guy said that it was impossible to find others of the first rank. Denke fearfully explained to his interlocutor that others of the first rank are very dangerous and a very big risk. The main character with a smile told his interlocutor that he knew about it. Jiang smiled slyly and said that he was going to deal with the others. The main character came to his apartment in a high-rise building late at night. Jiang went to the elevator button and called it to go up to the desired floor. The guy tiredly walked into the apartment. He told himself that he had finally arrived. Main character approached the refrigerator from behind. The girl shouted at him, dissatisfied that he returned late. The girlfriend was lying on the sofa. She told the guy that she had been waiting for him for a very long time. She invited him to try the cookies on the table. Jiang took the cookie and happily tasted it. He liked it very much. The main character looked at his girlfriend and asked where Uncle Lu was. The girl replied that her father was on a mission. Jiang asked his girlfriend, "Will the man return today?" The interlocutor replied that Uncle Lu would not return today. The main character with a sly smile told his interlocutor that she could stay with him today. The girlfriend angrily hit the guy on the head. She asked him how the testing went. The main character was sitting with a bump on his head. He replied that the testing was successful and asked the girl what was the matter. The interlocutor asked the guy what his level was. The main character thoughtfully replied that perhaps he had the third level. The girlfriend asked the guy with interest, "What abilities does he have?" Jung answered her that the shadow must have heard about this. The girl told the guy that he had good potential and auxiliary ability. The main character carefully asked his interlocutor, "What about her abilities?" The girl thought very slyly. She prepared to answer the guy. The interlocutor said that the spirit is assessed as the strongest and has the highest potential. The girl exclaimed joyfully that at the early stage, the combat power is not particularly strong, but at a later stage, it is a completely different matter. Jung touched the girl's face and told her not to waste words. Girlfriend got angry. She hit the guy in the face with her hand and demanded that he shut up. The main character looked at the girl very offended. She sat next to him in silence. The guy moved away from the girl on the couch. He told her that they are now like a shadow and a guardian of the soul. His girlfriend answered him that she didn't quite understand him. Others also have similar names. The interlocutor explained to the guy that his shadow corresponds to the shadow of another. The girl told the main character that her soul guardian corresponds to the spirit of another. The girl explained to the guy that he needed to hunt others, but at the same time, one should not be exposed to pollution in order to become stronger. If Jung hunts a suitable other, the efficiency of his development will increase. The main character told his interlocutor that she could demonstrate her abilities to him. The girl explained that there were no others next to them. Jung cunningly explained to his girlfriend that she could test everything on him. He promised her that everything would be fine. The girl was angry because her friend suggested this to her. The guy was sitting on the sofa next to his girlfriend. A blue glow appeared around the girl. The girlfriend silently pointed her hand at the guy. There was a bright glow around her. The main character saw the girl's hand in front of him. She continued to shine the light on him. Jung's eyes glowed with a very bright light. He felt intense fear in his body. The main character fell unconscious on the floor. He said in a weakening voice that he was in pain. The girl rushed to him and asked if he was okay. Jung sharply asked his girlfriend to stroke his head. The girl agreed. The girlfriend touched the guy's head with her hands. He was lying on her legs. The main character asked the girl to try it on both sides and be more gentle. Jang said in a sly voice to his girlfriend that she is very strong. He was ready to defend himself, but still fell into a trap. The interlocutor told the guy that their abilities come from various others. It was normal that he couldn't resist. The guy told the girl that she didn't think he'd be a target for everyone while they were at training camp. The interlocutor told the guy that she was not at all like him. She likes assertiveness. The main character's head lay on the girl's lap. He asked what levels the opponents would have. The interlocutor told him that they would not be much stronger. The girl slyly asked the guy how much he would pay the masseuse. Jung replied in a thoughtful voice that he would pay a couple of thousand. The girl's eyes lit up very angrily. The main character got scared after that. The girlfriend angrily continued to massage the guy. He frightenedly shouted at her not to come closer. Late in the evening, the main character was on the roof of the house and watched as a red monster appeared on the street. Jung said with fear to his friend that in front of them was another of the first rank. Denka replied that he had specifically chosen for him someone else whom Jung had already encountered. The main character flew from the roof to attack. A friend asked him, "Do you need help?" Jung replied that no help was needed. Denki was surprised. He watched with great attention as his friend prepared to attack the monster. The monster turned around very angrily and looked at the man behind him. Jang suddenly swung his hand and hit the monster next to him with all his might. After the blow, the main character pulled his hand out of the demon's body. The system reported that the pursuit was successful. The main character stood near the body of another. The system reported that the owner received new abilities called the Shadow Group. Denke was very surprised. He realized that the guy in reality turned out to be very strong. A terrible guy with glasses appeared in the sky. There was a bright glow around him. The monsters on Earth were very surprised. They looked at the man in the sky with fear. The fighter falls sharply from above to the ground. A very strong lightning struck. Everything around began to shine. The girl and her father were sitting next to the table. They looked at the video footage on the laptop. The girl said with admiration that the battle in the video looked very powerful. Lee explained to his daughter that not everyone special can awaken the ability that she has. He put his hand on her shoulder. The man explained to the girl that before there was a person who awakened a similar ability. Recording on a flash drive is an early stage of its cultivation. The daughter asked her father if he had achieved something like this. The man replied that he had achieved, but Uncle Lee did it. The daughter thought slyly to herself that such information would be useful for Jiang Yu. A man with one hand stood on the balcony of the apartment and smoked. He was looking down somewhere. The fighter stood and smoked. He looked ahead very intently. The man stood in front of the window. His room was empty, and there were documents on the bed. The fighter recalled to himself the contents of the classified document that was in his room. The document stated that the cataclysm occurred 90 years ago to the west of Beidou, 200 kilometers from this place. The body was surrounded by a luminous wheel. It hung in the air. If you haven't looked at the ring for a long time, you can become immersed in contamination. The two girls were completely destroyed during the battle. 3 generals were wounded and 300 members of the Night Watch were injured. They were successfully taken away and then began to be detained. Everyone's profile is top secret. After a detailed analysis, it was discovered that long-term contact with another creature cannot be had. The code name for this being is God. The main character jumped up and hung in the air. In front of him was a dangerous green demon with a red tongue. Jiang extended his hand forward and shot at the demon, from it with blue flame. The monster was struck by blue lightning from a man. He turned around displeased. The demon suddenly swung his hand and hit the man in front of him with all his might. There was a guy standing next to him with a video camera. He excitedly wished her luck. Jiang felt that his standard of living had dropped. He looked at the other one in fear. The monster took off and ran sharply towards the man to attack. The main character took a small wooden stick into his mouth. He told himself that the time had come. Jiang broke off a piece of the wooden stick and looked angrily at the other. The demon was surprised. He looked at the man angrily and suspiciously. The main character calmly watched as the other one exploded in front of him. The system reported that the shadow group was producing small explosions in a certain area, either in the air or on the enemy's body. If there is a chance to penetrate deep into the enemy's body, then the damage will be colossal. A friend told the main character that he looked great. The two of them watched the video. Denka happily said to the main character that this part of the video would create a sensation. Zhang replied that it was all filmed well. The guy very quickly collected the fragments of the green monster in a bag on the road. Jiang stepped aside and opened the system window. The system informed the owner that his attribute was a shadow. He still had a full 47 days left. Zhang thought happily to himself that now he doesn't have to worry about the training camp. Main character asked a friend to prepare the next one for him. Denka shouted to him with excitement that everything was ready. A huge pink monster appeared. He had a large eye and sharp fangs. The demon accelerated in flight and headed towards the people at full speed. The main character looked ahead in fear. He realized that he needed to help his friend. Jiang grabbed his frightened friend by the clothes from behind. Denka didn't immediately understand what was happening. Denka hid in fear behind his friend. Jiang could not understand who was in front of them. Jiang looked carefully in front of him. He noticed a monster's eye in the clouds of dust nearby. 2 guys stood on the ground and looked in surprise as a demon hovered above them. Denka scaredly shouted to the main character that the demon had the 2nd rank. Jiang remembered his girlfriend's words. She said that her soul guardian corresponded to the spirit of another. The main character jumped up and immediately flew in a different direction. Jiang thought to himself while flying that he couldn't let the demon attack him. The main character quickly rushed forward. The demonic eye glowed brightly. Jiang was surprised to see a black crack appear on the side of the demonic eye. Suddenly, a huge pink demon fell to the ground from a great height. An unknown warrior with a golden spear approached from the side. He stuck it into the body of another. The stranger stood on the body of the defeated demon and looked down. Jiang was very surprised by the appearance of the warrior. He realized that he knew the unfamiliar fighter. The fighter with the golden spear pushed off the ground and flew up. Jiang looked after him. The stranger left behind a small yellow document. The main character reached out his hand to grab him. Jiang held the yellow piece of paper in his hands and read it carefully. Denka stood behind him. The main character read in the document that the Chuyan group invites him to their place. There was a statue of a huge warrior near Chuyang's office. The main character came there. Jiang stood outside the office and carefully looked at the figure of the warrior in front of him. The main character stood silently. He held a small note in his hands. Denka had previously told his friend that Chuyang was the largest information company in Yunhai. The guy told the main character that if he became an employee of this company, he would no longer worry about anything. The main character asked his friend in surprise, "Is this person really an employee of Chuyang?" Denka answered his interlocutor that the employee could be seen from his uniform. The main character told his friend that this man, without straining, was able to deal with someone of the second rank. Denke said that Chu Young produces doping agents that increase the abilities of fighters. The guy turned to the side and said that the fighters were cooperating with the Night Watch. They helped in the development of one product. Jiyoung stood aside and listened carefully. Denka told the main character that he could become the strongest in the shortest possible time. The main character turned and asked his friend, "What about him?" Denka thoughtfully answered the guy that he was on his own. The girl on stage was telling the guests about a new medical drug. The employee said that the drug was created by a Baido doctor who headed the company for 10 years. This drug helps increase brain activity. As a result, the development of abilities is accelerated. The main character stood with his friends and listened with interest. He did not understand how this drug worked. The worker extended her hand to the side and told a volunteer to come out to her. Denka suddenly jumped up from his seat. He shouted anxiously that he wanted to go. The guy suddenly jumped onto the stage and swallowed the drug from the test tube. Jiang looked at his friend in surprise. He remembered that he had said earlier that he would be on his own. Denka stood, and his eyes lit up. He shouted that he felt as if his brain had started working. Denka stood, and light poured from inside his head. The host told the guests that today's price was 1,888 yuan. People rushed towards the stage. They shouted to be given the drug. The main character looked ahead thoughtfully. He realized that the people next to him could no longer help. Jiang walked around the room, under one glass. He saw an ancient sword. In another window, the guy saw old and tattered combat clothing. Jiang stepped aside and saw ancient artifacts under one glass. The main character saw a picture depicting warriors. It was dedicated to the founder Zhao Chuyang. The main character was surprised to realize that Zhao Chuyang was a member of the Night Watch. Denka came up from the side. He told the surprised protagonist that everything was true. The guy explained to his interlocutor that few people remember about this now. The main character thought with surprise to himself that the man was from the Night Watch. In the 50th year of the disaster, others completely penetrated Daju. Zhao Chuyang decided to fight this alone. He led the mass evacuation from the captured territory. To protect people, Zhao did not hesitate to set himself on fire to destroy all others. After the Zhao caught fire, there was a strong explosion and it hit the demons. As a result, the brave fighter burned to the ground. He didn't even leave bones behind. The man near the stand told the main character that the descendants of the Zhao have increased the number of the Chuyang company. They continued to make huge contributions to the cause. The man turned around and told his interlocutor that he looked very much like Mr. Zhao Chuyang. Jiang was very surprised when he heard such words from his interlocutor. The man reminded the main character of his words. He wanted to become the only light in the pitch darkness. Jiang smiled and answered his interlocutor that he said such words. The man told the main character that he deserves to be a relative of General Li. Jiang did not understand which general he was talking about. The man told his surprised interlocutor that he meant General Li Shunguang. The main character remembered a man with one arm. He was surprised that he had the rank of general. Jiang could not believe that General Li was the strongest. Jiang said with excitement that he was thinking about whether Li was an ordinary worker. The man answered him that he was a representative of the citizens and his power was much higher than theirs. The main character thought that he initially thought that General Li knew tough people. It turned out that he himself is like that. The man put his hand on the main character's shoulder and said that his name is Song Qinggun and he is an instructor at the training camp. Sun approached the guy and wished him good luck. He said that their training would go smoothly. The main character was left alone among the exhibits in the museum. He looked around. Jiang thought about it. The words about training gave him a bad feeling. The main character looked carefully at the painting next to him. Her red eyes glowed brightly. Jiang heard a suspicious noise from the side. He turned to the side very frightened. The guy stood and looked at the picture with the warriors. She scared him very much. Suddenly, the canvas of the painting broke through and a long and green demon flew out of it. Jiang ran along the corridor. He was chasing a huge green monster. Jiang realized with surprise that he saw a wandering spirit in front of him. He didn't understand how he could have ended up here. The main character accelerated and headed towards the emergency exit at full speed. Jiang rushed down the stairs at full speed. He was chasing the demon and did not understand how he could get inside. The main character ran to the end of the stairs. The wandering spirit continued to descend. Jiang remembered that the wandering spirit he killed the first time also had such a clue. He realized that something was wrong. The demon continued to rush down the stairs. The main character was hot on his heels. Jiyoung thought to himself that the increase in the appearance of others in their world must be connected with something. The guy ran out into the corridor and was surprised to notice that there was no one there. The main character looked carefully in front of him. There was silence all around and the evil spirit disappeared. Jiyoung looked around. He realized that he was in the basement of the Chuyang company, but there was no one around. Someone on the side told the guy that number 9 had returned and he should come in. Jiyoung stood in the basement and looked around carefully. There was silence around him. The guy thought to himself that he could hide in the shadow layer. He didn't understand what was wrong with this company. A ghost appeared from a black spot on the floor, he said about the pupil of the shadow. The main character slowly moved forward along the corridor. He looked around. Jiyoung stopped in the corridor. He immediately noticed something interesting in front of him. The main character saw huge blue capsules in the dark corridor. There were demonic creatures inside them. The guy looked closely at the capsules. He realized that there were monsters inside them. Jang saw others in the glass capsules. He didn't understand what Chuyang was doing with these monsters. The main character heard a suspicious noise behind him. He came up and took a closer look. The young scientist told the doctor that the cultivation of the wandering spirit is proceeding as expected. In the morning, Mr. Zhao said that he would like to take control of the bloody species. The scientist adjusted his glasses and asked the old man if he had any ideas. The doctor looked to the side and said thoughtfully that some are very difficult to tame. The 3 wandering spirits became a good example. If they forcibly take over the bloody kind, they could lose many. The scientist asked the doctor whether the previous use of flesh and blood to attract the bloody species had borne fruit. The old man replied that one could not rely entirely on this. Jiyoung hid in the floor and listened carefully to the conversation from the side. The old man and his assistant approached the glass capsule and looked inside. The doctor looked inside the capsule. He said, they needed to develop a manageable other. He must help the night watch. First, you need to take control of the spirit. The old man looked carefully inside the glass dome at the other inside. A huge predatory demon was floating behind the glass partition. Dr. Wu said judiciously that this spirit ended up in their hands after being rejected by his own. The main character was hiding in the floor. He listened fearfully and attentively to the scientist's conversations. Dr. Wu looked at the monster behind the glass at number 9 and greeted him. The monster inside the capsule came to life. He looked angrily at the people outside. The scientist shouted to the doctor in a frightened voice to be careful. The old man told the guy not to worry and to take notes. The old man tapped on the glass and asked the other, "Does he like the new eyes?" The monster heard the man's voice. He stuck his clawed paw forward to the glass. The demon was knocking with all his might on the glass with his paw and trying to get out. The doctor happily said that the monster's mood was stabilizing. We need to make more number 9s who could fight with others. The old man strictly demanded from the scientist that he bring several stones and give them to the 9th. The main character rose above the floor. He was frightened and realized that the demon inside the capsule could see him. Jiyoung realized that the monster was not like the wandering spirit he had encountered before. The creature inside the capsule was not aggressive and was communicating. The main character realized that the demon could have consciousness. The doctor stood near the capsule and looked carefully inside. The young scientist told the doctor that the monster could get out of control and start fighting against them. The old man answered his interlocutor that they must resolve all the problems that had arisen. The guy suggested that the old man conduct further tests. The doctor asked what tests need to be done. The guy looked angrily at the old man and offered to replace the soul of another with a human one. The angry old man grabbed a guy named He Tianming and told him to give up such an idea. The doctor coughed. He asked the scientist for forgiveness and told him not to worry. Suddenly, the doctor felt a very strong blow. He started bleeding from his mouth. The old man found himself with a knife in his body. He was very scared because of the wound and looked down. The doctor looked at the guy very angrily. He realized that he had wounded him. The young scientist adjusted his glasses and told the doctor that his research was coming to an end. He took off his glasses. He told the old man in an angry voice that he had come for someone else. He raised his hand up. A pink swirl appeared next to him. The scientist looked angrily to the side. The pink mist continued to swirl around his hand. The guy squeezed his hand forward with all his might. He channeled his energy into the glass bell in front of him. Inside the laboratory, everything flew up above the floor. The guy held his arm outstretched in front of him. Powerful energy from the guy hit the glass cap and it began to crack. The glass dome shattered and the monster suddenly burst out of it to freedom. The system in the laboratory reported that others had escaped from room 35. The threat level has reached red. Another looked at the man angrily. He crouched down and prepared to attack. There were already several dangerous monsters of different colors in the laboratory. The system told the researchers to evacuate as soon as possible. The alarm went off in the laboratory. A bright lantern lit up on the ceiling. There were several scientists standing in the corridor. They looked around in fear. The sound of a siren sounded. One of them shouted that there were dozens of others in the 35th room. The worker shouted to his friends that they needed to quickly run away to a safe place. He stood above on the balcony. He glared angrily at the scientists below him. One of the guys shouted in fear that he couldn't go. He started calling for help. He stood on the balcony. He looked at the people below with a silent and angry gaze. The young scientist looked up. He spread his arms out to the sides and a pink glow appeared around him. He jumped down from the balcony and flew to the floor. He fell and hit his head. The young scientist's standard of living reached 0. After the fall, he died. The main character appeared from the floor. He looked carefully at the body of the young scientist. The ghost was surprised that the student killed the teacher and then committed suicide. The main character looked carefully to the side. He noticed that all the wandering spirits had fled. Someone's scream was heard from the side. The man stuck his hand out from under the rubble. It was an old man. The main character shouted to the scientist not to move. He promised to call a doctor. Dr. Yu said something about the fiery look. The old man, in a dying voice, continued to loudly repeat to himself about the fiery view. The doctor looked up in front of him with an unseeing and dead gaze. The old man closed his eyes exhaustedly and showed no more signs of life. The main character was very surprised. He didn't understand what it all meant. The main character shook the scientist's body. He demanded that he not play these games with him. Jiang turned to the side. He noticed that a monster had appeared next to him. Several human faces glowed on the demon's head. He was heading towards the man. The old man's body lay on the ground. He showed no signs of life. Jiang looked in front of him at the other. He said that all interference must be eliminated first. The main character swung. He told the monster that he would kill him first and then continue the conversation. The main character jumped up and very sharply rushed to attack the monster. Jiang turned around and looked to the side. He noticed 2 demons running towards him. Jiang jumped up very sharply. A green one flew up behind him. The main character kicked the monster and crushed it on the floor with all his might. Jiang watched in surprise as the monster's blood spread across the floor. The main character carefully examined the room in all directions. There were bodies lying everywhere. Jiang said thoughtfully and fearfully to himself that others had gone to the outside world. At the presentation, the girl walked around the room with a bottle. The guests around looked at her with interest. Suddenly, predatory heads and claws of others began to appear in the ceiling. Monsters began to appear from the ceiling above. The worker stood and did not suspect anything. The guests got scared and ran sharply to the exit. The demons rushed after the people. The guy told his friends to stick together. He explained that bloody kind of monsters don't just attack. The guy kept shouting to his friends not to run away. A predatory other was approaching him from behind. Denker ran sharply to the side. A predatory and dangerous other was flying behind him. At this time, someone flew up from the side and hit the other with all his might with his right hand. The main character hit the other with all his might and threw him aside. The guy happily said that he had arrived. The main character answered him so that he could better help people. Denki said in a dissatisfied voice to the main character that it wasn't working out. No one listens to him. Everyone is panicking. The main character looked to the side. He noticed how one monster attacked a fleeing man. The guy was scared. He looked up and saw how a black ghost shot down a flying monster in flight. The main character, accelerating at full speed, threw the green one aside. Jiang angrily shouted at the people not to be fools. If they don't want to die, they have to dodge. He explained that there was no need to give others a chance to capture them. The people around were very happy. They took pictures of the main character with their phone. Jiang looked at the people around him with interest. One of the guys shouted that women and children should go out first. The main character exhaled in a relaxed manner. He decided to go the other way. A group of people stood, and one of them shouted that they needed help because they were in trouble. Jiang thought that he needed to move on. Everything is fine in this place. Jiang jumped up. He shouted to his friend to help people get out. Denki answered obediently for the main character that he would do so. The daughter and her mother were in the burning room. They called for help. Suddenly, someone outside suddenly knocked down the front door to the room. The woman and her daughter looked at the door. The woman called for help in a frightened and hopeful voice. She didn't understand who came to them. The hostess looked closely at the front door. She couldn't figure out who was standing there. A huge green monster flew into the room. He prepared to attack the people. The woman was scared. She covered her daughter to protect her from the attack. Suddenly, the demon was surprised. He noticed that someone else had appeared in the room. A very powerful blow was heard from the side, and someone threw the monster far to the side. The main character appeared. He rushed after the demon to finish him off. Jiang punched the monster's body with a powerful blow to get something from him. The main character told himself that he pulled out what he needed. The daughter clung to her mother in fear. The monster's body was still next to them. The woman came to her senses. She thanked the main character with tears in her eyes. Jiang was jumping on the spot. He couldn't understand why he was feeling hot after all. His body was fireproof. The main character burst out at people and said with a smile that he would help them. The girl fearfully hugged her mother and said that the phantom was worse than the monster for her. The woman told her daughter that the guy had come to help them. Jiang wrapped his arms around mother and daughter and shouted at them to hold on. The main character, along with 2 residents, jumped out through a broken window in the house. The main character flew through the air along with a woman and a girl. He noticed firefighters on the ground below. After a short flight, the main character landed on the ground. He was able to save people. Firefighters poured water on the burning floor. The main character carefully lowered the people to the ground. The woman and her daughter thanked the guy. Some passerby from the crowd pointed his finger at the main character and said that he saved the mother and daughter. People stood in the crowd. They all began to chant his name together. The main character jumped up. Someone from the crowd below shouted that he had gone to save people again. Jiang told himself that he needed to speed up. Shadow glasses are used up very quickly. He thought that very soon people from the night watch would come to this place. Then there was a very bright explosion. Everything around lit up. Jiang flew away. The main character looked down carefully. He noticed that people had arrived. Jiang saw people from the night watch on Earth. He thought that everything this time was planned. A fighter from the night watch raised his hand and green flames came out of it. The warrior stood and held a bright green ball above him. Monsters began to approach him from the side. The guy pointed his hand forward and prepared to attack others with the help of the radiance. The fighter attacked the monsters with green lightning and scattered them to the sides. More warriors appeared, and they began to fight against various colored others. After the battle, several monster bodies remained on the floor. More others ran up from the side. A new group of monsters dispersed and prepared to attack people. There was a very strong explosion in the building. Fire sparkled in the windows and smoke started pouring out. The main character thought to himself with excitement that for others, the Chuyang Industrial Zone is the main target for attack. The guy ran inside the building and looked around. He realized that there were no people from the night watch inside. The main character told himself that he can only rely on himself. He looked out the system window. Inside the building, people greeted the guy. Someone shouted that he was going to help people again. There were several people hanging in the room. They were tied into cocoons. The main character was carrying a woman in his arms. Jiang grabbed the frightened dog. The people in the cocoons rejoiced. They shouted words of encouragement. The main character jumped into the room and carried one guy out on his shoulders. Someone looked at the main character from the side and said that it was the mysterious killer who had appeared. Jiang landed on the ground after his jump. He released the man from his arms. Jiang looked around in fear. Someone ran up to him from the side and asked if he was okay. People crowded around the guy lying on the ground. Someone shouted to call an ambulance. Jiang fell to the ground exhausted. He told himself that it was hard for him to be a hero. He wanted to dress up to look better. Jiang looked very joyfully in front of him. He had some idea. The main character realized that saving people was worth it. He saw joyful residents around him. A woman approached. She asked with tears in her eyes if anyone had seen her granddaughter. People stood around and asked in fear about their missing relatives. The main character listened to the people around him and was surprised to realize that all the missing people were children. Jiang understood his gaze and looked down at the building. Black smoke was coming from there. The main character heard someone screaming from the side. He looked there carefully. A huge pink monster grabbed the girl behind him. She screamed and wanted to free herself. The main character looked in fear at the monsters on the wall of the building. He did not understand why others need children. At this time, the guy's phone was ringing. He frightenedly picked up the phone and looked to see who was calling him. The girl called and asked the guy if he was now in the company of Chuyang. The main character asked his girlfriend, "How does she know?" The girl commanded him to return. Jiang told the interlocutor on the phone that he would return when she cooked a delicious meal. The main character ran down the street between the houses. There were no people around. The girl hung up and thought she didn't know where her friend had just run. The main character prepared to disappear into the ground. He told himself that he needed to hurry. At this time, a soldier ran up from the side and began speaking into a megaphone. The man turned over the speakerphone to the special one next to him. Armed warriors stood. The commander said threateningly that, according to the law, people who are not on the night watch cannot publicly show their abilities. He demanded the guy to stop. The man angrily shouted at the ghost to immediately deactivate his abilities. Zhang looked to the side and noticed that he was at gunpoint. A soldier with a special magnetic gun stood and aimed at the main character. The main character raised his hands up and said that he understood everything. He thought to himself that it was better to leave everything to the night watch. At this time, a woman fell to the ground from the crowd. She still wanted to find her granddaughter Gangan. The main character got angry. He realized that he must now help save people from monsters. The ghost pointed his finger at the soldiers and demanded that they follow him. The commander looked at the guy in surprise. He decided to listen to him. The main character jumped up and rose high up. The soldiers looked after him in surprise. The warriors raised their weapons and aimed their sights after the guy. One of the fighters came up to the captain and asked him what to do. The man calmly looked ahead and told his subordinate that they would watch. Monsters flew over the city between the houses. They took their children with them. The main character saw how evil demons were dragging children along the street. Jiang stood up and watched everything from the ground. He did not understand where the demons were going. The main character was surprised to notice how the monsters were moving towards a black portal in the ground. Others began to descend into the portal. The main character realized that they were all heading to the shadow layer. The main character was sitting on the roof of the building. He looked at the house opposite him. Jiang realized that monsters had killed people before. Now they have started kidnapping them. The main character saw that a group of children were sitting and crying. Green demons stood around in fear. Jiang remembered the Chuyang company and biological experiments. He realized that he had gotten himself into something terrible. The main character flew down from the roof of the building. He realized that it was too late for him to retreat. The demon looked angrily to the side. He heard some noise. Children sat behind him and cried. The monster looked to the side in fear. He noticed how someone threw a stone at the wall from the side. Another looked around angrily and suspiciously inside the building. He realized that there was someone nearby. The monster looked around with great excitement. He listened carefully. The demon looked carefully to the side and noticed that crying children were sitting there. The demon looked ahead. He heard another stone fall behind him. Others were perplexed. He looked carefully and listened around. Suddenly, the monster heard a suspicious noise from the side. He immediately looked there. The demon looked at the children very carefully. He realized that one child had disappeared somewhere. Pebbles began to fall around in all directions. The monsters looked around in surprise. Another looked sharply to the side. He realized that someone had appeared behind him. The main character quickly ran up and grabbed several children. He decided to take them with him. Jiang fled and took the children with him. He said to himself in fear as he walked that the demons had seen him. The main character stood and held people in his arms. Monsters ran towards him from the side. Suddenly, all the demons were caught in a huge blue net. The monsters screamed angrily. They could not escape from the trap into which they had fallen. Jiang slowly and carefully walked down the stairs. He told the frightened children to follow him. The main character picked up the phone. He decided to call the night watch and report the monsters. Suddenly, the device in the guy's hands exploded and shattered into fragments. Jiang covered his face with his hand. He realized that he would no longer be able to contact the night watch. Someone approached the main character from the side. He looked carefully at the stranger. "Reptilian man appeared," he said in an angry voice that he wanted to see the man from the night watch. The stranger angrily said that he saw in front of him a celebrity, a brother named I. The main character looked at the stranger evilly and asked who he was. Frightened children stood behind. The stranger angrily answered the guy that he could guess. He prepared to move his hand forward in front of him. The mutant shot at the wall, and stones began to fly away from it in all directions. The main character looked to the side very scared. In front of him, there was a big hole in the wall. Jiang thought to himself in fear that the monster was reading his thoughts. He could be special too. The main character launched a blue magic rope from his hand into a neighboring house. Jiang grabbed the lifeline and used it to fly into the building opposite. The main character heard a dangerous noise behind him. Metal pins were flying behind him. Jiang quickly jumped to the side. Metal pins stuck into the ground. The stranger approached the main character and said that he was surprised by his reaction. The fighter looked at the guy and told him that the strength of everything was at the first level. The main character looked angrily at his opponent and asked, "Is he really one of the Chuyons?" The stranger with the head of a reptile angrily asked the guy, "Does he really look like that?" The main character fearfully asked himself, "Is his opponent from the fiery species?" The stranger threw a green ball at the guy. He said angrily that the dead should not know much. The main character quickly jumped to the side. He managed to dodge the green ball in time. Jiang turned his head to the side. The ball flew close to him. There was a very strong explosion next to the guy. He tilted his head back in fear. After the explosion, a huge crater appeared on the ground. The guy was thrown aside. Jiang was lying on the ground. It had a dent on the bottom. He noticed how green balls appeared above him. The stranger stood and looked ahead. A powerful explosion sounded in front of him. The fighter told himself that everything around him was boring, and he thought it would be more fun. The frightened children approached the hole in the wall. They watched the explosion in the street. One of the boys shouted in fear for the main character not to die. The stranger gradually approached the explosion site. He wanted to look at the guy's body. The fighter approached the crater in the ground and was very surprised. He didn't find anyone there. The stranger looked around in fear. He noticed that the guy was nowhere to be found. The reptilian fighter looked around carefully. He was looking for the body of the main character. The stranger looked around but could not find the guy's body. The main character carefully crawled out of the ground behind him. Jiang rose up above the ground and stopped on the wall of the house. The stranger did not notice him. After that, the main character abruptly jumped from one house to another. The stranger stood and listened carefully. The ghost of the main character flew next to him. Jiang quietly crawled out of the wall from the building. He decided to try to attack his opponent from behind. The main character looked down at his opponent. He prepared to attack him from behind. A green ball appeared above the fighter's hand. He prepared to launch it. The stranger suddenly launched the ball and it hit the wall of the building. The main one managed to dodge and go down the wall. The fighter angrily called the main character a rat. Jiang rose above the ground at this time and extended his hand forward. The main character swung his hand and launched a black ball at his opponent. A small explosion was heard above the ground. A bright light appeared. The reptile man stood aside and looked at all this. The fighter was surprised. He looked in front of him in fear and did not understand what he was seeing. The warrior covered his face with his hands. The explosion in the air became brighter and brighter. The fighter covered his body with his hands. Small green bubbles were flying around him. The warrior angrily thought that his opponent was hiding in the shadows and attacking on the sly. A green ball appeared above the stranger's hand. He prepared to attack the guy as soon as he saw him. The fighter swung his hand and prepared to launch a green ball towards the building. Green lightning flew away in the direction of the broken house. A frightened girl stood near the window. The girl looked in fear at the lightning flying at her. She couldn't defend herself. The girl was very scared. She closed her eyes and called the main character. The main character suddenly flew up to the house and wanted to protect the girl with his body. Jiang put his hands in front of him for protection. A green explosion sounded in front of him. Main character felt someone approaching him from behind and preparing to grab him. The fighter angrily grabbed the guy from behind with his arms and shouted to him that he had caught him. The main character felt very strong pain. He could not free himself from his opponent's grip. At this time, the fighter from behind shot green lightning at the main character. The stranger pushed the main character from behind with all his strength. Jiang flew to the side. The main character was wounded. After a powerful blow, he began to cough bloody. Jiang fell to the ground after an attack from his opponent. There was a bright explosion. The main character was lying on the earth. After the fall, bright lightning ran through his body. The fighter clenched his hand into a fist. He told his opponent that he had no chance to hide in the shadows. The reptilian man laughed very loudly. He swung his arms to hit the guy. The fighter swung his fist with a green ring to finish off his opponent. The main character was scared. He didn't understand what was happening. His shadow form began to collapse. He no longer had the opportunity to use the skills. The opponent reached out his hand and grabbed the main character by the head. There was a very powerful explosion. The black coating of the ghost on the guy's body began to collapse. The main character was defenseless. He looked at his opponent in fear. The stranger looked angrily at the main character and said that he wanted to see who he was. The stranger waved the green ball and prepared to launch it. He looked at the guy very angrily. At this time, unexpectedly, large stones fell from above onto the fighter's head. The children threw stones on the fighter's head and demanded that he let the guy go. The monster looked up very angrily. The monster angrily asked the children what they were doing. A green ball glowed on his hand. The main character knelt behind his opponent. The fighter did not notice him. Jiang raised his exhausted gaze to his opponent. He decided to attack him from behind. The main character grabbed the fighter from behind with his arms and shouted that he is his opponent. He silently thanked the children. Jiang activated a combat skill called Shadow Pupil. The main character held his opponent in the air from behind. Blue, glowing eyes appeared above them. They were floating around. The stranger was scared. He decided to try to fight off the guy. Jiang kicked the fighter in the back with all his might. The monster did not have time to defend itself in any way. The mutant turned his gaze to the side and glanced angrily at the main character. The main character extended his hand forward. He prepared to fight further against his opponent. The stranger pointed to the side. He told the main character that he would kill him and the children would no longer help him. Jiang told his opponent that his blood was under control. He asked why he kidnapped children. The fighter explained to the main character in an angry voice that children's souls are much purer. He advised the guy to listen to his family. Jiang thought deeply and remembered about the monsters. He did not understand what it meant to listen. After that, the main character immediately remembered the Chuyang laboratory. The main character did not notice how a whole herd of pink monsters appeared behind him. The monster asked the man angrily if he had satisfied his curiosity. After that, the mutant shouted to the guy that he was going to die. He sent demons at him. A whole crowd of angry monsters suddenly rushed at the man from all sides. The main character stood and looked around in fear. He prepared to fight off the attack. Jiang felt a surge of strength. He shouted to his rivals that he would die only after them. The main character looked angrily in front of him. He felt a surge of strength. Jiang folded both hands in front of him. He prepared to attack the monsters in front of him. The main character loudly thanked him for the gift and blue lightning bolts flew from his hands in all directions. The monsters around did not have time to dodge. Attacks and lightning hit them. The main character told his rivals in an angry voice that he was returning everything to them. Jiang attacked his opponent with a skill called Chase Mark. The main character finished off one of the demons by decapitation. There was a red explosion. Jiang used a skill called Shadow Bite against his opponent. He got shadow points for it. The demon was very frightened and surprised. He realized that his rival could absorb others. The main character kicked off the ground with his feet and prepared to rush forward. After that, bright and blue swirls appeared over the city street. Jiang activated the Shadow Bite against the demon. His shadow points began to increase sharply. The fighter got angry. He realized that a person could calmly kill monsters. The monster looked ahead angrily. He didn't believe that all this could happen. The mutant swung his hand and tried to hit it in front of him. There was a bright explosion in the sky and the fighter was then thrown to the side. The mutant was angry and scared. He realized that he would no longer be able to impress the guy with his usual skills. The stranger told himself that all he had to do was use the blood. After that, a huge purple ball appeared over the city street. The fighter stood and looked at him in surprise. The mutant repeated to himself words about growth. He looked up in fascination. Gradually, the purple ball became larger. He began to gradually move. The ball slowly moved along the city's deserted and dark street. The fighter told himself about nurturing. The stranger ran angrily to the side. He glanced fearfully at the ball approaching behind him. The mutant ran and approached the entrance to the house. He told himself that special people are very cunning. The fighter said to himself as he walked that it was the first time he saw how others were absorbed. The mutant ran and silently remembered the terrible appearance of the main character. The fighter thought to himself in fear that the main character should also be different. The stranger saw something very scary in front of him. He slowed down. The mutant stopped in the middle of the street. He decided not to run any further. The surprised fighter looked up and saw a huge pink portal in the sky in front of him. After that, the black ghost of the protagonist appeared on the city street. Jiang stood at full height on the street and angrily examined the surroundings. The main character took out his huge, sparkling blue blade. Jiang's eyes sparkled. He angrily told the mutant that now it was his turn. The main character stood on a dark city street with a sword in his hand. Opposite him near the house stood a fighter. Jiang completely relaxed and calmed down. He breathed a sigh of relief. The main character stood and looked at his opponent. He thought that he only had the second rank, but he already felt as if he had gotten rid of everything bad. Jiang extended his hand forward. He stood still and concentrated before attacking. Jiang stood on the ground, and lightning spread around him. He thought that heaven and earth were clearly visible and everything was acquiring new colors. The main character glanced at the mutant. He thought that human fear was very obvious. Jiang smiled evilly to himself. He decided to play a little with his opponent. Suddenly, the main character completely disappeared from the street. His opponent was surprised. The fighter could not understand where the man had disappeared. He decided that the guy dived into the shadows. The mutant sent a whole herd of monsters in front of him. He shouted to the man that he would not allow him to be attacked. At this time, very bright and blue lightning appeared in the air out of nowhere. The mutant noticed with fear that it was as if someone invisible had struck the two monsters in front of him. Suddenly, someone ran up sharply and pierced the fighter from behind with his blade with all his might. The warrior looked at his wound in fear. He realized that he had failed to see the man's attack. He didn't understand how a guy with the second rank could be so strong. Jiang suddenly appeared from behind the ghostly darkness. He realized that his opponent could not see anything. He realized that he could now hide in deeper shadows. The main character hit the mutant several times with powerful blows. The fighter angrily shouted to himself, to the main character, that he was a bastard. The evil Jiang joyfully felt to himself that it was as if he had caught his prey. The fighter angrily shouted for the main character so that he would not mock him anymore. The monster angrily shouted at the guy to quickly come to him. Jiang appeared with a sword behind his opponent. He said that he would do as he said. The monster was very scared. He noticed that the blade was right next to his throat. The main character looked angrily at the defeated mutant. His eyes shone. A bright swirl appeared around the guy's body. He was all in green light. The main character looked in front of him in surprise and saw a piece of pink tile. An unfamiliar guy appeared on the side. He asked Xu Shan in surprise, what was he doing? The stranger looked at the fighter and told him in a sly voice that they had been waiting for him for half a day. Su came to his senses. He asked Zhao displeasedly, did the head really send him here? Zhao looked at his interlocutor and said that the implementation of the plan begins now. He demanded that he take the children. He will figure everything out himself. Zhu suddenly jerked to the side. He told his colleague that he was leaving the guy to him. The main character jumped up to the mutant from the side. He strictly demanded that he not touch the children. The main character launched a huge magic tile at his opponent. Zhao could not move. His body was trapped and bound in a pink ball. The fighter strained his strength and was able to destroy the pink sphere in which he was. The main character rushed at him with two swords. Jiang jumped up and prepared to hit the guy from above. Zhao hit the ground with all his might. The main character decided to hide. He sank into the ground to protect himself from the attack. A black portal lit up in the sky. Shu extended his finger to the side, and a green glow appeared above him. Jiang felt like he was bound by a green rope. He could not move anywhere to the side. Xu looked at the guy angrily and said that he couldn't just hide. Zhao ran up to the main character from the side and hit him with his hand with all his might. Zhu shouted very angrily for the guy to kill the man quickly. At this time, Shu suddenly felt as if someone had cut off his legs and arms with a powerful blow. The mutant was scared. He could not understand who could have unexpectedly attacked him. Su fell to the ground after the attack. His arms and legs flew off to the sides. The main character sat down on the ground. He noticed how a small golden ring rolled towards him. Chao looked to the side at the mutant's severed body. He asked the main character if he happened to work on the night watch. Zhao displeasedly asked the guy why he was interfering in their affairs. The main character angrily shouted to the fighter that he was using children to conduct experiments on others. He should have intervened. Jiang slammed his black sword into the ground. He prepared to address the fighter. Yang said in a calm voice that he himself was not a hero and never wanted to become one. The main character raised his blades in front of him. He shouted irritably that he was sticking to what he thought was right. Zhao laughed evilly. He was surprised by the guy's words about what is right. The fighter explained to the main character that if he saves children, then all of humanity will be destroyed. The main character was very scared and surprised. He asked the fighter angrily, "What is he talking about?" He did not believe that Zhao kidnapped children to save the world. The fighter told his interlocutor that the war between people and others had been going on for hundreds of years. Fire appeared above Zhao's hand. He explained that people are alive only thanks to their efforts. The fighter explained that others are much stronger than them. Human strength is like fire. He cannot illuminate everything around him. Zhao said in a thoughtful voice that they found another way out instead of dying a painful death. Because the darkness is invincible, one must adapt to it. The guy said that you need to bury your hopes deep in your heart and just wait. The main character realistically imagined a huge heart. There was a glow of different colors around him. Zhao, with burning eyes, said that a fire would start that would save all of humanity. The main character grabbed his sword. He told the fighter that he was just justifying his actions. The main character angrily told his rival that if the fire kind thinks alike, then he will destroy them all. Zhao looked at the guy with a very dissatisfied look and said that it was useless to talk to him. Zhao told the main character in a threatening voice that he would now see the power of the fiery form. Jiang decided not to waste time. He abruptly took off from his place with a sword in his hand against his opponent. Zhao raised his hand above his head. He repelled the protagonist's attack. After that, the fighter realized his left leg and tried to hit his opponent with all his might. Jiang jumped back very scared. He still held the blade in his hands. The guy was waving his arms in all directions. He tried to fight off the main character's attacks. Zhao clenched his hand into a fist with all his strength and prepared to attack his opponent. The guy swung his hand with all his might and prepared to hit the main character running towards him. There was a very bright and pink explosion. Jian was carried far to the side. The Zhao fighter looked in front of him very scared and very angry. The main character, after a strong blow from his opponent, flew off and hit the wall. Jiang felt the effects of a strong blow on his body. He realized that his opponent was very strong. The main character looked behind his body in fear. He noticed that it was not tightening early. Zhao very leisurely and with a slow step approached his opponent. The fighter explained to the main character that he used a special skill called Flame Strike against him. Jiang repeated to himself the words about the new special one in a frightened voice. Zhao explained to his opponent that he could not defeat him. Under normal circumstances, Jiang found himself helpless in the face of absolute power. The fighter raised his hand above his head. He said that the end had come for the main character. Jiang looked angrily at his opponent and said that he was completely right. The main character, using a special skill, placed a mark on the opponent's body. Xiao was very surprised. He did not understand what was happening to him now. The fighter was surprised. He was startled to notice how blue flying eyes appeared around him. Zhao asked in a frightened voice, "How could this be possible and how did he end up here?" He didn't want to die. The main character told the rival that he has a fear that he has deep in his heart. Jiang said in a stern voice to his opponent that saving humanity is an excuse. Fear is the real reason for his actions. The main character angrily told the frightened fighter that they were all like that in a fiery form. Jiang raised a huge and shining sword in his hands. He prepared to attack his opponent. The main character stood with a blade in his hands. He shouted to his opponent that he was just a group of thugs. Zhao was very angry. He looked at the main character with great hatred. The fighter jumped up and rushed at the guy. He shouted at him to shut up. The main character, with a very deft movement, turned around and pierced his opponent's body with his blade. Zhao received a very strong blow to the body. Dark blood came out of his mouth. The fighter could not attack further. He saw the face of the main character in front of him. Zhao fell to the ground very exhausted after being mortally wounded. The fighter realized that his opponent was fearless. He too was once so energetic. Zhao looked at his opponent with a dying gaze. He had his last thoughts before dying. The fighter imagined a pile of human bodies in front of him. He remembered that his ignorance and fearlessness had long since dissipated. Zhang thought to himself that the same fate awaited the main character. You just need to wait. The main character saw something incomprehensible in front of him. He asked who they were. A small pink cloud rose in the sky above the ground. It hung and shone in front of it. The presenter named Shui Shui greeted the audience. She was broadcasting outside the Chuiyang building. Rescuers were working around. The presenter told people that a couple of hours ago there was a fire in the building. Several others escaped to freedom. The building was completely charred, and traces of a battle between the special and the others were discovered. The girl on the stretcher said in a frightened voice that her boyfriend saved her. The presenter told viewers that many victims were saved thanks to a streamer named Yu. This guy helped save missing children. Unexpectedly, a guy passing by pointed his finger to the side and shouted with excitement that he was back. The people around were very happy. They were all looking at the right guy. A joyful presenter also stood next to them. The main character appeared. A whole group of happy children stood next to him. The main character carefully sat down and looked at the children next to him. Zhang looked at the frightened guys and told them to go further on their own. He won't follow them. The main character hugged the children. One of the girls hugged him and thanked him. A group of soldiers stood next to the children. One of the girls joyfully ran up to her grandmother. The main character was walking home along the street. The sun was shining brightly, and there was no one around. Jiang went up to his apartment. He said in an exhausted voice that he was finally home. The main character entered the room and looked at his girlfriend in surprise. She sat scared on the sofa. The girl was very sad. She sat and silently looked ahead. Jiang turned around and looked carefully at the table. There was very tasty food on plates. The main character looked at his girlfriend in bewilderment. He didn't tell her anything. After a short pause, the guy smiled and took out the broken eggs from his backpack. He told his girlfriend that he stopped at a store on the way, but something happened. That's why he stayed late. Jiang stood and held a package of eggs in his hands. The girl looked at him silently. The girl with tears in her eyes told her friend that he was lying again and wanted to deceive her. The main character asked his girlfriend if she had already decided that he was dead. The girlfriend sat down on her knee and waved her arms. She shouted to the guy that it would be better if he died. Jiang extended his hand in front of him. He managed to grab the girl's fist in time. The girl shouted to the guy in a very dissatisfied voice to let her go. Jiang hugged his girlfriend. He told her that he would not let her go. The lamp under the ceiling shone brightly in the room. The main character below stood in an embrace with his girlfriend. Jiang slyly asked the girl, "Has she really not tried it yet?" He reminded her that they were no longer children. The girlfriend asked the guy in a very shy voice, "What could she not try?" The main character looked at the girl in surprise and said that he hadn't tried it either. Jiang came close to his friend and quietly suggested to her that they could try. The girl looked at the main character and demanded that he speak more clearly. The main character hugged and prepared to kiss his girlfriend. She was very surprised. Jiang kissed the girl. She did not resist and was very surprised. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. She felt very embarrassed. The girlfriend sharply hit the guy with her hand and angrily asked, "What is he doing?" Jiang looked fearfully at his girlfriend and explained that he was just thirsty. The girl looked at the guy with suspicion. She couldn't believe that he was just thirsty. Jiang held plates of food in his hands. He said he wanted to heat up his food. The main character went further into the kitchen. The girl behind him looked at him displeased. The guy opened the door to the microwave. He prepared to put down the plate. The main character breathed a sigh of relief. He told himself that he was on the verge of life and death. The guy thought with pleasure to himself that at first he thought that Yao Yao would kill him during the kiss. Jiang began to jump around the room. He told himself that the kiss was a reward for the battle. Yao Yao carefully looked out from behind the door. She silently watched her friend. The girl thought very dissatisfiedly that the main character was a complete fool. Jiang was sitting at the table with the girl. They silently ate food from the plates. Yao Yao took a piece of food with chopsticks. She studied the guy with an attentive gaze. The main character didn't pay attention to anything. He consumed food with great appetite. The guy activated the system window. He decided to find out how much his abilities had grown after the battle. The main character read to himself the complete information in the system. He thought that continuous killing was also a good skill, but the conditions for implementation are quite harsh. Jiang closed his eyes and fell into thought. He recalled his recent battles. The main character realized that the red color around the fighter symbolizes the enemy. Jiang realized that if there is green around a character, it means that he is an ally. The main character remembered that a white light is always around a passing character. Suddenly, the guy was struck by a thought. He looked ahead with great attention. Yao Yao silently looked at her friend. She didn't understand what he wanted now. The girlfriend angrily told the main character not to do anything strange anymore. Jiang looked at the girl with great attention. He did not understand what the color pink meant. The main character thought slyly. He realized that he now knew what the pink light meant. Jiang thought joyfully to himself that the pink color means that the girl loves him. Yao Yao told her friend that he was very strange. The main character turned around and looked at his girlfriend with great interest. He didn't tell her anything. Yao Yao looked at the main character in surprise. She studied him carefully. The girlfriend got up from her seat and went out onto the balcony with her boyfriend. Jiang stood behind him next to the girl. They looked with interest from the balcony onto the street. There were very bright fireworks on the street. The main character and the girl watched this from the balcony. Jiang stood next to Yao Yao. They looked in fascination at the fireworks on the street. The main character asked, "The girl, what does she know about the fiery form?" The girlfriend looked at the guy with interest and asked where he heard about this. Yao Yao explained to the guy that in Dad's information there is a mention of the fiery form. The girl said that others of the fiery type are a group that acts on its own. She only pursues her own goals. Yao Yao reported that such an organization betrayed humanity for the sake of its plans. The girl excitedly told the main character that if he finds a member of the fiery species, then he can go to the Night Watch and they will give him 500,000 for it. Jiang was very surprised when he heard the sum of 500,000. The girlfriend asked the main character with interest, "What is it?" The guy answered her that it was nothing. Jiang asked the girl if there were any other strange organizations and what was the reward for them. Yao Yao. I asked the guy, does he really think that there are still such organizations? The main character slyly told his girlfriend that he was thinking about how he could make money. The girl thought deeply. She reflected on her friend's words. Yao Yao said that other organizations also have awards, but not the same as for enlightenment. The girl said that the Enlightenment is a controversial organization. They seem to be allies, but they are fundamentally different from them. Members of the organization believe that humanity will be defeated and are looking for a way to escape from here. The girl pointed her hand up. She said, the organization believes it is possible to travel to another planet. Jiang judiciously explained to the girl that it is impossible to build spaceships for all people. Yao Yao said in response that one cannot rely only on technology in this matter. The girl explained that others live in another world. There is no technology there. Monsters try to bypass all the cracks and get into their world. The girl explained that if the Enlightenment achieves the same results as others, then it will be impossible to stop the spinning wheel. The days passed calmly, flying by one after another. The holidays gradually passed. Some citizens went to work, others went to study. After the main character has risen to the second rank, he can easily kill others of the first level without difficulty. Jiang was able to increase his life expectancy by 3 days in just 1 day. The guy was packing his clothes. For him, all the tests are over and therefore he can get ready for training camp. Pokolyak has already gone there, and he himself is leaving tomorrow. Uncle Lee returned home just the night before he left. The man entered the room. Lee told the main character that his forces had been discovered and recruitment into Night Watch groups was taking place. The chief smiled at the man and asked, was he in Beidou? He asked Lee what happened to his hand. The man answered, the guy that this year he has a lot of workload and no time at all. He sat down on the sofa. Lee told his interlocutor that in addition to his golden light, something else had been added. The main character asked the man with interest, what else could he add? Lee answered the guy that they would see it somehow. The man thought to himself that Jiang seemed unusual to him from the very beginning. He even thought that the guy had failed the tests, but he showed himself well and ended up on the 6th level. Lee looked at the guy and noticed that he didn't seem special to him at all. The main character happily told the man that he had seen a man named Sun yesterday. He told him that he had already risen to the rank of general. The fighter looked at the main character with interest and suspicion. He didn't answer him. The tired man sat down on the sofa. He told the guy that it was so. The main character excitedly asked his interlocutor, is he really one of the 5 strongest? The man said thoughtfully that it was all in the past for him. He was about 40 years old when he left the front line. The fighter thoughtfully told the main character that at that time he was full of energy. He fought with a large number of enemies. Lee told the main character that at that time his goals were very simple. He wanted to kill everyone else for everyone's safety, but there were a lot of monsters and it took more than 20 years. The man told the guy that in the end, his wife died from the pollution of others. He had to change his activities. As a result, the invincible general turned into an invalid. Lee explained to the main character that this time very strong others appeared in Beidou. Jiang waved his hand and told the man in a confident voice that he would definitely cope and would not give up. The main character looked at the man and said that he also wants to become a general like him. Lee turned his head to the side. He looked at the main character with interest and said nothing. The general pulled his hand into his pocket. He told the guy that he had been noticed and therefore there was no way back. Lee held out a token in his hands for the surprised protagonist. He told him to hang it on his body. The main character asked the man with excitement, what kind of pendant is this? The general replied that it was a secret thing called Yin Shadow. When a guy puts this thing on, he will hear a lot more different sounds. The general told the main character that if he wears the medallion for a long time, his willpower will greatly strengthen and will help in training. But negative emotions also intensify. Therefore, the pendant must be worn at intervals of 3 days. The man said that the pendant can be activated when unusual energy is detected. It releases polluted energy. Combat power will increase greatly in a short period of time, but it can only be used once. Jiang was very scared. He realized that the polluted energy comes from the shadow layer. The general told the main character that such forbidden things come from another world. A certain fee is charged for their use. Jiang examined the medallion in his hand. The man pointed his finger at the guy and said that the cost of use would depend on his will and qualifications. If his strength is above the 5th level, then he can wear the token calmly. The general explained in a stern voice that the medallion can recognize people. The main character was very happy. He put the medallion around his neck and decided to try it. The man examined the guy from all sides. He asked with excitement, "What did he feel?" Zhang answered thoughtfully that there were no sounds. Li told the guy that his willpower was counteracting the pendant's influence. Now he can be calm. The man promised to come back later. Late in the evening, the main character was lying on his bed and dozing. There was a blue glow around him. Jiang was lying on the pillow. His body glowed a bright blue. The medallion suddenly became very black. A dark aura began to emerge from it. The main character was sleeping. The dark aura grew larger and larger around him. The guy found himself in an unknown dimension. He didn't understand what road he was on. The main character looked closely. He did not understand what he saw in front of him. The guy saw huge pink bubbles in front of him. Inside one of them was the figure of a girl. The stranger was scared. She turned to someone and demanded that they not shout in her ears. The main character looked to the side and noticed how there was a guy's figurine inside one of the bubbles. Jiang saw an incomprehensible ball in front of him. There was an unfamiliar guy inside it, and next to him was a fireball. Inside one pink ball, a fighter screamed in fear that he was in pain and as if something was killing him. The people inside the pink balls screamed in fear that they didn't want this. The main character looked around him in fear. He realized that all these memories came from the pendant. Jiang listened in fear. He felt as if someone had called him and called him master. There were a lot of cars on the city street. There was a lot of traffic. Yao Yao was sitting in the back seat of the car. She was bored and then yawned tiredly. The main character asked his girlfriend if she didn't get enough sleep. Yao Yao replied that she had not slept all night and was beside herself with excitement. Jiang answered for his girlfriend with a smile that he slept peacefully and had wonderful dreams. The main character fearfully thought to himself that he could not remember yesterday's dream. The guy grabbed the pendant. He thought that he seemed to have heard her speak. Jiang put his hand on the girl's shoulder. He said she might be tired. The main character told his girlfriend that she could attract and relax. He promised her that he would not do anything. The main character approached his girlfriend. He wanted to kiss her. The driver coughed displeasedly. The man told the girl that there were a lot of bad people at the training camp. She should act more seriously. Yao Yao answered father that she understood him. The main character became worried when he heard about the bad people. The man told his passengers that when they arrived at the place, they should follow the instructions of the instructor. The father told the girl that if something happened, she should call him. Yao Yao reminded father that he talks about this all the way. The main character happily told the man not to worry. He promised that everything would be fine since he was here. The man told the main character and daughter that they had arrived. They arrived at the entrance to the metro. Yao Yao told father that they were leaving and said goodbye. The man reminded her about the phone. The main character took the girl by the hands and led her along the street. The man was watching them. The father was unhappy. He watched as his daughter left with the main character. The man angrily called the main character a brat. He looked after him for a long time. Yao Yao pushed the guy aside. She angrily reminded him that her father was looking at her. The main character explained to his girlfriend that everything was fine. Her father can't worry. A lot of people gathered on the subway platform. Someone shouted that the carriage was approaching. The main character and his girlfriend went inside the carriage together. The carriage was full of people. Jiang looked around with interest. Jiang was riding in the carriage and thinking about his own things. He realized that in this carriage they would go straight to the training camp. The doors in the carriage closed. The conductor informed the students via communication that the students would be heading to Beidou for a training camp. The main character was sitting next to his girlfriend on an armchair. He told her that there were a lot of people around. Yao Yao answered her interlocutor that there were people from different gathering points here. Jihang looked around. The girl said that the people in the carriage had quite high test results. They have high levels of willpower or extraordinary abilities. They can deal with others of the first rank. The main character was surprised when he heard that now there is no need to be afraid of the attack of others to himself. He thought that with his current strength, he could even deal with the second rank. Yao Yao put in her headphones and told her friend not to think about it so carelessly. The training will not be easy. The girl looked at her friend and told him to just wait until they arrived at the camp. He will taste real suffering. Jiang told his girlfriend with a smile that he didn't care. He is confident that there will be no problems. The train and the students rushed forward at very high speed. The carriage was rushing at high speed through the tunnel. The passengers inside began to fall asleep. The girl approached the main character and shook him by the shoulder. She told Jiang Yu to wake up. The main character came to his senses. He asked the girl in a sleepy voice what was the matter. The friend explained in a frightened voice that they had already been driving for 40 minutes. She pointed her finger out the window. Jiang looked out the window in surprise. He said it shouldn't be like this. A guy with a lot of attention through the window to the street. He noticed that there was thick fog there. Other passengers also looked outside. One of the guys said in fear that it was foggy outside. Student stood in the carriage and pointed his finger towards the street to his friends. The frightened guy pointed his finger out the window. He said that there was something like movement there. The girlfriend looked at the main character in fear. She didn't tell him anything. The students inside the carriage were very scared and alarmed. They didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, the train braked very sharply. The students inside the carriage did not have time to hold on. Due to the sudden braking, all the students could not resist and fell inside the car to the floor. The conductor informed the passengers on the train that they had arrived at a training camp. The doors of the carriages opened. The passengers looked outside and did not understand what had happened. Yao Yao asked the passengers in fear if they were supposed to meet them. Students crowded frightenedly on the platform near the train. The main character stood nearby. Jiang confidently walked out of the carriage onto the platform. The others stood behind him. Yao Yao was very scared. She watched her departing friend with excitement. The girl, scared, asked the main character, what was he up to? She demanded that the guy return. The main character looked around with great excitement. He didn't know what he could say now. Jiang was very scared and worried. He looked ahead with an unblinking gaze. The main character stepped on the platform and noticed how there were traces of blood under his feet. The girl was very scared. She looked ahead at the ground on the platform. Jiang extended his finger in front of him. She carefully touched the platform to the bloody marks. The guy slowly and anxiously looked at the finger and said that there was blood in front of him. One of the students did not understand where the blood could come from here. He said someone was killed at the training camp. The main character, without turning around, told his companions that others were to blame for everything. The students stood very scared. They didn't say anything to the main character. Jiang told his interlocutor that he needed to notify the night watch about everything and needed to go back as soon as possible. The main character looked carefully in front of him. He wondered what he would answer to his girlfriend. After a short pause, the guy turned around and cheerfully told the girl that he would go to the toilet. Yao Yao was very scared. She watched her friend leave and called him. The girl was very scared. She realized that she could not stop the main character. Yao Yao was very angry. She realized that the guy was leaving and she should now follow him. The girl took off. She quickly ran to help her friend. The students were surprised. They didn't understand why the girl ran after the guy. One of the guys told his friends that they needed to go back. He looked at the phone and noticed that there was no signal and messages could not be opened. Students gradually began to emerge as a whole group from the carriage onto the platform. The guests were closely monitored by a security camera on the ceiling. Jiang at this time stepped aside into the booth. He was relaxing there. Jiang stood in the stall near the toilet. He immediately felt lighter. The main character smiled broadly to himself and said that he felt better. The guy suddenly heard some suspicious noise nearby. He realized that someone was there. A huge demonic pink wolf appeared. He looked at the man very predatorily. Suddenly, a huge stone flew from the side and hit the monster. The wolf flew into pieces. Jiang was very surprised. The main character saw his girlfriend with a stone nearby. He asked her in surprise, "Did she also come to the toilet?" Yao Yao looked at her friend angrily and said that everything could be very dangerous. Someone else could have gotten to him. Jiang waved his hands to the girl and told her to calm down and listen to him. The girlfriend looked at the guy and asked, "What else can he come up with?" Jiang decided to explain everything to her. Jiang looked at the girl with a smile and told her joyfully that the training had already begun. The girlfriend excitedly asked the guy when the training could start. The interlocutor explained that the training began when they left the carriage. Yao Yao asked her friend thoughtfully, "Does he really think that everything was planned?" The main character pointed to the remains of the monster on the ground and asked the girl what she thought about the other one that had just exploded. The girl looked at the remains of the other and said that he was very weak. Such a weak monster wouldn't have the courage to attack the training camp. Jiang put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder and said that she was not stupid at all. The girl answered him that they found themselves in a difficult situation. The main character told the girl that if others had carried out a raid, the Night Watch would have immediately found out about everything. They would be notified if something happened. The guy explained that the organizers had extended their time in the carriage to scare them. Then they created an atmosphere of fog to increase the fear. Jiang explained to the girl that under such pressure, the weak and strong stand out very much. The main character extended his hand forward. He wanted to explain to her about himself in such a situation. Jiang smiled at his friend and told her joyfully that he was the strongest. Jiang spoke happily to his girlfriend. At this time, a loud noise was heard from the side. The monster approached people. A whole flock of demonic predators appeared. They were heading towards people. The guy looked at them and got scared. The main character put the girl in front of him and told her to use her abilities. Jiang explained to his surprised girlfriend that if he wants to do anything against the monsters, then others will not have a chance. The girl was thrown forward sharply after the guy pushed her away. Jiang shouted to her that she could show her abilities. Jiang shouted to the girl goodbye that he wished her good luck. Someone watched all this through a video link. There were many monitors on the wall in front of the workers. They watched everything closely. Yao Yao was able to deal with others. The delighted protagonist stood behind her. Jiang clapped his hands and said in a joyful voice that the girl was able to withstand 3. The girlfriend hit her friend and said that he was just standing nearby. The main character explained that this all shows his trust. Jiang extended his hand and grabbed the girl's hand to protect himself from her blows. The main character told his girlfriend not to scold him, but to look away. There was a bright board on the wall with detailed metro routes. The main character told the girl that there was a map in front of them and they could find a way out. The girl, scared, asked the main character, "Do they need to get out of this hole?" Jiang looked carefully at the scoreboard on the wall. He said that output C is directed to the shadow field. Yao Yao told a friend that the shadow field could be an imitation of the shadow layer. This may be the most dangerous place. The main character explained to the girl that a dangerous place is most often called safe. Jiang told the girl to come with him. He promised to protect her. A whole group of frightened students appeared to the side. They ran and asked for help. Jiang extended his hand in front of him. He wanted to stop people and ask what happened. The main character scratched his head in fear. He did not understand why the elite could be afraid of some others. The girl pointed her finger to the side and told the main character to look back. Jiang looked to the side in fear and saw a huge green demonic snake. The guy jumped up high. He decided to attack the green monster in flight. Jiang didn't understand what was happening. He knew that before him was another of the first rank. If such a monster gets into the camp, it will lead to death. Yao Yao came up from the side and looked at the other. She decided to help the main character. Golden balls began to glow in the girl's hands. She prepared to launch them at the monster. The snake looked at the man carefully. He decided to attack the girl as soon as possible. Another sharply opened its mouth and prepared to rush at the frightened Yao Yao. Jiang jumped up sharply in flight and kicked the kite with all his might. An admiring girlfriend watched him from the side. The main character grabbed the girl's hand and immediately pulled her along with him. Jiang ran with his frightened girlfriend. He shouted for her to follow him. The 3-headed serpent rushed over the earth to quickly reach and grab people. The students around were very scared. They saw a green monster in front of them. Jiang pointed his finger to the side. He shouted to the students that there was a way out. The guy was rushing forward at full speed. He wanted to reach the exit as soon as possible. Jiang extended his hand forward to help the girl get out first. He noticed that there was no one around anymore. The main character looked to the side in surprise. He realized that he was standing completely alone. Jiang looked around with great excitement. He noticed that the girl was not nearby. The observers watched the battle between the people and the monster. One of them said that the fighting power of the serpent should have been suppressed by the crystals. The guy, in a frightened voice, explained to his interlocutor that they had lost control. Another worker replied that he needed to go out and rein in the monster. The commander raised his hand and told his subordinates that they could just wait. The commander looked at the screen. He said in a thoughtful voice that they would leave everything as it was. The observer looked at the main character and said that you need to look at his abilities. Jiang looked ahead in fear and realized that there was a problem with the exit door. The main character told himself that glass is made of a material that allows sunlight to pass through. However, there are a few differences here. Main character went to the door and grabbed the handle. He prepared to open it. Jiang opened the door wide and listened carefully. He told himself that if he opened the door, then perhaps he would meet Yao Yao. The guy saw a huge green snake with several heads appear in front of him. The main character put his hands in front of him. He fought off someone else who attacked him. The main character looked angrily in front of him at the green demon. It was difficult for him to repel the attack. Jiang reached out and grabbed the green snake's body with all his strength. The main character began to hit the green snake with all his might with powerful blows. Jiang found the strength in himself and threw the green monster far back. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice that he had almost lost control of himself. Jiang turned around in fear and realized that a dark shadow had appeared behind him. Very quickly, the main character completely turned into a black phantom. Jiang said to himself that he did not activate the shadow form. He didn't understand why this happened. Of course. The main character extended his hand in front of him and looked at her. At this time, someone jumped from above to the ground from the side. Jiang was scared. With great excitement, he looked to the side to see who had appeared next to him. The main character was surprised to notice that a green monster was standing next to him. Jiang fearfully decided that the situation was heating up. Next to it was the upper limit of the first rank. Observers watched with great excitement through the monitors the battle of people against the monster. The workers were very surprised. Their commander stood in front of them, very surprised. The commander looked at the monitor with great surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. Glowing eyes began to separate from the monster's body and flew to the side. Another stood and looked angrily at the man. White eyes were flying around him. The green monster pointed his finger to the side. He decided to attack the man. There was a strong explosion, and a green light flew in all directions from the demon. Jiang stood at a distance. The main character, with great fear, managed to jump back in time from the demon's attack. The guy jumped high up. He noticed a bright white explosion sound from below him. Jiang felt a very strong blow in his body. He realized that there was great power in front of him. The monster was flying under the ceiling. He swung his arm to reach the man. The main character calmed down and smiled very happily to himself. He prepared to attack the other. Jiang extended his hand forward and grabbed the monster by the throat with all his strength. The main character angrily shouted to the monster, "That idiot won't even let that happen!" The monster looked at the man very scared and angry. Jiang continued to hold him with his hands. The main character pushed the demon back away from himself, and he fell to the ground in fear. Jiang used a skill called Shadow Bite to finish off the monster. The guy looked out the system window. He decided to read the details about the snake. The green monster looked at the main character very angrily. The system informed the owner of the details about the snake. The system told the owner that another named Faceless was good at long-range and short-range attacks. The eyes on this monster's body were the descendants of a lower-rank shadow species. The main character excitedly thought to himself that the stalker is hostile to the shadow species. This is why monsters attack. The main character realized that now a dangerous other had been sent against them. He could even kill a person. The main character thought dissatisfied to himself that the instructors had already seen his shadow form. There's no point in hiding now. The main character stood, and there were bright swirls around him. He decided to turn off the shadow form. The guy looked at his hand in surprise. He was displeased to see that he was still in the body of a phantom. The main character commanded the system to remove the shadow form from him. Nothing worked for him. The guy heard a noise from the side. It was the cry of a monster that was attacking. Jiang looked up in fear in front of him and noticed how a lot of eyes were descending on him. The main character said angrily that this time he would not be able to get rid of the eye look just like that. The observers were very surprised. They didn't know what was going on as the screen turned off. Someone shouted that we need to contact the technical department. The commander was silent. He looked ahead thoughtfully and said nothing to his subordinates. The door suddenly opened and one of the frightened workers ran in. The guy told his friends that all the information systems were out of order. The observer informed his colleagues that contact with instructors Liu and Luo was lost. At this time, from the side, an unexpectedly dissatisfied man hit the floor with his stick with all his might. The leader said angrily that he had no idea that the Yunhai camp would be such a mess. The man looked angrily at his interlocutors and asked, "Do they really consider themselves worthy instructors?" The guy apologized to the head Chen and asked him what they would do now. I got even more angry. He hit the floor with his stick with all his might. The man demanded that Xiaoqin count everyone who entered the shadow field. It was also necessary to send people to maintain order. The head told her subordinates that they needed to select instructors of the second and third ranks. Together with them, you need to head into the shadow field. The subordinates abruptly jumped up and ran forward to follow the instructions of the leader. Chen demanded from the instructor Sun to stay next to him. The head told his subordinate to tell him what was hidden in the shadow field of the Yunhai camp. Sun explained to the manager that he had discovered something a long time ago. That's why the head sent out instructors of the second and third ranks. Chen said that after the students entered the shadow field, a strong anomaly arose. The commander said that the shadow field emerged from a forbidden place in Shenzhou after the other moved into this world. He began to change it according to his own rules. He applied a translucent veil. Song said that under normal circumstances, the other would only bring lower species. They will not be higher than the first rank. It happens that someone suppresses his true strength. This makes it harder to fight. I asked the commander very much what the other's rank is now. The guy replied that the other had been in a viable state for about half a month. Sun said thoughtfully that only a fourth-rank person could compare with the monster. The commander explained to the man that even if a person below the third rank gets into the shadow field, nothing will happen. Song said that if a person of the fourth rank gets hit, there will be chaos. Others will continue to develop and mutate. The man asked the guy if there were any special fourth-rank students among the students. Sun replied that the probability is low, but it is possible. The guy said in a thoughtful voice that regardless of rank, something influenced others. Sun told the head that this would be the end for the main character, Jiang. At this time, tried to escape from the monsters. The main character jumped up. He tried to hit the monster with a powerful blow. Jiang waved his arms. He tried to knock down the green monster on the path in front of him. The main character realized that he could not just escape. He turned around and started running to the side. The man was running at full speed. He shouted to others as he walked that they would not be able to catch up with him. The main character sharply pushed off the ground at full speed and jumped high into the air. Jiang turned around and shouted to the monsters behind him as he walked that they themselves had chosen death. Two green demons decided to attack a person using streams of telepathic energy. Jiang ran at full speed. He felt a strong blow on his back. From a powerful blow from behind, the man fell to the ground at full speed. Jiang lay on the ground in a cloud of smoke. He stood up and began to gradually walk into himself. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice that monsters are capable of such things. They used a ranged attack against him. One of the green demons jumped above the ground. He flew forward to attack the man. The man saw a whole bunch of dangerous demons in front of him. He said that there were others of second rank in front of him. The main character angrily shouted to the demons that he would now show them the power of the second rank. He activated his shadow blade. The guy, very frightened, realized to himself that nothing was happening around him. Jiang looked at his hands. He realized with excitement that the shadow blade was not activating. Long green tentacles of a monster appeared next to the man. He realized that his skill was sealed. The demons looked at the man. They were talking about something among themselves. The main character stood and looked at the monsters in fear. He decided that he had sealed them with his power. A blue glow appeared around the main character. Others stood next to him and did not dare to attack. Suddenly, a bright pink light appeared from the side. Another monster has appeared. A huge pink other approached the man and extended his long tongue towards him. The chief fearfully realized to himself that he was seeing another third rank. The main character was scared. A huge pink demonic blade flew next to him. Jiang jumped to the side with a very sharp and quick movement. The monster continued to attack him. There was a very strong and powerful explosion. The main character was sharply thrown back. The guy flew very far after the explosion and hit his back into a building while accelerating. The main character cleared his throat. He realized that everything was out of order. He could no longer use the double blade. The guy looked at the monsters. He realized that in his condition, even with the second rank, he could not fight. The main character pointed two fingers at the monsters and launched blue lightning at them. Lightning from a man's hand wrapped around the huge demon on all sides. He thought that he had no chance of winning. Jiang turned around and ran to the side and thought that this was the best plan for him. The monster got angry. He tore the blue lightning bolts on his body and screamed menacingly. The demon rushed after the man at full speed. The main character was scared and thought that the monster was very fast. The demon jumped up sharply as he walked. He decided to attack the man. Jiang reacted in a very timely manner. He jumped to the side to avoid the attack. The monster slammed his pink blade into the ground with all his might and cracks appeared. The main character jumped up and attacked the pink demon in front of him with all his might. Jiang thought to himself, happy that the continuous blows were harming his opponent. Unexpectedly, the pink one turned around and hit the main character in the face with his fist. After a very powerful and strong blow, the guy flew far to the side. The main character flew away and crashed into the wall of the building with his back. The demon decided not to stop the attack. He attacked the man from above with a blade. Another suddenly saw something very frightening. He began to stop the attack. The demon slammed its feet onto the ground to stop. The guy was very surprised. He realized that for some reason the other one had stopped in front of him. The main character looked at the monster in fear. He didn't understand why he didn't move. Another stood opposite a man with a blade in his hands. Jiang turned around sharply and looked carefully to the side. He decided that there was something nearby. The main character looked carefully at the ruins of the building. He looked closely. Jiang thought to himself, he was unhappy that something similar to the shadow force was happening now. Bright blue lightning appeared on the street. The guy thought to himself that this place frightens him even more than the shadow layer. The demon suddenly activated. He rushed forward to attack the man. The demon slammed his blade onto the ground with all his might. The main character ran away from him to save himself. The main character ran and was out of breath. He tried his best to save himself. The guy, as he walked, suddenly noticed that the lane in front of him turned out to be very long. He thought that his eyesight was failing him. The guy felt as if he was in an unknown place. He looked to the side in fear. Jiang felt how an unknown force rose from the ground and carried him upwards somewhere. The guy was in an incomprehensible blue fog. He did not understand what kind of place this was. The main character suddenly felt as if one of his hands was being stretched forward. Jiang felt himself being pulled into the sky. He realized that his body was out of control and someone was controlling him. The main character angrily shouted in his mind to an invisible enemy that he himself was the owner of his body. The main character suddenly felt as if everything around him had stopped. He stopped flying to who knows where? Jiang looked ahead in fear and noticed a mysterious blue ball flying towards him. The main character was scared. He noticed that the ball was gradually approaching him. Jiang closed his eyes in fear. He realized it was as if something had entered his body. Black threads began to spread throughout the man's body. They embraced him from all sides. The main character felt that he could not move. He remained wrapped in black threads. Jiang opened his eyes. He heard it as if someone said that he would wait for the Lord of the Shadow. The main character looked around with great surprise. He was in an incomprehensible reality and was walking on a mirrored floor. Someone told the guy that he was on the border between the ordinary world and Shenzhou. The main character looked around in fear. He asked who was speaking to him. The stranger told the man to dive deeper into the shadows. Jiang stood and listened in fear. The main character turned to the side with great attention. He couldn't figure out who he was talking to. Suddenly, someone's pink hand appeared from the side. She reached out to the main character. The stranger was pink, and his body was similar to the body of the main character. He said that he and Jiang were of the same origin. The main character sharply extended his hand in front of him and hit the wall with all his strength. The stranger asked the man in fear what he was doing. Jiang answered him that he was eliminating someone else. The stranger told the protagonist that he had missed key points of his skills. Jiang answered his interlocutor to say whatever he wanted as quickly as possible. He himself wanted to get out of here to save his girlfriend. The interlocutor answered for the main character that he could look for himself. Jiang thought about it. He looked ahead with great attention and was silent. A huge, unfamiliar eye looked from above at the man with great attention. The main character looked around. He saw incomprehensible pink images next to him. Jiang said with excitement that the eye had previously blocked some of his powers. The interlocutor replied to the guy that the sparkling view is one of the forbidden objects of Shenzhou. The stranger told the protagonist that the sparkling species had chosen him as its target. He wants to fence himself in and block his techniques. The interlocutor told the guy in an angry voice that he was already dead. Jiang asked his interlocutor why he saved him last time. The stranger explained that he had been waiting for the main character for a very long time. The stranger looked at the guy and said that he was waiting for a man as strong as himself. The interlocutor said that he used to be a high-ranking person in Shenzhou. The stranger said that he was powerful and responsible. He was even the head of the group. As a result of an accident, the guy's body broke up into countless fragments and fell into this world. The sparkling appearance took and preserved the remnants of his soul. A huge pink eye looked attentively at the guy from above. The stranger said that the entity was capricious, and therefore she turned away from him. The entity used its powers to its advantage. She strengthened her power. The stranger told the main character that this is why he was waiting for the appearance of the shadow. The interlocutor extended his hand to the guy and told him to help him finish it completely. The stranger told the main character that he could become his master. He promised to obey him in everything. The main character swung his hand and hit his surprised opponent in the face with it. Jiang slammed the pink stranger onto the ground with great force. The interlocutor fearfully reminded the main character that he had agreed to help him figure out the appearance of his eyes. Jiang asked the guy when he gave his consent to this. Jiang angrily told his interlocutor that he was left without the last of his pants and had no right to set conditions for him. The main character pointed his finger at the interlocutor and asked, "Will he obey him?" The pink guy looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that he still wouldn't be able to escape. The main character fell silent. He looked at his interlocutor with great excitement. The stranger looked at the man and said in an angry voice that it should be a great honor for him to become its bearer. The main character sharply extended his hand forward and hit the stranger with all his might. The main character stood and looked ahead. In front of him was broken glass and the shadow of a stranger. Jiang said in a dissatisfied voice to his opponent that now he does not look strong at all. Most of his power lies in the hands of the eye species. The stranger said angrily that he was a rank 6 shadow species. Therefore, the protagonist's continued existence in Shenzhou seems impossible. The main character lifted his opponent by the throat with his hand. The stranger could not understand how an ordinary person of the second rank could get the better of him. Jiang silently and calmly looked ahead. He noticed shards of falling glass. There was a very loud scream. The stranger felt his body being dissolved in all directions. The main character stood as bright white lightning and pink swirls appeared around him. Suddenly, a very bright pink eye appeared right in front of the guy. A small pink lightning flew up to the main character's body and disappeared inside him. Jiang calmly looked ahead. His eyes shone with a bright light. The main character said to himself in a low voice about the types of shadows and fragments. He thought that this was his lost position. Flying green eyes appeared in the sky above the city. The frightened soldiers stood in a whole group. One shouted that the instructor was being guarded outside and the students were going inside. Yao Yao was very scared. She didn't understand where the main character had gone. A lot of flying green demonic eyes appeared next to the girl. Green eyes intertwined into a huge lump. He was flying over the city. The frightened girl stood in the middle of the street. Green monsters rushed at her from the side. Yao Yao prepared to defend herself. She looked angrily at the others and her hands glowed with fire. The girl launched a fireball at one of the attacking demons. The fighter stood and very concentratedly attacked the monster with punches. The guy asked the girl in fear, "Can she still hold out?" Yao Yao replied that she was fine. The guy shouted to his friends that they all needed to get together and get out of here. A flying green eye appeared behind him. The eye flew close to the man and prepared to attack him. The fighter felt as if his entire body could not move at all. After that, the guy fell to the ground dead. The girl stood nearby and was very scared. Yao Yao looked up and noticed how more green eyes appeared there. The girl was very scared. She didn't know what she could do now. The commander suddenly appeared from the side. He struck another with powerful blows. Sun looked at the monster's body. He realized that in front of him was another of the third rank. The situation turned out to be worse than they thought. The commander told his subordinates that they should have been more vigilant. They almost got hit by Tishka. One of the fighters asked Sun for forgiveness. The commander glanced at the girls. He thought that only the students were attacked by another third rank. The commander told the students that it was time for them to move forward. The girl shouted to her friends to wait. Yao Yao said with great excitement that she was with Jian, but now he is not here nearby. The commander was surprised when he heard the name of the main character. He was deep in thought. A huge pink monster appeared in the sky. Sun thought that if the girl came with the main character, it means that they have a close relationship. The commander heard a suspicious noise from the side. He realized that someone was approaching from behind. Sun pointed his hand forward and attacked the attacker with green lightning. After a powerful strike of green lightning, another flew far back. Sun thought to himself with excitement that the girl next to him also came under the attention of the species. The commander rushed forward. He shouted to two colleagues to accompany the students. The pink monster looked at the man very angrily and displeasedly. A bright green spot appeared on the commander's hand. He prepared to attack. Sun decided to attack his opponent with a green beam of energy. He ran close to him. The commander launched a special magical technique against the other. It was the Eye of the Wind. Another shouted angrily and displeasedly. He did not understand what the man had already used against him. The monster looked angrily at his opponent. He decided to try to fight him off or hide. Another jumped up sharply and flew far into the sky. He swung his blade. Sun was very angry that his opponent wanted to run away from him. The guy looked next to him in surprise and noticed huge steel chains nearby. Sun felt his hand going numb. He realized that his strength was disappearing. The commander heard a loud roar from the side. He turned around and saw a monster near the people. A huge demon in the form of an eye was approaching a crowd of people. He was flying through the air. The monster carefully examined the crowd of people from above. Next to him was another flying eye. A pink round monster hung over the street. A crowd of frightened people stood on the ground. Commander felt himself being attacked with pink energy. He couldn't move. The exhausted guy fell to the ground. He showed no signs of life. Other people were also shackled by the pink energy. They could not move and began to fall. The girl was scared. She realized that her body was not moving and her consciousness was clouded. Yao Yao put her hands forward in front of her. She saw the eye move in front of her. The girl thought that she felt powerless when faced with others. Bright lightning appeared above the girl's head. She closed one eye in fear. At the last moment, the girl said goodbye to her friend and wished him to live. Yao Yao's consciousness began to cloud over. She saw a pink light in front of her. At this time, the main character appeared on the side. He carried a blade in his hands and came to the aid of his girlfriend. Jiang caught the girl with his hand from the side in time to prevent her from falling. The main character looked at his surprised girlfriend and said that he was next to her. The main character picked up the girl in his arms and carefully laid her on the ground. She was unconscious. Jiang stood and looked at his unconscious girlfriend on earth. He was silent. A very bright pink eye appeared in the sky. The guy felt something else approaching. Yang stood surrounded by blue lightning. Others rushed sharply at him from the side. The man looked at the monsters angrily and said that this territory belongs to the kind of eyes. The main character jumped above the ground. He told the monsters that the sight of shadows was dominant here. The guy raised his hand up. A bright white glow came from it. The main character stood, and a bright white light went from his hand into the heavens. The light from the guy's hand was so bright that it pierced the darkness above the night sky. The purple monster growled angrily. A green demon stood next to him. There was a dark aura around them. Surprised others stood on the ground. The main character in flight angrily shouted at them that they had come to his territory. A very bright white explosion was heard in the sky, and a large black ball appeared. The demons screamed in fear. Their heads began to glow and explode. The main character landed on the ground. A bright glow appeared around his foot. The main character heard a very strong explosion behind him. A pillar of fire appeared. The guy did not look around for the explosions behind him. He walked forward towards the monster. The pink demon looked at the man very angrily. The main character reminded him that he used to chase him all over the street. Yang took out a huge blade. He told the other that now it was his turn to attack him. The main character quickly jumped up and swung his sword. He walked forward towards the monster. The pink one got scared and worried. He looked at the man in fear. The main character hit his opponent with a powerful blow. The remains of the pink demon scattered in all directions. A huge pink ball hung above the street. On its surface were green eyes. Jiang swung his sword and stabbed it right into the center of his eye with all his strength. The main character activated the chase combat skill. He continued to finish off the monster. The guy used the activation to cause more damage to the huge eye after the blow. The main character took a closer look and noticed that the eye's standard of living had reached 0. The guy swung his blade and used decapitation against the demon. The main character was left alone on the street. He held the sword in his hands and looked ahead. The main character looked in surprise and noticed how bright red radiation appeared in the sky above him. Jiang stood on the street, and next to him were the body of a monster. He realized that before him was the power of the sight of shadows. The main character put his foot on the monster's body. He said in a joyful voice that the sight of the eyes was completely suppressed by the sight of the shadows. All his abilities also disappeared. The guy said joyfully that with his second rank, he could kill another third rank in a matter of seconds. Therefore, the eyesight mainly operates in groups. The main character launched claws from his body against the monster's body. He cheerfully told him that he wanted to thank him for the vivid emotions. Running warriors with weapons appeared from the side. The guy said with excitement that the signal is interrupted here. The main character looked up. He saw warriors flying from one building to another. Jiang looked displeased at the flying fighters. He thought they were just at the wrong time. A bright green whirlwind appeared from the sky and descended to the ground. Soldiers were running to the side. The commander strictly ordered his subordinates to quickly remove the wounded. The girl asked her companions if any of them took anti-pollution drugs. People were dying around them. The guy excitedly shouted to the girl that she needed several people to block the view of the eyes. Inside the hospital, one of the guys was lying on the couch, bandaged. Nurses stood next to him. The fighter said that the monster rushed straight at him, and he twisted him in 2 moves. The main character was sitting under IVs. He told his interlocutor in a cheerful voice that a crow flew up to him and exploded like an airplane. Jiang told how another man approached him from the side, but he managed to react. At this time, a girl hit him in the face from the side. The girlfriend sternly asked the guy, "Is he still bragging after such wounds?" Yao Yao looked at the main character angrily and told him to hurry up. Jiang looked slyly at his girlfriend and told her to do everything herself. The girl looked at her friend and began to open the box with the product. Yao Yao began to pour the product from the box directly onto the protagonist's hand. The main character felt pain. He tried to restrain himself so as not to scream loudly. Jiang felt unbearable pain and jumped up from his seat. He screamed loudly. The main character asked the girl displeasedly, "Did she really want him to die?" The interlocutor told him that he himself said so. The guy slyly asked his girlfriend, "Is she really angry?" The girl, without turning around, told him with displeasure that he had disappeared and made her worry. The main character became worried. He began to ask for forgiveness from his girlfriend. Yao Yao grabbed the main character's face with her hands and told him not to apologize. The girl covered the wound on the protagonist's face. He looked at her silently. The girlfriend looked at the guy and asked him not to do that again. Yao Yao straightened the clothes on the guy's body. He told her that he would do so. The girl looked at her friend with great interest. She studied him with her eyes. The girl told her interlocutor that she fainted when someone else attacked her. She woke up safe and sound. The main character explained to his interlocutor that the instructor saved her. The girlfriend angrily explained to the surprised protagonist that she was saved by him. The main character told the girl with surprise that there was no way he could get into the training camp. The girl was sitting on a chair. She told the main character in a confident voice that it was he who saved her. The girl said thoughtfully that he saved her so quickly and she felt as if they had known each other all their lives. Yao Yao looked at the main character with excitement. Jiang asked his girlfriend if she doubted him. The girl looked at her friend and imagined as if there was a dark ghost behind him. The girlfriend said in a dissatisfied voice that he was as unfinished as he was. The girl sat closer to the main character. She wanted to ask him something. "Girlfriend?" In a sly voice, she asked her interlocutor if he could study with them. The guy answered her that he couldn't study. The main character, in a sly voice, told the girl that he was very handsome and had a sense of justice. An ordinary student could not be like that, the girl asked the guy. "How does he know that he is handsome?" Jiang said in an instructive voice that there was no way he could have ended up in the middle of the training camp. Yao Yao said to her interlocutor in a dissatisfied voice that it could all be like this. An instructor appeared from the side and called the main character. Jiang turned around and said that they had met again. The girl asked Suna what happened to his injury. The commander explained that the injury was minor and everything would be fine. Yao Yao explained that thanks to the instructors, they are all alive now. Sun told the girl that everything happened because of their negligence. Therefore, they were obliged to resolve the situation. The instructor asked the guy, did he really get out alone? Jiang told the commander that he himself broke through. The instructor looked at the guy and said that he would wait for his next exit. He thought to himself that it would be very difficult for Jian to get out on his own. There was a large influx of others. The commander took out a small device. He told the guy and the girl that he would check them for infection. Sun pointed the device at the students and checked them. He said that there is no pollution and therefore they can take medicine and return. The instructor waved to the students and said that he would go check on other people. The girl wished the commander a safe journey. Sun stepped aside. He looked at the device in his hands with great attention. The instructor looked attentively into the device. He was very interested in the testimony. The commander saw that the main character had second rank. He realized that the guy was hiding his true strength. The instructor realized that for the main character, his level would not be enough to withstand the sight of the eyes. The commander could not understand how the main character's pollution index could be 0. The guy asked the girl whose name she was pronouncing. The interlocutor replied that she was pronouncing her father's name. The instructor thought to himself that the main character has a lot of secrets. 2 cheerful students were standing on the street. Yunhan University has a training camp and a full-fledged educational environment. The main character stood and held the bag in his hands. He looked at the girl with great excitement. The girlfriend was unhappy. She abruptly stepped aside with her bag. The guy ran after her. The girlfriend told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that she would go to the hostel. Jiang explained to the girl that he wanted to take her on a tour. Yao Yao said suspiciously to her friend that he wanted to go to the girls' dormitory to look at the other girls. The main character asked his interlocutor, how did she understand everything? The girlfriend hit the guy on the head with all her might. She shouted at him not to talk to her anymore and walked away. A fat guy with a bag of food approached from the side. He asked the main character, has he really angered his girlfriend again? The main character was amazed when he saw how much fat his friend Lu Yuqiang had gained. The fat man poured food into his mouth. The main character happily said that he understood everything. The guy calmly explained to his friend that the more he eats, the stronger he becomes. The student raised the large bag with his hand. He explained that at first his abilities were not suitable for Yunhai University. Then he lowered the bar and was able to pass. Lu asked his friend where he was going. The main character replied that he was going to the first building. The fat man told his surprised friend that they had arrived in the first building of the hostel. Jiang looked ahead with great admiration. He said it all looked like a hotel. The main character and his friend entered the building. The fat man explained that the dormitory was for the best students of the training camp. Convenience at the highest level and a good environment. Jiang looked around with great admiration and saw large, clean corridors. The fat man told his friend that there was a small garden, a gym, and a library. Lu told the main character that everything around was created for comfort. The main character and his friend approached the door. Lu told him that this was his room. He was surprised because the door was open. The room must be single. Lu opened the door and looked inside the room in surprise. There were several people there. There were several students in the room. One of them said that they were sophomores and should not be interested in freshmen. The guy looked to the side and told his friend that someone had come to them. The student looked angrily at the main character and said that he had the wrong building. The stranger looked at the guest and said that this was his place. These are the rules of the Yunhai training camp. The fat man displeasedly pointed his finger to the side at the student and said that there are no such rules. The student asked the fat man, is there really something that doesn't suit him? Lu answered his interlocutor that this was a dormitory for freshmen and he should leave. One of the guys laughed evilly. He decided to call for help now. The student opened the front door. He shouted that a freshman had come here and said that the hostel belonged to him. There was a buzz in the dormitory. The students heard the words of their colleague and prepared to leave. There was the clatter of many feet. A group of students descended from the upper floor to the lower one. A whole group of guys gathered near the entrance to one of the rooms. They looked displeasedly at the main character. The student told the main character that beginners don't understand the rules at all. He reminded the guest that they were the best students and therefore he should think carefully about everything. The fat man displeasedly told his friend that the sophomores had taken over the entire floor. The main character told Lu to forget about everything. The main character explained to his friend that the second year is senior and cannot spoil the first impression. The fat man explained to his friend that they would not get into a fight and suggested leaving. Jiang looked at the students and said in a dissatisfied voice that they were taking on a lot. The fat man was surprised. He looked at his friend with great interest. The students got angry. They all prepared to rush at the main character together. Jiang stood calmly and looked at the students. Blue radiation appeared around him. The students prepared to rush at the main character from all sides. They surrounded him on all sides. The students were very scared. They noticed that one fighter appeared next to Jian. The fighter had burning eyes. He silently and displeasedly looked at the main character. The student stopped. He silently studied the guest with his burning gaze. Jiang turned to the side. He realized that the student had an ability called the pupil. Student approached the main character and asked what his name was. Jiang responded by saying his name. The fighter looked angrily at the main character and said that he should not have performed today. He explained that the guy had to fight for a room in the arena. Jiang extended his hand forward and said that one fight would not be enough. The main character pointed his hand at the angry students and said that they should all take part. The guy excitedly told his friends that in the special training camp, there was a man who spoke out against the senior courses. Someone said that Shimu likes to bully people. A student with a backpack told his friends that someone had decided to help them retake their dorm. A whole student crowd approached the stadium. They gradually converged and converged. The students gathered and sat in a circle on the podium. They were waiting for the battle in the center of the arena. A girl with green hair was marking something in a notepad. She told the participants that they could choose their equipment and weapons. The main character stood silently with the fat man. There were various weapons hanging on the wall on the side. One of the students looked at the main character and said that they could sympathize with the newcomer. The fat man told his friend in a frightened voice that they had better leave. Jiang took a small blade in his hand. He told his friend not to worry. Jiang went to the wall and picked up a huge sword. He said that such a blade was not particularly suitable. The fat man advised him to choose something bigger for his friend. The main character looked carefully at the weapons stand. He didn't know what was best to choose for himself. One of the guys pointed a spear at the main character and told him to come to him if he is not afraid. The main character stood confidently on the ground. He replied that he was not afraid at all. Jiang picked up a metal club. He said with a smile that he needed time to find a suitable weapon. The student asked his opponent why he didn't choose a defense for himself. Did he really decide that he could do it anyway? Jiang replied with a smile that that was exactly what he thought. The fighter ran forward with a spear. He shouted to the main character that he would smear him in a second. Jiang looked joyfully at his opponent and realized that he was also the owner of the shadow. The students cheerfully expressed support for their friend Chen. The fat man shouted for the main character to run and not stand still. The main character stood calmly in place. A student with a spear ran up to him from behind. The student jumped up. He decided to hit his opponent in flight. There was a very bright blue explosion. A very dark aura shone around. There were clouds of dust and smoke at the scene of the explosion. The students looked ahead with excitement. The fat man was very worried. He did not know what had just happened to his friend. The students stood around and watched silently. They did not know how the duel ended. The boys and girls were very surprised. They realized that the main character was able to survive. The body of a student lay on the ground. The main character cheerfully said that the next one could approach him. The main character pulled out a metal baton with traces of blood from the student's body. Jiang stood and waved his baton. He asked, would anyone else dare to attack him? The main character angrily shouted to the students that they could all attack him together. The guys got very angry. One of the students angrily asked the main character how he dared to injure a third-year student. The main character stood and prepared to repel the attack. The students were around him. The fighters took various weapons in their hands. They headed towards the main character. One of the warriors with a blade in his hand looked ahead and said that they were also in action. The main character said to himself that the long-awaited moment had come for him. He used his attribute called Shadow. The main character turned into a dark ghost. He could no longer be detected. The system informed the guy that when his identity is revealed, the effect of this ability is greatly reduced. The main character thought that he had already used his Stalker ability while killing the eye species, but in this world he cannot activate this feature. Jiang imagined himself surrounded by fire. The system informed the owner that, thanks to numerous battles, he can sometimes gain the opportunity to acquire new abilities or strengthen existing ones. The main character prepared to fight back. There were fighters around him. Jiang told himself that if the battle was intense, his abilities would improve at a faster rate. Jiang scattered students with weapons around him with very powerful and strong blows. The fat man told the girl that a whole group of students were attacking one person. The interlocutor replied that Jiang himself challenged everyone. The student looked to the side and told the fat man not to worry. The main character looked at the bodies of the fighters who surrounded him and were lying on the earth. Jiang looked around in surprise and said, dissatisfied, that he didn't even sweat. A student appeared from the side. He calmly took a bite of the apple and began to chew it. The student was holding a huge sword in his hands. He said that he did not expect the student to have a high level of physical fitness. The fighter threw the apple in front of him. He said that the outcome of the battle depends not only on this. The student, with very fast movements, caught the apple with his blade many times. The fighter looked carefully in front of him. He held the sword in his hands. The student raised the apple on the edge of his ball and tossed it. The fighter said that everything very much depends on technology. He was able to cut a beautiful flower from an ordinary apple with the help of sword blows. Shimu stood in the center of the arena with a large sword. Opposite him was the main character with a metal baton. Friends shouted angrily that the schoolboy should not give in to Shima. Someone reminded the fighter that he was one of the top 3 at his age. The main character looked with surprise at the carved apple. He thought that his opponent was a fencing master. Jiang happily thought to himself that his past opponents were weak. As a result, he was unable to accumulate much experience. The main character accelerated with a metal baton and prepared to hit his opponent. Shimu stood calm. The student was absolutely calm. He looked at the running Jian in front of him. The main character was rushing, surrounded by a dark aura. He had almost reached his opponent. Shimu looked at his opponent and said that he had inherited the power of an ancient demon. The student joyfully told the main character that now his movements no longer seem very frisky to him. Shimu raised his blade upward. He realized that he could dodge his opponent's attacks, but also watch his every move. The student swung his sword towards the main character. Jiang didn't notice the attack. The sword came almost close to the main character's head. Jiang felt afraid. Suddenly, there was a very powerful explosion. Shimu seemed to have disappeared somewhere from the arena. The main character covered himself with his hand. He looked fearfully at his opponent. Shimu told the guy in a joyful voice that he had a good reaction, but he himself was just training for now. The fighter looked angrily at his opponent and shouted that it was time to act seriously. Shimu swung his blade to hit the guy. The main character leaned back. The system informed its owner that it had launched numerous wars. The enemy's actions were analyzed. The system told the owner that it was better for him to move to the right and not repel the attack. After this, you can make a counterattack. The enemy's weak point is in the area of the shoulder blades. Shimu hit the ground with his sword from above with all his might. Jiang managed to jump back. The main character swung his baton and managed to hit the student in the back from behind. The blow with the baton was delivered very accurately between the shoulder blades. Shimu jumped aside. The student screamed loudly and frightenedly. He turned around and looked at his opponent. Shimu released the sword from his hands. He remembered that now it was his turn to attack. Jiang stood and held the baton in his hands in surprise. Shimu thought that his technique didn't work at the last moment. The student looked at the main character with great excitement. He studied him with his eyes. Jiang stood. A dark aura rose above him. The student realized that his opponent was a type of shadow. The main character stood calmly in the center of the arena with his baton. Shimu thought to himself that the influence of his species was not so strong. The student was holding a sword in his hands. He thought that if his opponent activated his abilities, he would have a hard time. The main character looked angrily at the student and asked, "Was he really scared?" Shimu was very angry when he heard the words that he was scared. The student very abruptly jumped up and ran forward with his sword. The main character stood calmly and held a large metal baton in his hands. The system informed the owner that the opponent would try to cheat. "You can't let yourself be deceived." Jiang jumped up along with the sword. The system told him that he should strike when his shoulders were tense. Shimu fearfully noticed a metal baton in front of him. She hit him in the face. The main character swung his baton in all directions. The student blocked his blows. Shimu looked angrily at his opponent and realized that his fencing art had also improved. The main character lunged forward with his baton. Shimu put out a blade against him. The fighter stood and held his sword in his hands. He prepared to repel the attack. The main character smiled calmly to himself. He decided to abandon the attack at this point. Jiang put his club on his shoulder and calmly stepped aside. His opponent looked at him in surprise. The main character turned around and cheerfully told the student that he could use all his tricks. Shimu became very angry. He wanted to teach his rival a lesson. A fire flared up near him from below. Shimu abruptly prepared to take off. He shouted to the main character that he was going to die. Jiang stood calmly. He looked at his opponent with a searching gaze. The main character put his baton in front of him. A student with a sword came at him from above. The main character swung his baton in all directions. Shimu swung his sword from above him. The fighter swung his sword from top to bottom and tried to cut the main character's body. The student realized in fear that he had just failed to hit his opponent with the sword. The main character managed to get behind the fighter and swung his baton with all his might. Jiang, with all his might, managed to hit his opponent from behind with his baton. The baton entered very strongly from behind to the shim. The main character used the wilting of the chrysanthemum. The student felt very severe pain. He screamed loudly and light appeared from his eyes. The main character bowed to his opponent and thanked him for the lesson. Shimu was lying in the arena with a baton behind him. The system informed the owner that he had received new abilities. He gained intuitive protection and the ability to detect danger. The main character looked at the podium. He angrily told the students to call everyone here. Yang told the surprised spectators that he was challenging everyone from Yunhai University to a fight. The main character was in the hospital, all bandaged up. He said his head didn't feel very good. The girlfriend was sitting on a chair near the bed and peeling an apple. She asked the guy how he was able to challenge all the students. Lee said with admiration to the girl that the main character was majestic when he challenged everyone. Jiang said in a satisfied voice that more than 100 people attacked him. To himself, he thought that he was unable to activate the shadow form. The girl handed the apple to the patient on the bed. She said he would have been disabled if the instructor hadn't taken him. Jiang took a bite of the apple and asked the girl if the senior students were occupying her dormitory. Yao Yao replied that they do not. The main character explained to his girlfriend that he was very sorry. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Jiang told the girl that if she had no place to live, he would take her in with him. They would live happily and carefree. The main character daydreamed joyfully and cheerfully. He looked up in front of him with great pleasure. The girlfriend was very angry. She hit the guy with her fists and said that she would rather live on the street than with him. The fat man told his friends that they could act more calmly. At this time, the instructor entered the room. He told the fighters that they did not lose heart. Sun raised his hand and told the main character that he would get better soon. The students greeted the instructor. The main character stood up on the bed. He asked the instructor when they would start training. The girl said with suspicion that the guy lied to her when he said that everything hurt him. The man sat down on a chair. He told the main character that his training would be different from others. Jiang asked why his training would be different. Sun looked at the guy and said that he had already reached the second rank of special. The main character was very scared. He couldn't understand how the instructor knew his level. The fat man told his friend that he already had the second rank. The girl asked her friend how he managed to reach the second rank. Sun told the guy that he would have the same knowledge base as the others, but to gain practical skills, Jiang will have to take classes with second-year students. The main character happily asked the instructor, "Will he really fight with the second-year students?" Sun answered the guy that this would be a training battle. Jiang happily thought to himself that he would be able to use the techniques of numerous wars and gain a lot of experience. The instructor told the main character that he was challenging strong opponents. Sun, without turning around, told the main character that he would accompany him to training when the time came. A few days later, many people gathered at Yunhai University. They were all standing near the entrance. The bell rang and the students went inside the classroom. The teacher stood near a large globe in the floor. Students sat at tables. Next to the main character was Fatty. He ate food. The girlfriend told the main character that he should be more serious. Jiang ate the meat and looked at the girl. Yao Yao told the main character that if he fails the exam, he will not be able to enter his specialty. The guy was surprised when he heard about the exam. The main character, along with the rest of the students, looked at the scene with interest. On the stage, the teacher shone a map of the world from a blue globe onto the wall. The blue globe glowed very brightly and hovered above the hood above the stage. Jiang thought to himself with excitement that all this was similar to the image he saw in Uncle Lu's room. The teacher told the students that his name was Su Jianyang. He will teach students the history of the special. Su said that the history of the special is a course that describes the main events before the disaster, and until now, this item is important for 3 species, but others don't need to despair either. The teacher on a special remote control changed the parameters for displaying the world map and globe. A very bright light came from the globe in the audience. All the students looked fascinated. The bright light from the globe began to be projected onto the wall. Everything around was in blue. The main character watched and listened with interest. The teacher said that when others arrived, the world began to suffer from aggression. At first, no one understood where the others came from and their goals. They were assessed as an unknown species. The students listened attentively. The teacher told the students how others broke into the world and began to destroy it. Others of the second rank came out of the second dimension and began to kill civilians. The strength of others was small. Their bodies were torn apart by bullets and artillery fire. The military were able to kill all the others. In the bodies of others, pollution formed every time after killing a monster. Some civilians died. The price for killing low-level others was limited in scope. Therefore, the soldiers struck from a long distance. The result was temporary stability. As the number of cracks increased, the world began to go through changes. The wildlife was no longer safe. On the first day of the second year of the new Beidou era, the creation of large gathering places and plans for the mass relocation of civilians were announced. In the 5th year of the new era, others began to massively attack the gathering places. To find a method of dealing with others, people began to conduct tests. The mortality rate reached 97%. The teacher told the students that people have learned a lot since then. Su told the audience at the end that humanity has finally entered a new era of the special. The teacher told the students that research into the power of the special had advanced, but they still remain only at the initial stage. They can't compete with Shenzhou yet. Su pointed his tablet at the blue globe. He said that very soon after this, prohibited items were discovered. The new wave began in Danzhou. The teacher said that some people began to develop new ranks of power. They founded the Dawn organization and made significant contributions to the fight against the others. The main character remembered to himself about the organization Dawn. His girlfriend once talked about her. Su told the students that in the 10th year of the new era, they found a way to advance to the second rank using more legal methods from now on. The soldiers were able to fight on an equal basis with others. The teacher informed the students that full-fledged gathering places in Beidou and Nando were established that same year. Then, there were 8 other gathering places. The student asked the teacher, how could they find so many places to gather? The other guy answered his friend that all this is different from what he heard before. Su looked at the students and told them that he was only stating the facts. The teacher said that in the 20th year of the new era, another of the third rank suddenly appeared. It could no longer be dealt with by conventional artillery fire. Nando's gathering place handled everything, but it came at a great price. In the 30th year of the new era, the first type of special appeared. He was superior in strength to all the previous ones. The special one brought an army of others. It laid siege to an entire city and it was impossible to use nuclear weapons from a distance. The students were very surprised. They listened carefully to the teacher. One guy asked the teacher what happened next. Su fell silent. He was deep in thought and did not answer the students. After a short pause, the teacher said that Maya was destroyed and there were no survivors. The students sat in the audience and watched the teacher near the stage with great attention. A man wearing headphones stood silently near a blue image on the wall. Yao Yao thought about it. She looked away and didn't say anything. The main character sat silently with his friend. They listened to the teacher with interest. The teacher said that in the 40th year of the new era, others of the 4th rank appeared. A mutation occurred during the explosion of a nuclear weapon. Others came out of the flames, and the Atai gathering place was destroyed. In the 50th year of the new era, Tongfu and its surrounding gathering areas encountered cracks in the abyss and threats from others. All this led to the first Great Migration. Su told the students that in the 60th year of the new era, a number of regions of Dazhou had completely turned into abandoned areas. In the 70th year, others headed north. The teacher told the students that the second Great Migration of peoples had occurred. This time it was special. 100,000 young people gave their lives so that another part of the population could move safely. Su looked at the students sternly and said, that year, the north and south were cut off. The teacher told the students that Nando had become a lonely town. A group of students stood on the street near the entrance to the university. There was a huge monument in the shape of a sword in the courtyard. A group of students stood on the street. They pondered among themselves the lecture they had heard. The main character slowly went out into the street with his girlfriend. He recalled with her the lecture he had heard. Yao Yao told her friend that she never expected the reality to be harsher. Jiang told her that with his current strength, they had nothing to worry about. The girl said thoughtfully that Nando was in distress. Now it is not clear how long Yunhai can hold out. The main character said very thoughtfully that the city will definitely survive the year. The guy stopped. He saw his girlfriend standing thoughtfully. The main character came close to his girlfriend. He decided to calm her down. Jiang silently hugged the girl to himself. He decided to calm her down and reassure her. The main character looked at the girl and said that he would protect her even if the end came. The friend was very emotional. She said her friend's name with tears in her eyes. The guy wanted to kiss the girl. He told her that she needed to take the first steps before they were captured by others. Yao Yao shouted to her friend not to come near. The teacher appeared from the side. He told the students that they were not at all desperate. Su told the main character that he has the best mentality among all the students. The main character asked the teacher in surprise, does he really know him? The teacher explained to the guy that his name very quickly spread throughout the university. The main character asked the man why he told them sad facts in the first lesson. The teacher did not answer the student. He silently looked away. A group of students was walking in the park. They were having fun and feeling happy. The teacher told the guy that it is best if everyone learns the truth as early as possible. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that despair is also good. The teacher looked to the side and said that spring had come after the harsh winter. Only plum blossoms were able to survive. The teacher explained that a person can only survive if he is in despair. Sue told the guy that he was no longer so special, although he had the second rank. The main character asked the teacher in surprise why he didn't consider him special. Sue looked at the guy and said that having the power of someone special does not make him special. The main character was surprised. He thought about his teacher's words. The man excitedly told the guy that having rank 1 skills was the initial stage on the path to madness. The second rank is considered the most dangerous. Sue told his interlocutor about blocking the body and acquiring a non-human appearance. The employer told the guy that it would feel as if he was sinking to the bottom. The teacher told the main character that he would feel as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss. The man asked the guy if he felt any of the above. The teacher looked sternly at the guy and asked if he had seen the abyss. The main character was silent. The teacher told him that he was not yet ready to become special in his current state. The teacher stood with his back to the guy. He said that the last question was about what he said in class. The teacher asked the students, "Can everything in history be considered true?" The main character is deep in thought. He put his hand to his chest and looked ahead. Girlfriend asked the guy, "What does he think?" The main character answered her that he would go get ready for the next lesson. The teacher was telling material for students during the lesson about basic knowledge about special ones. The main character was dozing. The teacher said that a person can hunt and kill others, but the cost of killing them will be reflected in their body. A person can also absorb the power of others and add it to his own powers. The instructor in a physical training class was yelling at the students to concentrate the energy in their body and release it. The students were studying very energetically and persistently in the center of the stadium. They released different energies from the body. The woman in the dining room served the main character a dish and said with a smile that they were having stewed pork today. The stadium is empty. A whole group of students stood near the entrance of the university. The main character and his friends were in practical classes. He did not understand why his girlfriend was assigned to the third group. Jiang thought that the girl's father tried to deliberately distance her from him. The instructor told the students that from today onwards, they would be taught by special instructors. The results of the fight and all skills will be taken into account during the entrance exams. A group of professional instructors appeared. They approached the students. The instructors lined up and told the students to go to their classrooms and start preparing. Students stood on the field in sportswear. The instructor approached them. The main character took a closer look and the instructor seemed very thin to him. The teacher looked menacingly at the students and shouted loudly for them to pay attention to him. The main character, together with his friends, stood at attention. They all looked at the teacher. Jiang thought joyfully and with surprise to himself that the instructor was shouting impressively. The teacher looked sternly at the students and said that they would stand like that. The main character was amazed. He didn't understand why they all needed to just stand there. Jiang felt a very strong energy pass through his body. He couldn't move anywhere. The main character felt that his body was bound by murderous energy. He couldn't move. The frightened students stood still. None of them could move. The main character looked at the instructor in fear and realized that it was him who was emanating murderous energy. One of the guys could not stand it and fell to the ground. He no longer had the strength to stand. The main character looked at the fallen guy. He realized that the instructor wanted to evaluate their abilities. Jiang told himself that those who survive among them will be considered the best. 15 minutes later, the exhausted students were lying on the ground. The main character stood calmly. The main character concentrated with all his might. He tried to stay in place and not fall. The instructor looked calmly at the students and said that they could now rest. Jiang fell to the ground. He had the opportunity to rest after standing for a long time. The teacher approached the main character and said that he was very assertive. The instructor extended his hand to the guy. He told him to get up and follow him. Jiang asked the teacher dissatisfied, "Will he really have to train with second-year students?" The teacher replied that there were special conditions for the guy in the training camp. The teacher told the student that he would train here. The main character looked around and said that there was nothing around. The teacher looked at the main character and said that there would be pair training. The student stood and looked at the main character. He studied individually with instructor Sun. The main character told the teacher that they could go to another place for training. Many people were looking at them around them. The teacher asked the guy, "Is he really afraid of the public?" Jiang replied that he was a little afraid. The instructor remembered the general's order. He demanded that personal training be arranged for the main character. The teacher told the main character with a smile that Mr. Lee asked to conduct personal training with him. The main character was unhappy because Lee manipulated him a lot. The instructor moved his hand to the side and a green glow began to spread around him. Teacher stood in a fighting stance. He told the guy that they could already start. The main character said in a calm voice that he has a lot of strength. The teacher told him that the guy could give his best. Jiang was very happy when he heard the teacher's words. He decided to attack him. The main character accelerated and jumped up. He prepared to hit the instructor in flight. The teacher put up a block to try to defend against a kick from a student. Spectators watched the fight with great interest. Someone said that the guy overwhelmed the instructor in one fell swoop. One of the students said in a reasonable voice that it was a mistake. The teacher said that the main character first decided to do a kick. This was not a very good decision. The guy is easy to catch and counterattack. The teacher grabbed the main character by the leg. He told the student that he had good stamina. The instructor shouted to the guy that it was very easy to predict his train of thought. He threw him aside by his leg. The main character flew back through the air after being thrown by the instructor. After a powerful throw, Zhang flew back and landed on the lawn. The guy suddenly jumped up and ran forward for the next attack. Sun blocked all the blows of his opponent with very powerful and fast blows. The teacher thought excitedly to himself that the student was superior in skills to the beginners. The instructor continued to fight with the guy. He noted that the student's blows became more powerful and faster. At one point, the main character swung his hand and almost hit the instructor on the head with it. The main character, after a powerful swing, stopped his fist near the instructor's head. The guy waved his hand. He looked angrily at the teacher and said that he showed him. Sun looked at the student with interest and grabbed his fist with his hand. The instructor grabbed the main character by the side with all his strength and prepared to throw him. Jiang was very scared. He realized that he could not defend against the throw now. The instructor swung very hard and prepared to throw his student. The teacher held the main character's hand with all his might and threw him to the side. The main character was lying on the earth on his back after a very strong blow. The students were very amazed. One of them shouted that the teacher left the guy in a matter of seconds. The main character was lying on the earth. The teacher stood nearby and looked angrily to the side. One of the guys said happily that he thought he would beat Jiang. He didn't expect it to end like this. One of the teachers said thoughtfully that instructor Song had been deliberately giving in from the very beginning. The instructor said in a stern voice that in wrestling, the main thing is not only the body and skills, but also the brain. The main character got up on the ground and sat down. He felt severe pain behind him. The guy asked Uncle Suna if he had used his abilities. The instructor told the guy that he also tries to keep his body in shape. He explained that he won due to his extensive combat experience. The teacher said that a strong body and training form the basis for an ideal battle. The instructor said that simply studying would not be enough. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Therefore, getting used to what is happening is not the best solution. The teacher caught the protagonist's hand and said calmly that you just need to adapt. It takes a lot of time to develop fighting instincts. The instructor held the student's hand. He looked at the guy and asked if he thought so. The main character frees himself and sharply stretches out his hand to grab the teacher's hand. The instructor was very scared and surprised. He looked at the guy with excitement. Jiang prepared to throw the teacher onto the lawn. He said that cunning is also very important. The teacher fell to the ground after the throw. He didn't have time to defend himself. All the students jumped up joyfully. One of the teachers told them that the rest was over and they had to return. The students stood at attention. The teacher told them that the first 2 days would be aimed at their adaptation. From the third day, classes will be divided. The instructor shouted to the students that if they stood in a combat position for less than an hour, they would fly out. The rules are the same for everyone. The students stood in a whole group. They felt a strong aura from the instructor. The girl told herself that she needed to hold on. She couldn't afford to lose heart. Yao Yao understood that the main character could very well begin to mock her. She absolutely had to get into the first group. The girl looked at the stadium with excitement. She was worried that her friend would be fine. She hoped the battle would not be fierce. The main character, after a very powerful throw, fell onto the lawn with a big swing. Jiang jumped to his feet and rubbed his hand over his face. He still felt strong. The girlfriend was very scared. She said that this was all some kind of deadly training. The instructor looked at the guy and told him displeasedly that he was very stubborn. The teacher thought to himself that he could not defeat the student easily. I had to use my abilities. The instructor thought that the main character had abilities like his uncle in the old days. The main character waved his hand and said that he wanted to attack again. The instructor extended his hand forward. He said, "That's enough for today." The teacher thought to himself that the guy's speed had slowed down. It looked like he was at his breaking point. The main character swung his hand very quickly and with a deft movement and pointed his hand forward at the teacher. The instructor was very surprised. He didn't expect the protagonist's attack. Jiang managed to very quickly rush to the teacher and hit him in the stomach with a powerful blow. The instructor had no time to defend himself. After being hit by a student, he flew to the side. Sun stood and looked at his body. He received a very strong blow. The main character looked joyfully in front of him. He was able to defeat his instructor. Tired Jiang fell to the ground. He happily said that he had finally succeeded. The instructor looked at the lying student. He no longer had any doubts that the guy was special. The main character called the instructor while lying down. The teacher looked at him with interest. Jiang told his instructor to get money from Uncle Lee to repair the broken training ground. Sun replied that they would restore everything later. The main character was in the hospital. He was sitting on the couch. The nurse asked the guy, "Has he really come again?" The main character asked her what her name was. The doctor turned around sharply and put her hand on the bed next to the patient. The girl told the main character that he could call her sister. She came here for an internship. She reminded him that this was the third time he had asked about her name. Jiang looked at the girl and thought deeply. He began to remember something little by little. The main character was amazed to remember that he had already texted a girl on the phone. She had a pseudonym of 36 days. The nurse headed towards the exit. The main character shouted for her not to leave. He was afraid to be alone. The instructor asked the guy how he was feeling. The main character greeted Sun. Jiang looked at the small vial in his hand. He asked the instructor if he continued the training. The teacher told the guy that he was a hand-to-hand combat teacher and it was okay if he was absent for a while. The main character opened the bottle and drank its contents. He thanked the instructor. The main character very suddenly felt a great surge of strength. His eyes shone brightly. The guy shouted that he was full of strength and could train all day. Sun told the guy that they would continue training when he felt better. The main character told the man that he felt his unstable condition, but cannot explain in detail. Sun told the guy that they would continue individual training, but would make adjustments. Sun told the student that he would go on an internship with the sophomores. The main character told the teacher with surprise that he might not be able to cope. Sun stood near the door. He told the guy that he had sent him information about the skills by email. The guy looked at the phone with interest. Jiang pressed the button on the phone with his finger and opened the mail. He was getting ready to look through it. The main character saw in front of him an image of a person. He looked at him carefully. The stranger said his name was Xiang Yang. He prepared to explain to the guy the basics of the special skill. First, you need to familiarize yourself with the content. The system provided the main character with a lot of information about the special ones. Xiang tapped his fingers and a small weapon appeared in his hands. The guy stood with a blade in his hand. He told the main character that he could give him an example. After that, the instructor ran and hit the metal target with all his strength with his sword. Zhang told the guy that the target was made of a heat-resistant alloy. It is considered very strong and durable. The target can withstand the physical damage of a special second rank. The instructor looked at his hand. He told the guy that now he would use about 500 units of force. This is equivalent to third rank. There was a very strong explosion. The targets fell to the sides. The main character noted to himself that the targets were not damaged. Xiang explained to the guy that he would now use the same 500 units, but in a special manner. The main character looked carefully at his opponent. He became very worried. Jiang saw the instructor in front of him. He had a bright glow in his hands. The main character thought to himself that the special one combined physical strength and energy. They are combined into one whole. After that, the instructor launched a bright fire forward from his hands. A pillar of fire from the instructor's hands flew forward and hit the barrier with all its might. There was a very strong explosion, and it affected the mannequin standing on the earth. There were flashes of explosions all around. Xiang told the guy that great willpower can even move mountains. The main character looked to the side and saw a very deep hole in the ground after the explosion. Destroyed cars and houses stood around. There was a bright glow in the sky. The main character saw the instructor standing in the middle of a destroyed street. He realized that the skill of the special was an unstoppable trend. The main character covered himself with his hands. He was surprised when he realized that all this was part of the special skills. Sang told the guy that this technique is considered a special skill called 100 cracks. He wished the student good luck in his training. With the help of special skills, you can deliver a powerful blow to others. Jiang looked at the phone. He said that some problems are already beginning. The main character said that the world of the special is full of many unknowns. Main character received a message on the phone. The system reported that the special skills are only techniques for rank 3 specials. The system told the guy that he had to pay attention to detail. He must control his body. The system told the guy to mobilize all muscle groups. This will help push your endurance limits. The main character learned that the mind should be as calm as water. The system reported that a person at an early stage should not rush to play with the transition from quantity to quality. Jiang told himself that this is all very difficult. The main character looked into the system window and read information about himself. Jiang said that it would be strange if he said that at a young age he had special skills and demanded a reward for himself. The next day, the main character walked with the instructor. He asked him to share the details with him. Sun answered the student that he would run with the sophomores. The guy stood with the instructor near the stadium. The teacher commanded the student to run as fast as he could. The teacher will not help him unless the guy receives a fatal injury. The main character said with surprise that all this would be very difficult for him. The teacher looked to the side and asked the main character if he was ready to take a risk. The main character angrily said that he could not retreat back and nothing can happen to him. The instructor told the guy that if necessary, he would order a special substance. It will help the guy get better. Jiang calmly walked through the stadium with his teacher. There was no one around. The guy stopped. He said in a dissatisfied voice that the room looked like a prison. The main character asked the teacher, "What is the name of this place?" The instructor explained to him that they were at the Jiaolong Stadium. Students call it an escape site. The main character turned away. He told the teacher what he wanted to think about. The instructor swung and kicked the guy to the side. He demanded that he go forward. The main character was dissatisfied with this attitude of the instructor. Sun stood near the wall and held the phone in his hands. The instructor called the commander and said that he had seated the guy and everything was fine. Zhang shouted in fear from the room that there was another one next to him. He wanted to be released. Sun told the commander that the guy was making noise. The main character fought off the monster inside the room. The teacher listened carefully. The instructor held the phone in his hands and communicated with the commander. Whether he wanted to tell him something, the teacher told the interlocutor that the guy was hopeless. The main character sat scared inside the room. There were a lot of monsters around him. The main character heard a suspicious noise from the side. He looked with interest and saw that the door to the room had opened. The guy was very surprised. He could not understand why the door opened. Jiang told himself that he was ready to go out the door and see what was there. The main character suddenly broke down and ran forward as quickly as possible to the exit. Behind him were several more small monsters. The guy looked in front of him and noticed that there were small demonic frogs in front of him. They wanted to detain him. The main character continued to command himself as he walked that he only needed to run forward. The guy accelerated at full speed and ran out of the room into the corridor. Jiang looked around with interest. He could not understand where he had ended up now. The main character realized that the danger was now behind him. He listened carefully from side to side. The main character was surprised to notice how a frightened student ran past him. Monsters were flying after him. The stranger shouted to the main character as he walked that the two of them should run away. Jiang followed him. The student asked the main character what group he was from. Jiang replied that he was from the special training camp in the first group. The stranger asked the main character with surprise, how could he end up here? Jiang slyly replied that he was very good. The stranger looked at his companion and decided that the guy had become friends with the daughter of the chief instructor. The main character, while walking, asked his interlocutor what was going on here. The stranger told the guy that he must run with all his might and use his willpower and resist others. Suddenly, the student rushed forward. He wished the main character good luck. The main character caught up with his new acquaintance and asked, how can one get out of here? The student answered the guy as he walked that he should run as hard as he could. The exit will appear on its own. Some run for months. The main character noticed how a large group of students appeared on their way. They were all running somewhere. At this time, a small monster flew up from behind the main character and wanted to grab him. The main character sharply extended his hand and managed to grab the demonic frog by the paw. Jiang swung very sharply and threw the frog aside into the wall. The main character asked his companion, is it really impossible to kill this creature? The student answered him that he just needed to run. If you start killing monsters, people will become very lethargic. The main character, as he walked, fearfully noticed how holes in the floor began to appear under him. Zhang ran at full speed. At one of the sites, slabs from the ceiling began to fall on students. The main character noticed how in one place in the corridor there was a pile of garbage. The girl ran at full speed. She did not notice that there was a large hole in the floor in front of her. The student got scared at the very last moment. She began to fall and did not have time to scream. The stranger began to fall to the very bottom of the pit. Her long scream echoed. The main character sharply extended his hand and managed to grab the girl falling into the pit. Jiang pulled his girlfriend towards him and was able to protect her from falling into the depths of the pit. The girl asked the guy why he decided to help her. The main character explained to his interlocutor that he could not do otherwise. The girl looked in front of her and told the guy that she had to repay him for saving him. Jiang was surprised that there were so many rules in this place. At this time, a green glow and demonic bones appeared behind the main character. The main character thought that sharp intuition was very important for him now. He was frightened to notice that the bone had broken through the wall after the flight. Jiang was surprised to notice that two bone others appeared in front of him. They looked at the man angrily. The girl was scared. She immediately noticed two others of second rank in front of her. The main character threw a bone at the demons and shouted that he was giving it back to them. The green monsters were very scared. They did not expect their bones to fly back at them. The main character ran and held his girlfriend's hand. The girl thought with surprise that this was the first time she had seen such a brave man. The monster flew up and chased people. He wanted to hit them with his blade. The main character pushed the girl forward and said that she could go first. Jiang jumped high up. He used a shadow attack against the bone monster. The main character swung his leg from above. He prepared to strike the green demon. Jiang kicked the demon from above and said that he could taste his ankle. The main character thought to himself that intuition was helping. Again, he heard a suspicious noise from the side. Jiang turned around and with great fear noticed how a sharp spear was flying at him. The main character very quickly jumped to the side. He managed to duck away from the flying object. The main character jumped high above the ground. Something flew around him. Jiang said happily to himself that the abilities really help him. The main character activated the combat skill of hiding to defend himself. A huge metal object crashed into the ground at full speed. Jiang didn't understand why the training camp was so dangerous. He hoped that the instructor would help if he found himself in mortal danger. If it weren't for the guy's intuition, he would have been left without a heart. At this time, a cry for help was heard from the side. The main character looked there with excitement. Jiang looked and noticed that there was a tied-up girl in front of him. He recognized her. At this time, the claw of a pink demon appeared in front of the stranger. She hit the wall with all her might. The girl was tied up and could not move. It was as if something had pressed her against the wall. The stranger felt her strength disappear. She fell unconscious to the ground. The main character was scared. He silently and nervously looked at the girl. The main character thought with surprise and fear that within 10 minutes the first person was eliminated. It's time for him to cheer up. Suddenly, green demonic tentacles appeared from the side and crawled towards the man. The guy looked in front of him and noticed that in front of him was a cannibal flower. The demonic flower had sharp stakes in its hands. He pointed them at the man. The main character realized that the flower in front of him was not from a low level either. Yang stood and prepared to fight back. He thought to himself that the monster's standard of living was only 20%. The main character swung his hand with all his might. Suddenly, the monster in front of him disappeared. The guy was surprised to realize that the flower had become invisible. He did not understand where so many strange others appeared next to him. The main character very deftly dodged the attacks of the green tentacles. He reminded himself that he could not get tired. The main character fearfully noticed how green tentacles appeared next to him. He thought that he should calculate the trajectory of the flower's attacks. The guy activated the shadow pupil inside himself. It would help him find the monster. Jiang looked around with excitement. He noticed the demonic flower in front of him. The main character rushed at the monster and shouted that he was using stealth. Jiang swung his stick and rushed forward. He shouted to the monster that he was going to die. The main character jabbed a wooden stick straight into the flower. Bloody stains appeared on the monster's body. His standard of living was falling. The demonic flower fell to the ground. The main character stood nearby and watched him closely. Jiang kicked the monster and angrily demanded that he get out. The main character thought to himself that demonic flowers should not pose any direct harm to life. Jiang thought dissatisfied that the pollution was affecting him very much. The main character felt bad. He felt dizzy, as if he had been drinking. At that time, something flew from the side and hit the guy in the shoulder at full speed. The main character grabbed his shoulder and noticed that a metal blade was sticking out there. The main character grabbed the blade. He told himself with a laugh that he was in pain. The guy looked carefully in front of him. He noticed a reddish fog around him. A huge pink monster appeared. He had a fireball over his hand. The main character realized that in front of him was a demon of the second rank. The monster descended to the ground on its clawed paws. There was a reddish glow around him. The main character fearfully noticed that in front of him was a whole herd of multicolored others. The main character thought that they had released him from one of the others with 70% of his life. He told himself that the people from the training camp were real beasts. The guy very unexpectedly noticed something interesting in front of him. He took a closer look. Jiang saw a huge crowd of colorful demons in front of him. Behind them, there was some strange door. The main character noticed with surprise that the door was located on the left side and not on the right. The huge pink monster threw stones and metal spears away from itself. The main character ran forward. He decided to himself that it was worth a try for him. The guy ran as fast as he could across the room. He needed to get through the door quickly before his strength ran out. The main character covered himself with his hands. He decided that he now had to give it his all. Jiang ran close to the pink monster. The demon jumped back a little. The main character tried with all his strength to hit the monster opposite him with his hand. A very bright explosion was heard on the demon's body after being hit by a man. After a powerful and bright explosion, the demon turned in the direction of the man. The main character felt weak. He looked at the monster with a tired look. The guy thought to himself that if his opponent continued in the same spirit, he would not be able to withstand. The main character landed sharply after a jump. He decided to try to attack. Jiang looked at the huge monster and decided that now he just needed to speed up. The main character was frightened to see how the demon attacked him with his hand. The guy decided that he should take the initiative into his own hands. Jiang extended his hands and quickly used them to grab the hand of the monster in front of him. The man angrily shouted to the demon that he would not allow him to attack again. He threw it aside. The demon's standard of living dropped sharply. He looked at the man angrily. A whole group of multicolored demons appeared on the side near the guy. The system told the guy that he should take half a step forward. A blow is coming from behind. Jiang said to himself that he could see the direction of the monster's attacks. The main character felt very light and began to gradually move forward. The guy grabbed a huge blade in his hands. He told himself about sophistication. The main character ran with all his might. A huge crowd of monsters was chasing him from behind. Suddenly, the guy noticed pink demons in front of him. He remembered that he had defeated them before. Monsters surrounded the man on all sides and prepared to attack him. The main character jumped up on his hands on the floor. He said, "Training camp has gone crazy." Jiang carefully ran to the side. He told himself that he would quietly hide from the demons. The main character saw a bright portal in front of him. He decided to quickly hide in it. Unexpectedly, the guy saw new others in front of him. He braked sharply while driving. Jiang stood in front of the monster. He decided that he could not cope with the entire crowd given his physical strength. The main character thought. He realized that he wasn't going to lose either. The guy looked ahead. He remembered the instructions for fighting monsters. He could hit someone else, but in doing so, he would injure his palm. A green demon appeared behind the man. The main character remembered that he must lean back 40 degrees and the vine will penetrate the other. The guy told himself that meticulousness in such a matter would not hurt him. He didn't understand where such brilliant solutions came from in his mind. The main character jumped up in the direction of the monsters. He decided to take action. One of the demons looked at the man with displeasure and screamed very loudly. The main character looked at the demonic flower and shouted to the monsters that they were idiots. A green claw appeared above the man. The guy thought that his strength would run out and he made it in time. At this time, the green claw hit the guy in the back with all its strength and he flew forward. The main character, after a powerful blow from behind, flew straight into the portal. The demonic flower looked ahead angrily. He realized that the man was running away. The main character happily smiled at the monsters from the portal and said goodbye to them. Another at the last moment extended his claws forward to try to grab the man. The main character looked in front of him and saw a blue portal, and then behind it, there were doors. The guy thought excitedly to himself that there had to be a way out in front of him. The main character began waving his arms in all directions and demanding to be let out. At this time, a huge pink demon stepped from the side towards the man. Jiang looked at the second-rank monster. He said displeased that the training camp wanted to kill him. The man, frightened, began to tell the demon not to come near him. The monster swung angrily and hit the guy on the head with all his might. The main character, after a powerful blow from the demon, flew far to the side. Jiang was lying on the floor after a very strong blow. He didn't have the strength to get up. The main character opened his eyes. He said angrily that he would get to his instructors. The main character looked around in surprise and could not understand what kind of place was next to him. The guy was lying on the bed in bandages. He thought that the other one was still able to reach him. The main character looked down carefully. He realized that there was someone next to him. A nurse was sitting on the bed. She pulled back the blanket and asked the guy if he was awake. Jiang couldn't understand what the girl could have forgotten here in his clothes. The nurse slyly told the guy that if he woke up on his own, he could undress himself. The main character, shyly and scared, told the girl that there are people around here. The nurse was holding a small bottle in her hands. She told the patient that he needed to give an injection. The main character turned around on the bed. The nurse said that her name is Yang Qi. She demanded that the guy not ask her anything else. The guy asked the nurse how much the injection would help him. Yang swung her arm and hit the patient from behind with all her might. The main character was lying on the couch and screaming that he was in pain. The girl stepped aside and said that the patient should take the medicine for a couple of days, then everything should be fine. Yang told the guy goodbye that he could press the button next to the bed if something went wrong. The main character looked after the leaving nurse. He thought that her blow was very pleasant for him. The guy remembered that after his escape, someone helped him cope with something else. He didn't understand why such high-ranking monsters were released. Jiang closed his eyes. He decided that there must be some secret hidden behind all this. The guy thought that he would rest. The main character fell asleep. The clock on the wall showed 7 o'clock in the evening. The main character came to his senses and opened his eyes. A friend nearby was glad that Jiang woke up. The fat man was standing with a bag of food. He asked his friend if he had fought with sophomores. Jiang explained to the interlocutor that he was passing through a special room in the camp. After that, the guy asked where the others were. Lu picked up the package. He said that Instructor Song was on the main platform. The main character asked his friend if the students were still training. The fat man said that the girl came here, but then returned. The main character jumped to his feet. The fat man scaredly reminded him that he was wounded. Jiang explained that he didn't want to hang around here anymore. The main character looked at his reflection in the mirror. He realized that his body had never recovered. He needed refreshment. A girl entered the room from the side. She looked at the main character in surprise. The girlfriend asked the guy where he was going. Jiang answered her that he wanted to return to the dormitory. Yao Yao explained to her friend that if anything happened to him, they would be held responsible. The main character smiled evilly at his girlfriend and said that he himself would be responsible. The girl turned to the side with displeasure. She thought that no one needed her friend. The main character stood with a friend near the gate. The fat man told him that he would be responsible for everything himself. Jiang could not understand what his friend had just told him. Lu looked at his friend and told him to go to Yao Yao. He himself could not go to the first zone, so I decided to wait here. The main character replied that he would go to the girl and pretend to have a few phrases with her. The main character entered the stadium. He noticed an instructor sitting in one of the stands. Sun asked the student why he hadn't rested for a couple of days yet. The main character replied that there was no need to worry. Jiang asked the teacher when he could train again. The instructor told the guy that he could train next week. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice that you need to wait for a very long time. The instructor explained to the guy that he should not overdo it. Jiang joyfully extended his hands up and said that for him this was nothing. Sun asked the guy if he had passed his sophomore final exam. The main character thought he realized that he needed to earn points in the exam. The guy very intently recalled to himself the passage of the trap and the other students. Jiang cautiously asked the instructor about cooperation. The teacher explained that the final exam tests students' ability to cooperate with each other. The main character realized that the task was testing the possibility that the students would work as a team to face adversity together. The main character asked the instructor about Teacher Su. He said that the teacher on the first assignment almost killed everyone with his statements. The instructor very thoughtfully repeated the name of the teacher Su Jianyun to himself. Sun told the guy that it was the first time he learned the truth about the real world. The result was panic, despair, and anger. The instructor turned to the guy and asked why he asked such a question. Jiang said thoughtfully that Teacher Su was very passionate about his subject. The instructor told the guy that Su classes were very useful. They give people the foundation to take them to the next level. The teacher advised the guy not to be too heroic and not to brag. It won't lead to anything good. The main character asked the teacher what rank he was at. Sun answered his interlocutor that he was at the second rank. At that time, there was a group of students standing at the stadium. The main character imagined himself realistically, as if he were sitting in a meditative pose. There was fire on his hand. Jiang said thoughtfully that the path to the special is not as easy as he thought. At first, he thought that in order to become strong, he needed to meditate and absorb energy. The instructor looked at the guy and said that if everything were that simple, they wouldn't be here. The main character told the teacher not to be a pessimist. Song answered his interlocutor that the special one should not fall into despair and pessimism. At this time, a girl ran up from the side. She waved her hand at the main character and called him. Yao Yao waved her hand to her friend and suggested that he come with her. Next to her stood Fat Man with a bag of food. Jiang looked at the girl happily and told her to wait. He prepared to go. At this time, the flag was raised over the stadium. The main character turned around and looked at him. Sun looked at the flag. He remembered that the lightning bolt and 4 stars on the flag are very important. The guy knew that lightning and stars united many people. Reality is not as good as it is in novels and stories. The main character told himself that the path is very dangerous and difficult, but you can't give up. Instructor put his hand on the guy's shoulder. He asked why he was staring at the flag. Jiang answered. The teacher that he was just thinking about the origin of the stars. The instructor glanced up at the flag. He told the guy that he didn't understand why the name Night Watch was chosen. Jiang replied to his interlocutor that many bad creatures appear at night. The teacher turned to the guy and said that he didn't know. The student replied that the teacher should not tell him much. The instructor suddenly became very angry. He asked the guy what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Jiang walked down the stairs. He shouted as he walked that he would not tell anyone anything. The main character asked the girl, "Where did the fat man go?" Yao Yao replied that the fat man was taking seats in the dining room. The girl pulled her friend's clothes and asked if he was tired of living. Jiang told his girlfriend in a crying voice that everything was fine with him. He asked her, "What is the problem?" Yao Yao told the guy that she was very scared when they brought him on a stretcher. The main character very carefully extended his hand to the girlfriend. She looked away. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. One of them dropped onto the main character's hand. The main character slyly stuck his finger in his mouth. He decided to try what tears taste like. Haiyang told the surprised girl in an innocent voice that tears are very salty. Yao Yao angrily, "I asked my friend why he decided to try tears." The main character seriously answered the girl that he wanted to taste the taste of tears. The guy grabbed the girl by the shoulders and said that in difficult times he would remember the bitterness of her tears and would not give up. Yao Yao told the main character that he must keep his word, otherwise her uncle and dad will smear it. The main character noticed a large bruise on the girl's leg. He asked if she had gone to the doctor. The girl thought. She remembered hearing from the 2 guys that Jiang was brought in on a stretcher. The girlfriend was scared and worried. She rushed to help the main character. The girl ran at full speed and fell down the stairs. She hit her knee. The girlfriend pushed the guy aside. She told him that she hurt herself during training. The girl pulled her friend along with her. She very strictly demanded that he follow her. The guy and his girlfriend ran towards a large building. Yao Yao that she wants to eat chicken and cola. Half an hour later, the main character was racing on the training field. After the monster, he angrily asked the other, why was he in such a hurry? Jiang asked the monster in a sly voice, did he really decide that he could hide? The monster continued to run away in fear. The main character activated the tag. The guy jumped up with great acceleration. He decided to try to hit the monster from above. Jiang flew from above and prepared to hit the pink demon on the head from behind. There were a lot of people in the training field inside the large control room. The commander told his subordinates that the guy wanted to kill someone else. I needed to finish my workout. Sun opened the door and entered the room. He told the main character that he was making great progress. He can handle almost all other second ranks on the field. The commander told the guy that some military inclinations predominated in him. Jiang smiled at the instructor and said that anything can happen. The commander asked the guy how he felt about the mission. He invited the main character to try his luck. Jiang knew that he could not expose himself and his abilities now. He could not absorb anyone else. Out loud, he told the teacher that he would not go anywhere because he did not want to waste time. The teacher told the surprised guy that if he successfully completed the mission, he would receive a certificate. After this, the student will no longer be in the training camp. The main character became very interested when he heard such words. He placed the bottle on the table with a flourish. The main character happily answered his instructor that he agreed to the task. A group of students were traveling in a subway car for a test. The main character was with the instructor. Jiang looked around and asked the teacher in surprise, "What is this?" Sun explained to the interlocutor that he would complete the assignments together with the students. The main character looked to the side and said that the girl in the baseball cap looked familiar. The girl took off her cap and reminded the guy that her name was Yang Qi. He asked her about this for the 5th time. The main character told the interlocutor that she looks great, even without a nurse's uniform. The commander told the guy to sit down. They had a lot to discuss. Song told the fighters that recently traces of blood-type activity had been discovered in the shadow layer of Yunhai. Victims were seen. Their task is to clear the territory of others. The students responded that they understood. Half an hour later, the metro train began to approach the station. There was no one on the platform. Yang was sitting on the sofa. Next to her was the sleeping main character. The girl was unhappy. She didn't understand what the guy was doing yesterday. The main character was sleeping very deeply. Saliva from his mouth dripped onto the girl's chest and flowed down. The commander told his subordinates that they had arrived and it was time to get ready. The main character woke up abruptly. The guy looked away at his companion. He didn't understand where there could be drool on her clothes. The main character extended the handkerchief to the girl. He told her that he would help her dry her clothes. Yang was silent. She closed her eyes and waited to see what the guy would do. The girl grabbed the phone. She told the main character not to move. She threatened to tell Yao Yao everything. The main character was very surprised because the girl threatened him that she would call Yao Yao. The guy told the interlocutor that he just wanted to wipe the drool on her clothes. The commander shouted to the guy and the girl to get out. Sung told the students that the sight of blood is not that far away, so we can't separate. Some people here are very dangerous, Yang told the guy. That when others catch prey here, they first play with it for a long time. The girl told her companion that she wanted to check his details. He should not remain on the sidelines. The main character looked around carefully. He did not know where the sight of blood was hiding. The commander looked at the guy and realized that he was excited for the main character. This was the first such mission. After a little thought, the instructor realized that the main character was already in the shadow layer. Sun thought to himself that it is rare to meet a 17-year-old teenager of the 2nd rank. The instructor looked after the guy. He wondered if he could succeed in his business. The main character pointed his companions aside and said that they need to go there. In front of them was a green monster. The instructor glanced at the monster. He thought that another of the 1st rank had already been found. The 2nd one must be somewhere nearby. The main character threw himself on top of the demon and shouted loudly that he had caught him. The pink monster screamed angrily and prepared to rush at the guy from behind. The main character swung sharply and with a powerful blow knocked the monster away from him far to the side. Jiang swung in all directions and fought off the attacks of others around him. The commander shouted to the soldiers to leave another 2nd rank to him. They themselves must do it first. The commander shouted to the girl that she was a doctor and should not engage in battle. Yang heard a very loud scream from behind. It was the green other who was running up to her. The girl turned around and very quickly put her hand in front of her. She stopped the monster. The girl held the green monster and did not allow it to attack. Tentacles appeared from her hand. The green one looked angrily at the girl. His body was engulfed in red tentacles. Yang looked at the green demon absolutely calmly. She strangled him with her hand. The green one fell unconscious to the ground. The tentacles gradually turned back into the girl's hand. Yang took a small tube. She poured red liquid from her hand into it. The main character looked at the girl in surprise. He realized that she was no longer such a nice nurse. The girl asked her friend what was the matter. Zhang asked her, "Has she really absorbed someone else?" Yang replied that she could still absorb. The main character asked the girl what kind of ability she had. The interlocutor replied that she was an eater. The main character asked the surprised girl, "Can she really release her tentacles at anyone?" Zhang was delighted. He thought cheerfully that he did not expect this from the girl. The girl threatened the main character that she would report harassment on his part. The main character remembered his uncle. Yang explained to her interlocutor that his uncle was a retired general. The protagonist's father-in-law is the current leader. The guy can't put pressure on her in any way. The main character told the girl that she need not be angry and He was just joking. He could not understand how she knew about all this. At this time, the girl's hand turned red. The main character looked at her in fear. The girl had red tentacles in her hand. She demanded that the guy remember her name. Yang looked at the guy very angrily and said that it was time for them to start. The main character looked at the tentacles and said that he saw a cute one in front of him. The girl was surprised. She remembered that all people were afraid of her abilities. Jiang was the first to think she was cute. The main character extended his hand forward and told the girl that he was very attracted to her tentacles. The girl jumped back sharply. She demanded that the guy not approach her. The main character with a smile told the girl that he was not talking about her at all. Jiang felt that he had a great desire to enter the shadow form. It was strange for him. The main character looked at the girl. He did not know if there were any contradictions between their species. An instructor approached from the side and held out the bodies of others. He demanded from one student to take care of everything. The instructor asked the main character why he still kept it with him. Jiang explained that it was better to hand over the monster while still alive. The demon had 4% life. The instructor asked the guy, where did he get the idea that the monster had 4% of his life left? Sun looked at the green other's body. He said species like this aren't usually around. The instructor walked away. He said that the monster was clearly in trouble. The main character looked to the side with great attention. He noticed something interesting. Jiang thought to himself that someone else could be watching. He decided that there was someone nearby 100 meters away. The instructor told the students that some people are simply jealous of the strength of others. Then people take the wrong path and disappear. A purple monster landed on the street. He looked at the green other on earth. The monster growled pitifully. He knelt down and leaned towards the body of the other. The monster extended his finger. Blood began to drip from it into the green demon's throat. The green demon came to his senses a little. He opened his eyes and growled softly. At this time, the main character ran up to the demon and grabbed him tightly with his hands. Jiang shouted that he had caught the monster. He held him tightly with both hands. The main character stood and held the monster with his hands. Another shouted displeasedly. Jiang decided that this was a demonic woman. She gave half of her blood to her comrade. These were most likely spouses. The main character noticed how the monster extended his hand to grab him. He managed to dodge. The guy looked at the body of the green other on Earth. He realized that he could not leave these monsters alive. The main character jumped sharply to the side. He prepared to attack the monsters. Jiang swung his hand from above and hit the other with all his strength. He flew to the side. The pink demon was lying on the ground. The main character realized that the next blow for the monster would be the last. Jiang stood and looked at the other's body on the ground. He decided to try to finish him off. The main character swung his fist. He looked down at the monster and wished him a safe journey. The dying demon opened his eyes. He began to growl something pitifully for the man. The main character felt that when the monster extended his hand to him, a trembling ran through his body. The main character told himself that he was killing someone else, not a former person. Jiang looked thoughtfully at his hands. He didn't understand what was right after all. The commander approached from the side. He told the main character that in front of him was someone else. This process is irreversible. Jiang thought that the instructor was right. The teacher directed golden energy into the monster's body. He said that one should not feel sorry for others. The main character thought what to do if in the future the uncle or the girl become different. The guy looked down in front of him at the ground. He realized that he would have to kill his loved ones again. The main character and the teacher walked along the steps near the building. The instructor told the guy that he had to get a license to become a full member of the Night Watch. The guy asked his interlocutor if his uncle knew about his part-time job. Sun explained to his interlocutor that the general had decided this issue himself. He found a way to keep Jian busy. The main character slyly thought to himself that this is why he was allowed to hunt others. It will also be a good opportunity for additional training. The guy and his companion entered the system room. There were workers standing near the computers. The main character was standing near the computer. The instructor told him to write down his name. General Li required that the main character complete at least 3 missions per week. Jiang replied that 3 missions would be a lot. The teacher asked the guy, "Doesn't he really want to come here?" The instructor told the main character that he must attend classes at the camp. Then he can already carry out tasks. If the main character meets someone else who is not on the list, he may try to kill him. This will be considered mission accomplished. Sun waved his hand at the guy and said that he had something to do, and so he would return to camp. The main character said goodbye to the teacher. Jiang didn't understand why he needed a license. He thought that Sun had used it on purpose so that he could later record the merits of the first mission for himself. The main character stood on the street and listened to a telephone conversation. The guy asked the doctor about his health. The fighter said on the phone that he had already left and exchanged his glasses for medicine. The main character realized that his friend Denki was standing next to him. He hadn't seen him for more than a month. The main character realized that his friend was in trouble. He decided to follow him.